Enfin ce PMPL. Vous l'attendiez, hein? Attendez. J'ai juste partagé le lien un peu partout. Yo Tony, ça va? Tu vas bien? Alors. On va le partager là. J'arrive. Hein. Partager là. Hop. Et là. Ouais, il a mis la cam. Yo. Ça va, merci. Un peu dans le mal. Ah bon? T'as fait une soirée ou quoi hier? Salut, vous êtes tous prêts? Dites-moi si vous entendez le son de ma chaise. Oh, ciao, vraiment. Je me demande qui stresse le plus entre vos fans et vous. Nous, on a déjà joué, hein, les gars, hein, si vous avez pas compris. Salut, Django. On a déjà joué et bah, je vais pas vous spoil en fait. J'ai dû manger un truc qui est pas passé. Bon, du coup, je regarde sur mon téléphone. En direct dans 7 minutes et 20 secondes. « 14 specs déjà ?» Sérieux, vous avez déjà joué? Bah oui, le restream il est. Attends, sinon je serais pas en train de stream le PMPL, t'es con. Ils mettent le stream en différé, bah bien sûr. Sinon j'aurais pas le droit de stream en fait. Ah bah tu verras Livry. Pas de spoil, please. Ouais, je vais mettre un petit objectif de... Ça fait longtemps, je vais mettre un petit objectif de... Comment on fait déjà? Créer un sondage. Allez, on se dit 70 likes. Non, peut-être c'est un peu abusé, j'abuse un peu du bail. 50. Non, plus du tout, Levi. Le système, il a changé. Vous avez commencé à quelle heure du cours français? Midi et demi. Le système, il a changé. On dirait, j'ai dit, le football, il a changé. Mais en gros, maintenant, c'est que de la ligue. Genre, il n'y a plus du tout de super week-end ni rien. C'est vraiment que de la ligue tout le temps. Et là, en gros, là, on va jouer 3 jours ce week-end. La semaine prochaine, on va jouer 3 jours. Et ça va déterminer une phase, en gros. Et au cours de cette phase, les 12 premiers vont se qualifier à une game bonus sur l'EVIC. Parce que du coup, il y a l'EVIC au PMPL maintenant. Une game bonus sur l'EVIC. Et après, il y aura une deuxième phase sur 2 semaines différentes. Et ça va enchaîner. Sauf que les points entre les phases sont reset. C'est un peu compliqué comment j'expliquais, mais je pense qu'ils vont l'expliquer. J'espère que vous avez fait du sel. Bah tu vas. Non, j'attends 4 minutes. T'as compris? Bah, il faudrait que je t'envoie une vidéo, mais... Yo Volti. J'ai vu ton message, Yuji, hein, mais je pouvais pas répondre là, je peux pas aller sur Insta depuis mon tel. Tu fais des termes là? Tu fais les termes? Tu fais les termes? Ça veut dire quoi? Putain, je vais me poser comme ça. Ah. Dites-moi si le son il est trop fort ou quoi. Salut Son, ça va? C'est quoi la marque de ta montre? C'est une Bell & Ross. Fais un signe de gang. Joule. Parce qu'on est à Marseille ici. Salut Sohan, ça va? Ouais, c'est le casque que j'utilise pour game. C'est un Logitech. Coucou Bibou. Putain, vous êtes cringe. Bon, 2 minutes. Ils ont mis qui? C'est qui le mec là là-dessus? Ils ont mis Crypto. C'est un mec de DMR. Je sais pas qui c'est. Théodore. Je m'appelle pas comme ça, fils de pute. Logitech combien? C'est Logitech G Pro X, je crois. Je crois que c'est ça. Akasansura. Je fais de la concurrence à copier-coller. Tu penses quoi de la démortée? Je sais pas trop quoi en penser en vrai. Je saurais pas trop te dire. Merde. C'est mon ordi. Hop. Cache pas trop à la vue là, non, si. Non, s'il te plaît, spoil pas les résultats. Pas de spoil, vraiment les gars. Vous pouvez me dire si le son il est trop fort de ma voix ou quoi? Enfin, vous me direz quand il y aura le stream. Je réglerai au cas où. Parce que j'avais fait... Ah mais non mais... Elliot. Ça grésille un peu. Ah merde. Ah bah oui mais je suis con. Putain. Et là, ça grésille? Là ça grésille plus à mon avis, c'est le chargeur. Le son est good. Nickel. T'as un 30 spec. J'avais pas vu. Attends, on va les attester facilement avec les 50 lacs. Et là ça grésille ou pas? Ça lance quand, je sais pas. On va avoir du beau jeu. Ah ouais, de ouf. Ça fait vraiment en mode... Alors, vous avez une rhinopharyngite. Même si tapes vraiment très fort, tu sais, sur leur clavier, quand tu fais des calls. C'est comment les circonstances de jeu, ping, stress, son avec Discord. Le ping, c'était un peu chelou au début, surtout vraiment au tout début de la game, ça lag de fou, genre pour récolter les armes et tout. Et après, ça va un peu mieux. À la fin de la game, une des games, ça avait un peu bugué. Mais sinon, ça va en vrai au niveau du ping. À part au début de la game. Stress, je crois que Robs, il est un peu stressé là, sur la première game. Après, je crois que les autres, ça allait. Enfin, moi, ça allait. En vrai, on commence à avoir l'habitude. Hein. Je vais pas faire le mec et quoi, mais on commence à s'habituer aux compétitions. La première game, c'est sûr que tu stresses un tout petit peu plus. Tu trembles un peu. T'as pas envie de faire de la merde. Mais vu que là, il n'y a plus de qualification, tu sais, il n'y a plus le stress de la qualif pour le Super Weekend, bah, il y a un peu moins de stress en vrai. Genre, on sait qu'on va tout jouer dans tous les cas. Et son avec Discord, bah, de toute façon, on a d'autres appareils. Donc. Ouais, vas-y. Merci, Rob. Exactement. C'est ban dev, tu peux pas, mais... Ah! Mais quoi? Starting 27 minutes? Mais le fils de pute! Attends. Ils se foutent de ma gueule. Oh! C'est nous. Voilà, Victor au feu. Mais là, du coup, le son, ça doit être horrible. Hein. Ils font chier avec leur musique. Là. Oh, Nima, belle beat. Mais putain. Bon, par contre, Elliot, arrête de ban tout le monde. C'est mon pote. T'es sub. Ouais, je suis sub. Ouais, IGL sub, exactement. Je les regarde de loin et je leur dis où il faut aller, mais je joue pas. Vous allez tout voir là en direct. Mais non, mais on a déjà joué à 12h30, hein, les gars. Ouais, par contre, on va t'enlever le mode, Elliot. Non, mais je pense que ça va start plus rapidement. Mais ça va, belle beat. On n'est pas sur Twitch, hein. Oh là là, mais... Non, je suis pas sub. La première game, c'est à 19h. Non, mais ils ont dit... Non, ils ont dit que ça allait start plus tôt. Ça va, elle est bien leur playlist, hein. En plus, c'est notre PMPL. Hein. Vous l'avez senti... Attends. Vous l'avez senti comment aujourd'hui? Je dirais rien en fait. L'image, je t'ai jamais aimé. Ça va pas commencer encore 5 minutes. Je pense qu'ils vont faire une brève présentation parce que vu que le système il a changé, je pense qu'ils vont expliquer, ils vont mettre la vidéo parce que nous on a reçu une vidéo pour nous expliquer déjà de base. Arrêtez de forcer les gens, il n'a pas le droit de donner des informations. Là, j'ai accès à mon PC, donc bannez personne en fait. Je le ferai moi-même si j'ai besoin de ban quelqu'un. Bannez que les espèces de bots là, sexe, je sais pas quoi, qui viennent. Mais bannez pas pour une insulte ou quoi, ça sert à rien. Parce que il y a des personnes que je connais. T'es con. C'est un mec de la Codex qui lui a donné. Putain, 30 gemmes. Ah ouais, j'ai été 50 likes. Je crois que j'avais pas capté qu'il y allait avoir autant de specs. Putain, mais il y a un espèce de truc qui me tourne autour là. C'est un moustique ou je sais pas. Il dit 25 minutes d'attente. Attends, mais ça a peut-être augmenté là. Ils ont pas mis, non? Non, que dalle. Il y a des collabos dans le chat. Bon, je fais quoi? Je vais jouer? J'ai jamais joué sur une chaise. Moi, je joue comme ça. Hein. Putain, mais ça m'énerve cette espèce de moustique de merde. Le son du Logitech, il est bon en game. Ouais. Mais en fait, oh, je l'ai niqué. Non. Ouais. Il y a tout le monde qui l'a, le Logitech. Attends, je vais prendre un coup de pouce. T'es un con, Elliot, hein. Quand même. Mais, bref. Tu crois que copier-coller, il va stream quoi? C'est trop bizarre de jouer comme ça. J'ai l'impression que je suis pas stable du tout.
Cover me!
Team match, let's go.
Reloading! The blue team has scored for the first time! Killed!
Putain, what? Je touche même plus, mais touche au même endroit.
No mercy!
Ah. Good luck, Rob Zagashi, Toranol. Ouais, c'est la tenue PMPL.
Killed!
Ah. j'ai écrit encore ça. Supra, I can't spoil. Stop asking. And you know it. You know I can't spoil. Is it possible to do a roster change for EMEA when PMPL ends? I don't think so. No. Don't.
Reloading! Enemy down! Kill!
Tu sais, il est avec sa poêle. Putain, j'arrive pas à jouer comme ça. Ramo, don't spoil the rest. Don't give in.
The red team is in the lead. Expired! Cover me! No mercy!
Even if it's bad, we can't spoil.
Target down! Nice shot! Enemy down! Dead! Killing spree for the blue team!
Oh, il m'encule avec ça, ce gars. Vas-y, j'aime pas jouer comme ça en fait. Bon, ça en est où là? 13 minutes. Bon. On va se mettre en 1080p après. Fais voir ma batterie. Ok. Sinon, ça dit quoi? Non, je joue pas du tout dans cette position. C'est pour ça que je galère là. J'arrive pas. Ah, moi, look Discord, please. Putain, on me reproche de stream parce que copier-coller, il va stream et ça va split les viewers, mais j'ai pas le choix, les gars. Je voudrais bien regarder tranquillement son stream hein, aussi. Salut Lucas, ça va? Où ça? Bon, attends. Je vais aller. Ah, c'est où qu'ils font chier? What, mais ils ont delete mon stream? Ils ont delete mon stream dans Média? Putain. Bon, bref. 5 minutes. Désolé, je... Check le time. C'est le serveur privé de copier. Putain, j'avais pas lu vos messages. Désolé. Travailler dans le PUBJM France, pas grave, mes serveurs à copier, je comprends pas du coup. Ils ont delete mes streams, les gars, sérieux, de leur média. Enfin, c'est bon, je veux dire, à un moment... Non, mais remets pas les streams, Elliot. Laisse tomber. On va remettre la... Yes, I answered you, Amo. Tony. Wow. Eh, Kale. Oh putain, elle est... Oh!
Draws the ire of Spike, but he's able to turn it around and beautiful opportunity taken to see Shockwave further into this. A nade. Oh, that's a beautiful nade.
Oh, elle est stylée.
That was not intentional whatsoever. I'm pretty sure he's trying to.
Wow, Tigers, voilà. Je me souviens de ces moments. Oh oui, c'est... Horrible. Oh putain. Putain, elle est trop stylée l'annonce. Vous en pensez quoi?
Hey everyone,
Voilà,
welcome back
les
to the
boss.
show for our first show here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Fall 2022 season. I know you might recognize some of these pretty faces from a week ago when we were over in Saudi Arabia doing PMWI, but we're back here to bring you all the Western European action and get to see the likes of TJB looking to show what they learned at PMWI. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host, and I got two handsome, fun-looking gentlemen to my left-hand side. We got Maxman and Kalaris. Max, I feel like I haven't seen you in like, I don't know, 4 days?
Yeah, 4 or 5 days. I think because that is actually how long it's been since we saw each other at PMWI. That's probably why. But hey, really hyped to be back for this tournament, and we got a lot of intriguing teams that join the fray. So this is going to be an interesting season.
Intriguing, James. That word kind of caught me off guard.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong with that, because there's been a lot of shake-ups here when it comes to West Europe and how things are going to be playing out. And of course, we have some heavy-hitting newcomers, which I'm sure we all have our eyes on to probably take the big prize at the end. But, you know, anything can happen.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see what's going to happen, but obviously we'll jump into a little bit of time. We still have to go through some normal stuff here when we start a show, like our social medias. You guys need to hit us up over on well, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. You can see everything down below. Max, thank you, Max. Look at that. I'm used to having Kalaris like point to a phone, but you're here showing off the social medias. Also, big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner here at PMPL. We got to see Maxman drink in a Monster out of a fondue fountain.
It's chocolate fountain, not fondue. Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm pretty sure you could put cheese in there and it would work.
Technically, you could, but I would not recommend it. But yeah, what am I going to drink out of this season? I don't know. We'll
Stay tuned to find out. For you guys who are wondering, though, what the schedule's like, we're going to give you a little glimpse into how the format has changed a bit. You used to see, all right, you play 2 days of league play, 3 days of super weekend, and then you rinse and repeat. However, that is not happening this time. As you can see, we're doing 3 days in a row of play days. But on the right-hand side, you're seeing Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. And that's the exciting part for me about how things have changed here in this PMPL season.
Yeah, I mean, you got no more the super weekend to qualify, right? You're going to be playing pretty much every single game all the time, and you're going to keep that also group system in play every time. So normally when you would go to that super weekend, you would have that consistency factor coming in where it'd be always the same lobby of 16 teams. Now every game is going to be changing every single time. So now more than ever, you have to have done that research to prepare, because those changes of groups every game are going to be pretty tough for some of the teams early on.
And speaking of changes, hopefully teams are prepared for the likes of Livik, because that will be coming into our pool. But like I said, the format's completely changed, but luckily for you, John Allen himself, with his golden vocal cords, has actually put together a video explaining how the format has changed. So let's take a look.
After experiencing all the thrills, highs and lows of the spring season, we are back again with some fresh PUBG.
Ils vont vous expliquer là, écoutez bien les gars.
The best of Western Europe will lock horns once again in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Fall 2022 season to determine who can claim the trophy. And to top things off, we have a fresh new format for teams and viewers to experience. The league stage will consist of 3 phases, where every team will play 4 out of 5 matches per day. After 6 days, the top 12 teams of the phase will play an additional match on Livik. This process will repeat for each phase, with scores resetting to 0 and the groups being shuffled. The combined scores of the 3 phases will be used to determine the top 16 teams, who will then move on to play the finals. Depending on the team's placements in the 3 phases, teams will also be awarded bonus points. All teams have 4 chances to earn bonus points. 3 times based on their phase rankings and 1 time for their overall league stage ranking. In the finals, teams will start with the bonus points that they accrue over the league stage. This means that teams who do well in the league will get a significant advantage in the finals. The finals will consist of 3 days with 6 matches played out per day. The top 8 teams from the finals will move on to the regional championship, and the top team will be declared the winners of PMPL Western Europe.
So all of this culminated into the European Regional Championship yet again, where we get to see the best teams go head-to-head in our region. But gentlemen, we got to see there's a phase format now. Groups are mixed between each phase. Teams play a final match on Livik. Teams also get points into the finals. There's a lot to take in. But I think that, for me, is probably the best part of the change, right? Is that how you perform now in this league stage does affect the points you start with in the finals.
Yeah, I think when you look back on the league stage of the previous season, it was mostly focused on the super weekends of how much money you could get from those chicken dinners. We don't have that $1,000 per chicken dinner anymore. Now you can get, instead, up to an 80-point lead heading into the finals if you get like first in. The first 3 phases.
Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien avec le stream?
Combined, so that lead could be really significant for the teams to remain consistent. And from what we saw in some of the scrims, a lot of the new teams that arrived here are looking consistent already. So we probably know already which teams are going to take a big portion of those points.
Kalaris, I mean, I got to get your thoughts on this. I know we've been pushing actually for a couple of years now of some sort of reward for how you do in the league stage of an event. Are you happy with this? Are you satisfied? I am.
Very much so, very much so. Excited to see that once you've been able to commit so many days, so many games, you're actually going to get rewarded for that moving on. I understand there is a good opportunity for kind of having that slate clean and resetting and everything like that. However, I think that there's a great opportunity for teams to strive for more throughout the entirety of the tournament.
On entend très bien, ok, parfait, merci. Putain, vous avez pété les 50. On va
movement that's going to be going on there.
Right.
mettre fin au sondage.
Or there's the other side as well. You could be a team that's like clearly in first place.
Bah 100,
You're going to qualify to the finals,
oh,
right?
j'ai mis 1000.
This gives you incentive to keep participating, keep trying every single match because you want to lock in that potential 80 points in awards. But let's actually take a look at our point system here for you guys at home to see how it works out for you. And like normal, it's going to be the 15 points for a chicken dinner when it comes to most of our matches.
Bon, bref,
However,
focus.
the last match is going to be on Livik, and there's some extra chance to get some points here, Max.
Yeah, 3 Liviks total throughout this tournament. Of course, you need to be the top 12 teams of each individual phase if you want to play this extra Livik, and these points actually do count to your overall rankings and also your phase rankings. So this could be an important one. If you do qualify in this map and another team doesn't, that could make a difference potentially, but it's only one game out of all the other matches played, so I don't think it's going to make that big of a difference, but you never know. It could allow a little bit of a comeback.
And when we get to the bonus stage, right, this is where you stand at the end of every league stage. It determines how many points you get. This is the breakdown for it. So, I mean, you're looking at what I honestly would say anywhere above like 11th place is pretty solid, to be honest, at the end of a phase.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Overall,
thanks, guys. Yeah. I like the support.
No worries, you're all good. But yeah, you can definitely take a lot of points from that one, even if you're on the lower side, right? You still got 3 phases. Even if you just get like 2 good phases, at the end of the day, you're still going to get some significant amount of points. The only thing you want to avoid is falling too far behind heading into the finals. So just being in the middle of the table, it's good enough for you to be able to potentially kick off a comeback if you get into the finals.
Yeah, we've seen so many events, Kalaris, where it comes down to 1, 2, 5 points. This could be the determining factor of that lead you start with in finals to see if you make it into the regionals or not.
Absolutely, and I mean, like, come the final and stuff like that, it's not exactly a huge mountain technically to climb for those teams that, kind of maybe didn't gain too much moving through the league stage as a whole, but it does give that little bit of a leg up and that reward factor as you move forwards throughout the tournament. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Just channel your inner Vampire Esports and you could easily surpass 80 points in a single day as we saw them just fly by in PMWI. But let's take a look at what they're playing for. The prize pool for all of these teams is $150,000 on the line, and that first place team will take home 10 grand. But with that 10 grand comes a position into the European Regionals where you can win even more money. And of course, Max, PMGC is right around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. That's, I think, for a lot of these teams, this is going to be the big focal point, right? This is your last opportunity to potentially make into PMGC. Of course, how the points are going to be calculated, etc. Currently, we don't know just yet, but there are 2 ways in. by one, accumulating all the points of Season 1 and Season 2 of this year together, or by making it first place in the European Regional Championship. So 2 options, and definitely I think that for the new teams that come and join this tournament for the first time, they're not going to be aiming for the points, they're aiming to qualify in the regionals to hopefully get a PMGC spot there.
Max, you don't know how teams qualify in a PMGC? I know how teams qualify. Colaris, don't you know how teams qualify in PMGC?
How?
By winning.
No. I wanted to mess with Max, but you didn't get on the bandwagon there, unfortunately.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the teams participating here. The 20 teams we have separated into our groups here for the first week. We've got a couple of big comers already noticed and jumping right off the page here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, do we talk about them already? I think we have to. Yeah, Natus Vincere, Na'Vi, they join the European scene, and for them, there's a lot of questions online about how this team can actually join. So you have to have 3 players actually living in the region, so they have to move around the place. They committed a lot of effort to be able to get into this tournament. So Na'Vi are here, like already dominating on the international stage time and time again. So I think it's fair to say that the European scene is maybe just going to be one small step for Na'Vi here.
Yeah, Colaris, I mean, the thing is for teams like Na'Vi, teams coming in from the other region, is that they didn't play earlier this year. So I'm actually curious what kind of state they're going to be sitting in. Okay, well, looking down the list here further, we got TJB coming through. I mean, obviously the defenders of last season. TJB, though, Max, didn't look too well when it came to PMWI.
Yeah, I mean, TJB, the big thing, right, is that also they've been suffering some roster changes at a pretty consistent pace, and that is really hard when you have a team like TJB to find some consistency to know. I think they're clearly aiming to become the champions once again. They're currently leaders when it comes to potentially making it through points in PMGC. So they can make it, but these roster changes, I think, are really hurting them. Last season, they took a long time to get to the point where they were confident in their skills because they had the roster change, and I think that we might see a similar thing happen this season.
And there's also teams like Game Lord. I mean, I don't know if Colaris wants to touch on them, but they won in the league stage. They were looking fantastic. They've had obviously a little bit of a roster swap as well with Trazen coming out, but I'm curious, can they finally show what they've done or replicate what they've done previously?
No, absolutely. That's a good question. For me, when it comes to a team like Game Lord, I feel like they're one of the only teams that might be able to try and stand up against the might that we see from Na'Vi. But even that is going to be extremely tough in itself. I feel like they didn't really need Trazen too much because that roster is so solid, you know, alongside, you know, Narvalo, Victor, Akashi, and all those guys. So we actually see now Trazen, I think he's on Shockwave now. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and also for Game Lord, also interesting fact is that Pekka actually joined the team as a coach, and he was actually part of RA Esport before, so he got that extra influx of...
Ça les gars, bon, je vais me focus sur le stream et sur vos commentaires. Vous pouvez poser n'importe quelle question, à part les questions, vous avez fini combien, parce que je vous répondrai pas, mais...
coming to light here within this PMPL season. John Allen has prepared another video for us, this time though, explaining or talking about the title contenders.
Western Europe, are you ready for another blockbuster season of PMPL action? Our top contenders surely are, and they can't wait for the action to start.
Oh, Hobbs! Oh, Hobbs!
Of such confidence. Let's get you guys up to speed.
Tournament favorites? Oh!
JB Esports EU is already 2-time champion of the PMPL Western Europe. In the spring season, they entered the scene by winning the qualifiers under the banner of Team Panda. Despite a slow start, the TJB band got it all together in time for the finals. It put them in quite the lead.
Oh putain, Romain!
Now, for the fall season, the team has made special preparations to execute their strategies more efficiently. Are we to see them holding the trophy for a 3rd time this fall? No other team in the pro circuit has ever pulled off such a feat.
GK first, dropping that smoke around the side. Manu makes a break for it first.
Juste après, c'est nous. Ah ouais?
More than ready for it. Teammates as well, and they are torn apart by TJB.
But they're not the only ones who look strong on paper.
Oh, Robs! Beau gosse!
How can one put Game Lord second to anyone? The team absolutely destroyed all their rivals in the league stage of the spring season. Of course, they face certain drawbacks in the finals, but we will put our faith in the duo of Victor and Narvalo on any day. These two kept us glued to our screen ever since they entered the pro scene. Under the captaincy of Akashi, we think the best is yet to come. No one can hope to beat them on their superior edge control playstyle. However, there's a new player in town who's fueled with the same skill set and can put Gamelord to the ultimate test.
Narvalo is a beast, but this is crazy. This could be good, this could be it, and somehow, some way, Narvalo works the miracle.
Ah, les gars, ça me fait des frissons de voir ça, vraiment.
To give the teams a taste of what true power really looks like. They are the runners-up of the PMGC 2021 Grand
Oh, les
Final,
boss.
and they have chosen Western Europe to make it.
Ah, ça tue.
Will our veterans from
La
the
télé
pro
Akashi.
scene let them take the win so easily? Or will the likes of Gamelord stand in guard to protect their reputation as the best
La
in
télé?
the region?
On one side, another squad on the other, and Alpha 7 in big trouble here. That use of utility. Oh, he's mad. It cannot touch the blue zone. He's gonna go down.
Keeping aside all these big boys at play, there are a few consistent performers, like Eastern Stars, who always find their way to the top,
Ah ouais.
while the rest
Espèce
of the
de
lobby
con.
remains busy tearing each other apart. With extreme edge drop locations like Milta Power, Impala and Hartin, Eastern Stars operate with flexible rotation
Oh non, je me suis fait
operating with a
enculer.
diverse set of choices when it comes to picking or avoiding fights.
Oh putain, c'est fait
And
enculer.
over the years, the team has developed an unbeatable synergy with their own playstyle. However, the departure of their poster boy Octavian will put them at a serious disadvantage.
He's not going to be silenced. The Capahola is going to fall. Hamzy looks for the spray. On the outside, Salazar will be peeking and Athis handles it. Oh my god! Looks for the reload, but no, the Eastern Stars push on through.
Furthermore, Eastern Stars have to worry about the likes of Ruthless Esports, who is like a ticking time bomb in these long format tournaments. They remained dormant throughout most of the event, and only set themselves off in the final leg with a chain reaction of dominating wins. In the spring final, the teams baffled all the table toppers with a stupendous comeback in the last two matches, and topped Gamelord and Eastern Stars for a second place finish. They could have snatched away the title itself from TJB if not for the tiny margin of 3 points. We can't wait to see some of those explosive performances from this season, which drive the competition to an epic climax. Feel the rush once again at PMPL Western Europe Fall 2022.
Il y a Woodson, Moniken, Folly,
Well, you at home might have
Vito.
your own ideas of who the big contenders
je sais plus.
are, but you obviously can
Je crois
hit
que
us
c'est
up
tout.
over on social media, whether it's ours or the official PUBG Mobile Esports socials as well, to tell us why you think your team should be one of the contenders. But gentlemen, we got to take a look at the matches coming up today, because we are about to start our first one of the second season, the fall season of 2022. And you can see we're back to groups, and we're back to our triple, we're actually not doing triple Erangel because we only have 5 matches, but our double Erangels, double Miramars, but Sandhawk Square in the middle.
Yeah, at least we're going to be having still a double Wrangle, double Miramar.
If you have any question,
everything,
you can ask.
Going to be playing that potential heal strat or not by some of the teams. But from what we saw in the scrims, right, we saw these new teams, the big contenders that are looking already really hot and are ready to perform in Europe. So potentially the first chicken dinner come in one of their teams.
Yeah. And once again, rotating lobbies is going to be a big factor, as we kind of previously mentioned it anyway. The fact that you are constantly going to have to be having to try and thrive in the chaos here, especially with new big names coming into West Europe as a whole, it's a more deadly lobby, and all these teams got to be scared and looking out for each other.
Well, speaking of scared, we got to throw it over to our casters, though, because the first match is going to kick off here in just a second. I don't know why they're scared, but I know who they are. It's John Allen and Blink.
Oh, it's terrifying. We're about to start a new tournament. Not entirely sure about that one. Blanky, you feeling safe? You feeling secure?
I don't know if I'm feeling too safe and secure from Jason, but you know, every time we're an offline event, that guy, he's coming for me, man, and I've got to escape as soon as possible. But I'm glad that we can share a little bit of distance, mutual distance.
T'es considéré comme pro quand tu participes à cette compétition. Mais t'es pas obligé d'être forcément payé. Il y a plein d'équipes qui sont pas payées encore.
Unfortunately, there's not much love in these lobbies coming up because they'll be all looking for those top spots. And with the new format involved here, John, you know, there is a lot of points for grabs.
C'est un peu compliqué. En gros, le système, il y a 3 phases de 6 jours où on joue que 4 games par jour. Et pendant ces 3 phases, ton classement détermine les points que tu vas avoir en plus. Et en gros, si tu finis tout le temps premier des 3 phases, t'as 60 points bonus, plus il y a un classement overall, et si tu finis forcément, si t'es premier aux 3 phases, t'es premier overall, t'as encore 20 points en plus, et tu peux commencer à la finale avec 80 points d'avance sur les autres.
is the game
Et
changer.
genre, à chaque phase, les premiers prennent 20 points, les deuxièmes 19, le troisième 18, etc. Donc ça va.
Giants now ruthless esports, but we'll see exactly where we do find all these teams dropping into this map. We still have Team Doom with us, who used to be very good down towards Sosnovka, ran that essentially part of Erangel at the moment, but they've kind of fallen off recently. It's a lot of these new names that we're seeing coming through to Western Europe, but we've seen actually as veterans within the scene. You know, we've got Na'Vi, Virtus Pro coming as the newcomers, Eastern Stars, old team without Octavian in there. How will they do? But Keme, really stand-up player back when he was playing on for Romanian boys, so hopefully can actually bring something amazing to the table.
I mean, it is big shoes to fill, right? Octavian is certainly not a name that will be forgotten too quickly. Very interested, as you say, to see how that's going to take to it. Playing path from
non, ils partent en ligue. En gros, tout le monde start avec 5000 balles. Là. Genre, de base, t'as 5000 € quand tu play le PMPL. Et après, les sous en finale ne changent pas. Donc c'est le même cash price. What do you think about Mod Bulls? Really good players. Young and really good players. They are so smart.
Game Lord in Yasnaya, not too much different there, but they are surrounded by a couple of teams in that area, John.
Circle pops. It's got a little cut of the military base inside, but most likely we're going to be heading to that mainland. I'm pretty happy about this one, Blank, because it does cut out a lot of that river potential, unless there is a hard northern shift. And we know circles do like to hard shift here in PMPL, so we'll have to wait with bated breath to see if that one does come through, but it's most likely we're looking around that central Pachinki potentially finish.
Yeah, no, I got to talk to quite a few of the coaches over from the Southeast Asian scene, like La Flame.
Non, c'est bien pour les équipes qui sont constants en fait.
And even the Indonesian talent, we're all talking about, how it's that ping pong, it's the ping pong shift. That's the gameplay that they're excited to see, which just causes some problems at times. But that is where you're getting that circle shifting up towards the northeast, then possibly down towards the southwest immediately afterwards. But most teams get themselves situated in positions around the map. Eastern Stars, again, over towards Milta Power, so not changing too much, even after losing Octavian. You mentioned that Octavian, kind of a big loss for that team.
Bon, allez, arrêtez la musique là, c'est bon.
Can fill those boots. Maybe he'll be missing a few inches, a few sizes a little bit too short, but he'll be wandering around them, clopping around, but it will be okay. I think Eastern Stars, they were relying on Octavian a lot, and I think for him it was kind of getting to that point where he was dwindling a little bit because he was really having to pull up a lot of the slack with some really risky off angles.
Parallèle.
Towards Shockwave at the moment, and they're still going for this.
Still want a little bit of trouble here. In comes back up there for GK First. The shout on the second refrag. GK First clearing the ground. Pretty systematic right now. Very slow and careful. Beautiful nade. That was potentially going to displace maybe a little bit short.
Pas
side sprays down the staircase.
Oh, le pauvre, putain, mourir comme ça en first kill.
Losing a player, Shockwave down to 3.
C'est JK qui le fait, allez.
Le petit GK.
IGL for the team at the moment. Sends himself into the fray, so you got to love a leader that sends himself in first, but at least they do pick up that knock. And they will get all players back up on their feet there. And Tongjabao take home 1 elimination and 1 point to add. So that's the first point of phase 1 here in PMPL Western Europe. Remember, we do have now phases that will be spanning over 2 weeks. But again, we're gonna set the weeks aside because we're in phases now. And honestly, I do like the idea of phases. It's good fun, and we'll see exactly how many points each team can accrue. Because the maximum you can accrue from each phase is 20. That goes down by 1 point all the way down to 16th place.
Bon, le début,
c'est pretty valuable.
Non.
I mean, Max was saying, it is only one game phase, and sure,
c'est dommage qu'ils n'ont pas fait les maps
games of living, and you're potentially earning an extra.
Ah ouais, de ouf, c'était trop bien ça.
J'ai dit à Hyperion
the guns around the side just too strong.
Tiens,
the nade will have no effect. The DBS to finish it off.
Oh là, mais comment il...
very quick.
Ah ouais.
C'est une gouche qui a fait hacker là, il va être content.
Taking down that
Il va être
singular
content,
player.
Lucas.
I think that's the kind of decisive action that you do need a lot of times
Et en gros,
during
ce
these
tir,
maps,
il a
John.
que des bons joueurs.
Being able to pull those out, then sometimes the things can go awry, especially when you've got one player inside a building, potentially with a shotgun
Après,
or just an AR with a lot of bullets in it. If you're able to make something happen.
Alors, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait, Mad, de la jamais de savoir où ils sont, jusqu'où ils sont allés, c'est quoi?
Je crois qu'ils ont toujours leur 2-2, hein, tu sais, genre. Deux qui spawnent à la ville, les deux à l'écart pour les véhicules.
If I'm
Et
a
si tu veux bien
solo
qu'ils
player,
lootent,
right, I'm playing PUBG Mobile,
Qui lootent à
and I'm
l'écart
sat
vers
in a
VP.
room and I suddenly see 4 guys rush around the corner. I'm
Oh,
like,
le
well,
PG à Kashi.
you know, back to the lobby for me. I guess I'll load up a new game.
Exactly. I mean, yeah. To be fair, it's not ideal.
Kashito.
What
Oh,
can you do
Modzi.
when you
C'est la
play
bonne
foot
photo,
roll?
hein, qui tombe.
You are going to get it swept.
Bah oui. Pourquoi?
That's a John Allen classic quote.
Hmm?
Ils auraient pu
Gonna
mettre
get
l'ancien.
swept.
Bah non, je leur ai envoyé que la bonne. Hein.
Sweep the
Take
leg.
advantage of the situation. You know, they give you an inch, you take a mile, man. That's what it's all about.
Après, il m'a tué, hein, je pense que c'est le qui
Never a
m'a
truer word. Spake.
Icon, il a même
Well, the
pas de
PMPL
photo. hein.
shockwave down to 3 as we saw earlier. Yeah, it's a good word, isn't it? Spake. It's past tense of spoken.
Moza,
Spoken is also the past
you
tense.
don't know, like, you need to put high to don't parachute glitch.
Yeah, I quite like
Bro,
that.
you are playing
Yeah,
free
spoken's
PMPL and you
quite
still don't know.
I'll take
You are stupid.
Spake.
Mozart, my brother.
We'll take it. You can rake in some points with Spake there.
Yeah, there is always the
Shockwave
parachute.
though, obviously
like,
losing the first player here in the tournament.
Fucking 18
Down to just
FPS.
3 now. Also 4 Romanian men down 1, so we're on 62 players, 16 teams.
C'est mieux gauche ou droite, en vrai, les deux. Hein.
We're on this side, you've got black white. On
Moi, je dirais
I'm going to
plus
call
à
them
droite.
Pioneer. I know
Parce
it's
que
not
t'as-
how it's spelled, but I
depuis
will
deux
call them
minutes, je
Pioneer.
Yeah, I feel that's reasonable. Because
Yeah.
I mean, it could be Piona.
Piona, maybe. I could be just totally butchering their name by calling them Pioneer, but I'm
Is it
just
one of those
going to-
Irish
They're
pronunciations?
pioneering
Des fois,
a
je-
new
pas
way
juste
to
pas
say
dire.
to spell Pioneer. Okay, that's all it is.
It's one of those Irish pronunciations.
Je
It's
dis un
actually
name.
pronounced Piva.
Oh, true.
And
True.
this
It
one,
could
you
be.
sure Mozart
Very
it's
different.
hacker this man? You sure
It's good to see these
100%?
guys. A lot of familiar names in black white. A long time ago. But yeah, a lot of these CIS teams coming in here. I think they're kind of some of the fearsome guys. I think you see a lot of the similar names sticking around right at the top of the leaderboards in these matches for CIS, and now they're coming over towards Western Europe to show.
Yeah, I saw what
the guys
Kitsune
just what
said,
they've got. And I
but,
think it's actually a really good thing. If you're a Western Europe
To be
fan,
honest,
it's
I
a
don't
very
think.
good thing, because I think it's going to up the overall lobby skill
We will
level.
see.
Because they're going to have to play against
there is
quite
something
difficult
strange.
teams.
Je vais te laisser
And
avec
again, we could even see a Western European team
Mireille,
absolutely
y a pas,
blow these teams out of the water,
y a
and
pas
we get a real
Parcado.
surprise in the mix here in phase 1, maybe all the way through to the finals.
Potentially.
Non, mais
Could be
Kitsune,
on
il
the
dit qu'il a pas de
cards.
recul, c'est tout.
TJB occupying hillside with.
Ah, il y a eu des
Virtus
bails sur
Pro.
Telegram du J.
At the
Entre
moment,
Russes
they're
en
not
mode
jousting,
un
but
polonais
they are on
qui
the tilt
Mais
just
ils aiment trop. Je suis sûr qu'ils font ça aussi dans leur télégramme russe là. Je suis sûr que au PMPL CIS là ils s'insultent et tout.
The next phase, depending on the circle shift. TJB knows something's up here. Certainly.
Ouais,
both of these
après il
teams
prend
know
des turns,
of,
c'est sûr, mais ils
some
disent en
sort
gros
of
qu'il
presence
a un,
around them. So they
il
are
a un
not
shoot
pushing just yet.
contrôle bizarre.
Not breaching that lip.
Pas normal du tout.
You know what is cheating, Mozaro? You are a cheater?
Après oui, c'est un joueur
just
comme
yet.
les autres, genre il se prend des turns
Not
et tout.
just yet. Nexus, you see these guys, they're going to have to move a long way here, John. Ruthless
Ouais, Tony de ouf. Il y a plein de gens qui m'ont dit que trop stylé, il faut.
Very typical spot, even back when they were on Unicorn to Love. Then again, everyone's been on Unicorn to Love because they like to spread the love. But when they're on UDR Killers, also another position that they like to hold in Pachinki. Gives them a lot of rotational pass. And I think one of the criticisms we had for them last season was the fact that they didn't move quick enough from Pachinki, even though it was a very good starting point for them. They were hesitant to take a central position or even leverage an edge play and try and sweep on that western side, which is kind of the problem when you play from Pachinki. You don't do too much with it. Oftentimes, if you kind of skirting around on the edges, you let someone get into church or tower, you're struggling.
Ouais, l'attaque, j'ai
Tu l'as fait marabouter.
Il y a un au pont et les trois à droite.
Quite problematic. Eastern Stars though, they've noticed something's up. And they move back down towards this compound. It's on the hill edge. I think it's a nice place to play. You get a lot of people rotating through this position past Eastern Stars. Luckily for them, though, they're not going to have too much of that happening. Other than Duarte.
A little bit on their northern side, but not really taking that fight just yet. The building there has some decent sightlines up the hill. Don't think either of any of that bother. Looks like Na'Vi have taken a knock. In the meantime, I believe they're out in the zone over towards shooting range, so they haven't moved too much at all.
Yeah, that was the knock to the
Comment
blue.
ça, mec, tu meurs de zone?
Slightly
Et
curious.
je crois qu'il a bugué.
They've not moved down as of yet.
Tu peux baisser le son du live un peu?
These other teams out, I think that it's it is actually quite hard
mais pas trop,
to get.
Enlève ton jeu en vrai, t'es encore sur PBJ.
Ouais. Attends. Je baisse un peu le son.
Bah 130, ouais, pas trop quand même.
100.
Bah non, mais laisse à 120, 115, la moitié. Parce qu'il dit baisser, mais c'est le seul à avoir le dire.
Ouais.
Mais reset à 0.
And with Game Lord, though, we know that Game Lord are a cheeky team, John.
Cheeky
One of their
team.
favourite things to do is to hang around on these edges, and they're confident to take these fights. Now, this is going to be a real interesting one. Game Lord versus Na'Vi, John. That's the type of thing that you want to see right on the very first day, first match.
Absolutely, it's a brilliant sort of showing for Na'Vi, right? If they can take this fight, and they're 4v3 right now, if they take.
Ah bon?
The fields south of
Peut-être qu'il peut pas, hein.
brutally open,
T'appeler
difficult
Peter.
terrain to navigate. Luckily, there's not really anyone to that south side. The question is, do Na'Vi know that? Are they aware that that's going to be an open location? This early in the tournament, you've got to hazard a guess that probably not. These drop locations haven't super solidified just yet, so maybe you don't quite know if that rotational path is occupied.
It's true. Again, they're still out in the blue at the moment, and they're hesitant to move. And I think with Big already quickly fishing down towards the edge side of the field. Right now, Na'Vi's real crunch. Dixie's left behind. Kitsune.
Ah, mais c'était bien Na'Vi hein, derrière nous, regarde.
Over towards the eastern side.
On les a bien bloqués hors zone et c'était bien tag sur la gauche. Hein. Ils sont bizarres tag. Hein.
Et puis t'as Matt qui veulent pas qu'on fasse un peu droit, il est en relais comme l'autre.
Considering like it's just got a tiny bit of Sosnovka still involved, and this is where the ping pong begins. You better hope you've got a good backhand to deal with this one, because realistically you're on that northern side. You're running across the table to get that ball back.
Take Aim Gaming breathe a sigh of relief on this circle as well. They were held in the mouth of the eastern bridge right now. And at this stage, they can just stay there for the time being. They can control
mais que je joue toute la journée sur tel, qu'est-ce qu'on parle?
Beachside, and those western teams are going to suffer pretty heavily. Duarte, that battle with the Eastern Stars finally started to come to a head, and Duarte get the worst end of the stick.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Duarte there, down to just 2 players now. But I think that's a good play from Eastern Stars. Considering they were in an awkward position in that compound just underneath shelter, they had to leave that position. Duarte had oversight, but it was a swift decision that Eastern Stars made to move down to this position. And already, it feels like Keme is having a slight effect on the team, or at least the scrimming that they've made happen in between losing Octavian. You know, they seem like a bit more of a well-knit unit, and I will say that this is still early doors and I can't say anything too concrete just yet, John, so I will leave it at that and we'll see just exactly how these guys continue to improve.
Il y en a dans le chat anglais, ils sont tous en mode oh, crypto don't play.
Spot Virtus Pro on the rotation past the buildings to their west. Virtus Pro crashing in fairly successfully at the moment. No one really stopping them.
Oh putain, VP.
But finally, GK first finds an angle. SKS in hand, finds one, pops a second. That's Tinsko with the
PP buzzer
there across the way. 2 knocks over onto Virtus Pro, but they're
sont lents là, la pêche.
TJB go for this crash. Do they try and sweep the team out, or are they going to allow these reses and take the helmets, take the armor and utility damage as gold?
Bah, ils ont été trop lents. C'était soit ils pushaient tout de suite, soit ils pushent pas.
They've just held out here. Considering where they are in the circle as well, John, they really do not want to give up position by rushing that location currently. And I think that's completely fair play. Virtus probably have taken some damage. They've had to invest medical supplies. So it's a bit difficult for them going forward. And if they get crashed upon by another team, fantastic news for TJB. They'll hang around in this central spot for as long as possible. And for TJB, they must be laughing at the moment, John, considering coming from an 18-team lobby over in the PMWI to here, where things are just a little bit more comfortable with 16 teams. Getting to this position was not hard for them at all. Unfortunately, they have lost one member, currently in a 2-2 split. Very dangerous losing a member like that in a 2-2 split. They will quickly get him back up on his feet. See what they get done. It is GK first as well, you know, a complete powerhouse of the team, let's be honest. Really, when they start to lose members, he actually increases in power level.
It's kind of wild, right? It's inversely proportional to the size of the team.
Vous savez qu'il y avait Navi devant nous là?
Interesting mechanic.
Bah oui, mais t'es con, on savait.
Look at Team Doom.
On avait l'info, ils sont passés à notre gauche, Robs.
Ah ouais, c'était d'accord.
Come on, guys, you knew it wasn't going to end there. I
Ah,
know
le
you
fameux
usually win
avis.
from there, but that doesn't mean you should hold out in that spot.
Moi, je l'avais
Next
dit, il crache
circle,
l'eau.
just
Mais
as
comment
rough
VP
as
sont passés là?
before, but we assumed it'd head this
Oh
way.
what?
There's not as much
Mais ouais,
water.
mais...
Fighting going on.
D'accord.
Ah mais c'est là où il y avait les deux sur MS.
Ah oui, oui.
Les pauvres, ce fight avec deux
Oh là là. Regarde, il arrive même pas à viser.
Ah, c'est horrible.
And it seems like those haymakers are landing, Blank.
Really good clutch there from Yankee. Able to bring the players back into full force.
Hey, regarde, c'est lui qui fait le signe de Joule, c'est PG. C'est Joule. Oh. Non, les pauvres, ouais. Ils ont pas de chat là.
Mais je pense que c'est le moment où tout le monde a rota et ça. Après ça, c'est calme.
T'as la gueule de ce Scarel. On dirait une Scarel Minecraft.
It's going to be quite the difficulty to move them through the map.
In come Team Doom as well across that bridge. Might be able to spot TakeAim Gaming on the coastline.
Il y a une vidéo dans le chat.
Lines of sight over towards Virtus Pro, who are all up back to 4. Not so lucky though for Ruthless Esports.
Ouais, je suis pas ici.
Taken down to 2, but it looks like they're doing pretty well in the fight against Big on this hillside. Smokes needing to be popped here now. Just one player left for Big. I think there's Bazzi.
Oh, sympa la pose.
Down, but not out of it just yet. Swave gets
bah ouais, ça va, hein,
out.
toi.
A nade being cooked for Ruthless. Last player alive is Ulysses. That's way too long. Shot potentially coming in. Across the way, a third party rolls on up to the back of this fight. A sliver of HP and one
ouais, c'est la première game.
aid kit is there. Look at that. Basically disappearing on the health bar. Needing to get this res though.
Oh non, le con.
Behind the vehicle, and they will get taken down, but it's both ways. Everybody goes down to that engagement. Brutal for both Big and Ruthless.
Ah ouais, on est vendredi, c'est vrai,
a
putain.
three-way finish on Big as well. Ruthless. Shockwave just getting involved at the last moments there. We explode onto the vehicle. Nexus moving in from the northwest edge. They've really played this game slow, as well as I'm going to call them Piona. You know, let's do that way. I'm not going to call them Pioneer. Let's see what they like and they can get back to me later. Virtus Pro though, still with 4, an incredible result for Virtus Pro to get all these players back up again. On the coastal side though, it's not going to be easy to leave this position. In the meantime, it's Game Lawn, our serious contenders in this lobby. Over towards the eastern side, managed to wrap down Pasias Naya through.
Ils se sont bien sortis, ces cons.
They've set themselves up pretty well on the beachhead.
They have got a pretty stonking position right now. But at the moment we're on board with Team Doom pushing past Virtus Pro, or trying to anyway at the moment. They're getting rebuffed fairly comprehensively. One out into the water. That's really not
Regardez où on est.
for a
Sur
position
la
in
lave.
the blue as well. High ground taken.
Et regardez, c'est leur shift. Et merci, hein.
From Team Doom, just the one still to go. I don't imagine that's going to last too long.
C'est tout, à chaque, tous les jours ça compte pour le PMGC. Spicy. Tous les jours. À part la Game Levic.
Le Game Levic, ça va juste compter pour la finale.
Good stuff for him. Try and send a grenade over, do the last little bit of damage onto Team Doom. But 5 eliminations so far for Virtus Pro in what was a really tough spot. But with this next circle shifting all the way over towards the eastern side, Game Lord have got the pick of the litter. But it is TJB to make an immediate movement over towards this.
Ouais, en gros, faut pas choc, c'est ça.
Still remaining, able to keep them nice and healthy. But it is just all systems go at the moment.
Oula.
There is no one that's
Il se fait rafale par la base. Mais t'as vu, EST ils étaient déjà là. Hein. J'ai fait que les knocks, frère.
Ah, mais ils ont pas bougé, hein. Ah, mais là, quand il y a un full rota, c'est...
Si ça fait trop bizarre, Livic, on comprend rien. Victor il a knock GK. Oh putain ils étaient tellement dans la sauce TGB. Oh là là, what? Il a fait 3 knocks. Ah non il a fini un kill. Il a fini GK. Ah putain mais c'est pour ça. C'est eux là que je knockais là, je me faisais voler les kills. C'était peut-être VP que j'ai knock, je sais pas. Ils vont se faire fumer là. Ouais, TGB, ils sont morts. Oh là là. Ok, TGB sont morts.
Virtus Pro just moving through very swiftly, very cleanly. Kapahala low on grenades though, spent a lot of them.
Il y a 31 mecs dans la zone. Hein. Mais là, même si on a un bon pig, Pazo, tu bugs. Hein. Dans tous les cas, il y a trop de mecs.
Non, on a 5 mètres constants, mais là, comme une full rota, trop de monde, c'est fini dans la
ouais, alors regarde, ça bug.
Là, j'ai vu une petite sur Echo. Victor, il a knocké Chulika. Ouais, Victor, c'est là où il a knocké.
It is such a hard position to push. I mean, without utility, without a smoke on Kapahala's position. And now the Eastern Stars have moved in to help suppress this beach. Virtus Pro in all kinds of danger.
Il y a 3000 specs, frère.
Il était bien un Arva quand même. Hein.
Et là, on a bougé direct.
Là, la zone, là, les gars. Arva, il avait Kitsune.
Ils zooment pas assez sur la map, on voit rien.
Il reste toujours sur le même fight, tu vois. C'est pas les specs du PEL, gros, malheureusement.
Starting to fold, but plenty of fights that they've been getting on with. They've outlived TJB, who were their initial difficult, sticky spots. They pushed through on that coastline. Take Aim Gaming and Team Doom both dealt with pretty handily, but now it seems like Eastern Stars might just be too much.
Bit rough, oh boy. And Mia still left alive.
Là, ça s'est calmé.
Là, j'avoue, là, il n'y a plus aucun shoot. Parce que là,
t'avais 3 team Russe à côté, là. Avec un Roumain.
Victor qui knock Serra. Moi qui knock All Boy. Ah, j'ai knock All Boy. Et là, il a eu 100 kills, là. Putain, il a eu trop de shots.
Nexus Gaming eliminated. They were
ah, mais oui, c'était la petite d'air, là.
In the water. Take Aim Gaming are also still with a lone representative swimming. Getting the feet wet. We'll have to push up towards the city in just a moment, though, as the blue zone is going to push.
Jamais sur nous, on n'aime pas les spectateurs.
Piona, quite quiet.
Ah, VP, putain, j'aurais pu avoir le kill en vrai. Putain, Atis, il a fini le kill. Je n'ai qu'aimé.
Non, Mir a Réa, et après, ils ont...
Après, il y en a un, il m'a mis une tête, frère. Ah ouais, bah, c'est qui? C'est Atis, il m'a mis une tête, mec, au snipe. Il était magnifique.
Trying to swing around on the north side.
Moi, je l'ai vu pique une seconde et il m'a mis une tête.
Safe for now. They are in this next zone for now. The Mad Bulls have their eyes set on them. Horns lowered, but Kapahar.
Putain, regarde la gueule de la zone, quoi.
He waves the red flag, dances them out of the way.
Quel bordel.
Still looking for a touch more. Nades up on the top side, but Demuerte, they're more focused on survival other than playing the 360 turret on the rooftops. Again, Piona able to save some nades with their relatively passive push into this last zone. Just picking up a few eliminations where they can. It's been very smart gameplay, but that is Bazzi taking one down on Game Lord, and they're fairly fortress-like position. Now finds himself with a crack in it.
Victor 3 kills.
Would like to see if they can exploit that.
T'as 5 kills à ce moment-là, putain.
This position.
T'es chaud, hein.
If the circle moves down towards them, getting across the roads to that compound, which is fairly split from the rest, which is the smart choice to take it.
Oh, Kitsune!
It's going to be difficult.
Oh, c'est qui l'a volé?
That will be Navi out.
Le rat de Kappa là.
Stars up to a whopping 12 eliminations.
Huge plays coming through from the Eastern Stars in their first entry with their new member.
Caché en top damage.
Very, very impressive. Look at the damage meters on the right-hand side as well.
Narva timide, hein.
Almost 800 damage so far, with 19 players remaining as well.
Oh, elle aurait pu être belle.
Not sure what happened here, but looks like the limit has been released on Kappa Harlow.
Je regardais pour rien le bac en vrai.
This guy was quiet.
Non, c'est vrai qu'il y avait personne dans le bac. Une fois que...
Je pensais qu'il y avait encore un mec dans le cliff, tu sais.
Mais non, une fois qu'on a clear APG, c'était fini. Hein.
Pour moi, ça sortait de Milta et ça venait à la plage.
De base, il y avait personne dans notre bac.
Now leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else in this lobby in terms of elimination count. Game Lord, though, they played it safe. You know, we know how consistent.
Je pense qu'on a dit une connerie sans faire exprès.
And even though this game might not be huge for them, be a great start.
Demuerte trying to sneak these ones through. A duo on the staircase.
Oh non.
This could prove to be very, very tricky to dismount. First knock, solid.
Regarde, Lucas il va s'exciter là.
Again from English to push around. He knows there's more
Putain.
players. It's a third as
T'as vu, il était chaud là, English.
Putain, bouge frère, c'est quoi ça?
There's a teammate waiting in the wings as well. Demuerte, you're in absolute agony right now as that push is going all.
Là, je pense que je me suis avancé trop tôt là. Parce que là, je suis déjà close à la maison.
Black, why goodness me.
Ouais, je pense aussi.
Pioneer couldn't stop them, but it was Game Lord who sent a couple of bullets their way to take down English and his absolute unreal run within this compound. He looked scared at the start, but suddenly the thundering footsteps down the stairs to try and finish off the fight there with Pioneer. Oh goodness me. Game Lord was happy to take that player out from the lobby because he was feeling it. And now Akashi moves up, the bold play from him to try and finish off Eastern Stars before they can get too close. They want to at least put a little bit of damage into them. Keme has to move.
Will be crunched into the corner.
Et là, je pouvais rien faire, là, j'étais mort. J'avais plus de smoke, je pouvais rien faire. Mais je pouvais pas rentrer, il y avait un mec en haut, regarde. J'avais peur qu'il soit dans les escaliers parce que je l'entendais plus. Je crois bien, ouais. Bonne nade.
They will look to launch forward. 3 players alive. They did lose one.
Avec ton putain de DVS là.
As good as they got and more. Athis confirmed. Kappa Harlow, the Warlord, finally taken down, potentially for good, and that will be the flush. Keme and Bazzi now with it all to prove.
The circle's not awful, John, but it does push these players across the road, and that is the difficult part for Game Lord. They just need to push back on Eastern Stars. And like rugby players, they are really scrumming right now, so it's quite difficult for both these teams.
T'as vu là où il est Narva, j'aurais dû mettre la direct au moment où j'ai crossé à la maison.
As well as Mad Bulls to try and push their way across. Eastern Stars don't want to do anything too aggressive right now, especially with 2 players. Game Lord, Eastern Stars are in agreement that they could pick up a few more elimination points if they just play teamwork here to take down the Mad Bulls and Pioneer as they move across.
That crossing to each other's building is just so
il est bien remonté là, Narva.
I don't think either team wanted to go for it. Look at the damage. No meds really for Keme. 1 first aid is all that's left. Pioneer losing players to the play zone though. This cross going pretty badly, I'd say. Falling down on the tarmac.
Ça laguait sa mère là. À ce moment-là, ça laguait sa mère. Il lui tire dessus. Hein.
Le pauvre, on se met sur sa POV.
Immediately, beautiful way for the Mad Bulls to strike. They hear those shots out towards their enemies and they take this chance. 1 player on the team knocked and the Mad
Ah, je m'en souviens de ça. Mais regarde comme ça bug. On voit même pas les ennemis.
For the French, dominant team from the previous seasons, but it's not looking super strong right now as the Mad Bulls are getting
C'est
cut
le bordel,
down.
mais on se
Gamelord
retrouve.
hold it out, taking that
C'est pas
top
comme ça,
spot
ma Chloé.
on the south side of the road. They will hold it
Let's
down.
go.
Beautiful stuff coming through from Gamelord, starting it off strong. This team has been unbelievable throughout Western Europe history. And again, it's that consistency. They start things off strong. It's not a huge elimination game, but it still gets the
Les
job
gars, ça vole, les Russes, ça vole.
idea at the beginning, though.
Dégage.
Ça vole.
Their way from
Il
Eastern
est sur la
Stars,
photo quand il
they
va
just
faire.
started throwing the smokes back. They were like, look, man, just chill out. We'll take down Mad Bulls and Pioneer as they cross the road. Then we
Bon,
can
après, on a acheté la zone, hein,
regain and
nous avons.
resume our conflict. But unfortunately, there was some insane shots coming from Pioneer and Mad Bulls that, in fact, took down Eastern Stars.
Regardez comme Maxman il va nous sucer.
Looks like, John, the Gamelord, they've been watching
C'est sûr.
PMPL, some Korean gameplay because the
Il est français et il va être trop fier.
it came out at the end there.
Absolutely.
Il va être trop fier de nous, Maxman.
Really quite
First
solid
up
stuff.
one.
That's something that we were talking about during PMWI. Are we going to see that included more, right?
Fallait aller la chercher la zone. Ouais, c'est vrai. Mais à la fin, on a eu de la chatte, quoi. C'est ça que je veux dire.
Absolutely loves that sound coming
Mais
through.
bon.
The chunk, chunk.
Mais oui, il fallait y aller à cet endroit-là déjà.
It's terrifying at the best of times.
Yeah.
Ah, sacré game,
Just
ouais.
a fantastic rap as well.
Ah, il était ouf, la game.
Gamelord from the northern side. Not sure what happened with Na'Vi.
Là, c'est mis en
Unfortunately,
confiance,
they lost
c'est
that
pas
number
mal.
really early through to the play zone. Again, though, Eastern Stars looks like they've got a new lease on life here because some fantastic plays that didn't preside on just luckiness, right? There was some great movements, some great rotates that happened. Tong Jiabao unfortunately took a very central position. I think they took the 2-2 split just a little early though, John. Didn't get enough done with it, especially with the way the circles were going. I think if I was in the game, I'd be like, oh, this is going to be a game where the circles are just going to be rough, dude. So I think we got to stick together and also just smoke across and maybe move in there, John.
I mean, they could have also.
Nice
I feel like they could have
one,
gone for that crash onto Virtus Pro, right? When they got those two knocks,
Potentially.
they could have taken that team out and taken another element that was very strong on that southwestern side, right? That was a massive threat to a lot of teams.
Yeah, it really was. It was one of those interesting pushes where things did not happen the way they wanted it to. I think Tong Jiabao again tries to push up. They get.
J'ai le soleil dans la gueule, attendez, je vais fermer les volets parce
They've
que
only got enough
ça m'explose.
smokes to really hold out for just a little while there, John. So slightly rough for them.
Merci
I'm
pour
not
les GG,
sure
merci
exactly
Cam.
what they could have done better.
Merci,
I think
Max.
again it's that 2-2 split that maybe could have been changed a little bit. Again in those final moments, it is really difficult with those compound play. And again, it comes down to, you know, having that agreement between you and another team. I think Eastern Stars and Gamelord made the right decision there at the end.
Well, hopefully more correct decisions to come in the future for all of these teams, certainly the ones that you guys at home are supporting. That's right, we support every single team we love them just as much, and people we love just as much as those guys is these guys over on the desk.
Well, speaking of supporting, I know, whoa, I'm really big on camera. I don't know why I got zoomed in on. I'm just going to back it up and potentially knock some stuff over.
Hello, Hamar, it's me,
Well,
Robs.
I know for facts that Maxman is wearing his Gamelord underwear, which you can't see below the camera.
Nah, actually you can't see, but I took everything off. I don't have pants right now. It's just
Yeah,
my
Maxman, il est
Gamelord
content.
underpants right now, and I'm feeling really good. The French powerhouse. They're looking good. I mean, the fact that they survived as a four-man crew for the longest time in a city finish is very important. We will
Always
be scared,
important,
though, with Kalashtra in
Choco.
that game because they were split for the longest time, but the moment they had that one compound encircled, it was, I believe it was Narvalod's compound, instantly sent into that one building, and they secure the win off the back of that. Great stuff from the French powerhouse.
All right, we can see here 25 points for them coming through. I mean, honestly, that is a fantastic showing for the first match of the day. Not quite Vampire Esports, day one at PMWI, but to kick off PMPL, that sets them, and to be fair, Eastern Stars up extremely well.
Yeah, definitely so. Very good to see. I mean, the
What?
way in which they were
Voilà, voilà,
controlling
big.
their edges of Milton.
No, but we
super
already played.
impressive. We had our concerns about game odds, that's for sure. But then it kind of came to fruition. It came along, played out.
Yeah, boy,
Eastern
big
Stars.
deal.
I'm excited to see how this new edition of Keme is going to when it comes to the overall punch that they're going to potentially provide. Because overall, we said it when spring. We thought maybe he was going to get picked up by a bigger roster. He has, he's here. Him alongside Kapala this game did a lot of work, so it's cool to see.
DVS, c'est futur
Okay,
du
well, looking
compétitif.
at the list though, Max, you know, Virtus
Ça,
Pro
vous prenez pas.
coming out with 8 eliminations, getting to 9 points. Another team we were keeping our eye on. I think for me though, a little bit sad to see TJB not have a stronger start because they are off the back of just playing a major international event. And as you heard John and Blank talking about, I mean, teams clearly have been researching Gamelord with the DBS. You know, they've been watching international play. I was expecting a little bit more out of them.
Yeah, I mean, TJB in this game in particular, they were in a really tough spot. They're towards the beaches, so not quite in the compound, really hard to find the cover. You have Eastern Stars right up north of them, so they can easily get naded. And then right down south of you have Virtus Pro that are trying to enter you. So you're just pinched in like a dip that's very, very nadable. Unfortunately, hard way to avoid it once you're in that dip, but I think that if they could have maybe changed that location early on, that would have been a good option. But once you're in that dip, there's no way you're going to escape it. So they had a decent start, they got a few limbs here and there, but it's not a good long-term option in a spot like that.
Okay, well, we're seeing some of our highlights here from this last match, and I mean, I think for me, and what I'm so excited about for PMPL now this season is we saw teams just coming out swinging. We didn't see teams holding back. We didn't see them trying to play safe. We saw teams looking for big limbs, looking to basically put their stamp on this entire season of we're one of the teams that you need to watch out for. And to be fair, quite a few teams did, especially the teams coming from the CS region.
Yeah, I think there's a good opportunity for a lot of these teams to try and do the holdout, right? If you're looking directly at Eastern Stars and how they were holding out, obviously taking out TJB to the south was a big deal, but then
parce que c'est, je sais pas, mais ils vont nous montrer après, je pense. Ça, moi j'ai fait 0 kills sur cette game.
But then like, okay, well you're also our enemy.
Non,
you have
que des
to also
dégâts.
move up through the same area. This is going to be really difficult.
380, je crois, un truc comme ça.
Absolutely farm damage. I thought James the saying was the enemy of my enemy is my friend, but I guess the enemy of my enemy is still my enemy.
It's more points.
Yeah. PUBG Mobile. Just got
What is happening?
Qu'il avait
Am
en
I getting
TeamSpeak dans le
bigger?
chat.
Am I being
Personne
trolled
dit
by
oui, c'est pas
production?
possible.
Are they just constantly zooming in on my face, and at the end I'm just going to be a giant nose on camera?
Non, ça lag pas tout le temps comme ça.
Eastern Stars do well, but I also want to see Gamelord's player stats, because this team, I remember last season we highlighted it saying multiple people have the ability to be a star for the team, to stand out. And we saw that, but I want to see if we're going to still see that maintained here in this season. So whenever we can take a look at that, it'd be really interesting, because we know Gamelord, Max, I mean, you know, Gamelord have heavy hitters on the team.
Yeah, I mean, every single player is a heavy hitter, right? And I actually want to talk to the team actually later on today, was to see how the addition of Pekko as a coach is actually changing the team, because as I said, he was part of RA Esports before, and I think that when it comes to the fragging power, it is there for Gamelord, but I think when it came to their macro, and especially the edge play of last season, sometimes it would stop them from getting a potential win. So I think that those changes on the macro are very important, but here we go, looking at the stats, Narvalo, he was like one of our top MVP contenders the season last season.
C'est quoi
He was actually the MVP at the end of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Oui, dommage reçu.
So yeah, the fact that Narvalo is still there fragging out against some of the best teams out there, the CIS teams in particular, is still very good to see.
Yeah, his position in the four-way split that they had, that was kind of the anchor point, where for a long time I thought maybe that was the group up position that they were going to take, and eventually they did do that. However, he was really... If he goes down in that four-way split, everything crumbles like a house of cards. I mean, Rob's far on the east side. I think maybe he was kind of holding for a potential round.
Non, on a win la première game de Super Weekend. On a back-to-back en Super Weekend, pas en ligne.
Ouais, la première semaine de la ligue, on a fini premier.
Kind of the barrier to any other entry towards Narvalo's position. I thought once the wrap comes in, it's a really good start for Gamelord.
Yeah, and it's good to see when they instantly see the circle pop, right? They just instantly regroup on the position of Narvalo, you just mentioned. It was the anchor point of the team. I think the speed at which they executed that rotation was key. If you're slower by like any, 10, 15 seconds, another team crashes that compound, and then you're pretty much done. So the fact that they are quick on their reaction time was key for them to secure that win.
I mean, their damage received for me as well, looking at that, is ridiculous. I think Victor had like 90 damage received. Navarro had like 200 damage received. So to me, it shows that they're really winning these fights quick and efficiently, and making sure to cover out their angles like you've been mentioning before here. So again, great teamwork out of Gamelord.
I wouldn't even say that they're taking the fights quickly. It's just because of the angles they had. They were just taking one-way fights. Like, they were taking shots. No one could really shoot back at them. That's why the damage was just so low, because they're not getting in those close melee combats except versus Mad Balls in the end. So yeah, the angles they took were really strong, and they just could apply pressure, was really not suffering the rough edge of it.
Right. And I think for the final circles that we actually have happen here, I think you look at a team like Mad Balls, for example, and some of the other teams that are kind of stuck on the north side of that road, it's difficult for them to even attain some of the high heights that some of these other teams have got. Teams coming in from the north side of you across the fields is less likely as opposed to the teams coming in from kind of that beach side, and then having to get across the road limits and debilitates you when you're trying to do more damage in those later stages because all you're trying
Non, je suis pas stressé, c'est juste des tics, je suis un peu hyperactif, je suis obligé de bouger, je bouge toujours mes jambes, je suis obligé de faire un truc.
And it's actually really interesting when you look at
Quand je suis concentré, j'ai toujours un truc dans les mains.
4 or 5 teams in the northern side in that city finish, right? The fact that they survive and still have 4 players alive to go for the push on Game Lord at the end, that's not easy to execute. To keep every single player alive in a play like that is really rough. So, I mean, Mad Balls, we knew them in the past, right? Especially Monkey and Effect. So I'm really hyped to see what they can do in this region.
All right, well, Claris, you have your challenge now. Mad Bulls or Monkey need to have a jingle by the end of today. The Jingle Master himself will display his performance later on. But it's time to head over to our commentators, though, because our second match of the day is ready to go, and it will be over on Miramar with John, Allen, and Blake.
It's me, Big John, with Big Blank. How are you?
Ah, fantastic, Big John. How are you doing today?
Yes.
I'm going back out again. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Honestly,
c'est quoi la pire de Cornaline?
Interesting. I couldn't take my eyes off Jason that entire time, although the analysis was absolutely pitch on point. And I think that the thing is for me is that, you know, I think Max put it perfectly, is the fact that the angles that Eastern Stars were able to hold during that match were really the key standouts, right? Considering, you know, you're playing with Bazzi off in the distance, and you got Athis like flitting between him and Kapahara supporting on both ends, whilst also, you know, being very cautious not to take too much damage.
Bon, attends, je vais juste mettre mon stream en pause. Ça va niquer la webcam là si je le mets en pause?
Ouais,
Ah vraiment?
Ouais, vraiment, j'ai testé, t'inquiète.
Ok.
Quoi, tu vas aller sur tes messages et tout?
Ouais.
Ah, je crois que tu vas devoir montrer, hein, ou sinon...
Non bah non, je vais pas montrer.
Si tu m'y reviens tout de suite, genre, après tu remets normal, on voit plus ta tête.
C'est pas grave.
Ça me l'avait fait, ça m'a
Wave, a little bit more difficult to get up towards San Martin and Hacienda.
Oui, on a déjà joué à Skynet.
It's your first time watching PUBG Mobile. Welcome.
Skynet, c'est à chaque fois il est perdu.
However,
c'est ça qu'elle fait
this is
exprès.
our largest map, so with this one, it's going to be a bit more difficult to head up towards.
Mais c'est pas sur Insta, Elliot.
Or El Azahar. Luckily, for all you guys at home and the guys in game, there are some vehicle spawns on this map, which a lot of these teams should know where they are located. We're able to pick them up and head up on the various roads around this area to positions that they like to loot.
Is that what you say to your house guests? We welcome you big time. When you open your
big time. Well, what I like to do is I like them to think that, you know, we are sophisticated yet welcoming of the colloquial slang.
Where do they say big time after welcoming people? Where is that colloquial?
Specifically my house.
Non mais ce sera
no, that makes sense.
Ce sera que ce week-end.
Ouais, moi ce sera demain soir sur ma chaîne Twitch. Et Victor il fera dimanche.
Going on in as we try and figure out just what the hell Blank is talking about. But we are going to see a little bit of an early drop coming out from Unicorns Love and Take Aim Gaming on the eastern side near Impala, Labandita as well for Eastern Stars. And El Pozzo dropped out late towards over on Shockwave on the western side.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love, Take Aim Gaming could be having a little bit of a scuffle here, but looks like Take Aim Gaming has picked up those vehicle spawns we were mentioning earlier and will most likely move up towards El Azahar, though they are just stopping off just a little bit perhaps to pick up some members. Death Machine, Modi on side, ARB taking some shots in fact.
Samo pops out the window, down a little bit lower than maybe is favourable, but the rest of the team is on the money.
Picado, mais c'est vrai que les deux ils sont Picado.
Is found in our first Picado fray. Micro-Uzi around the sides of those walls is deadly. The push comes through for Death Machine, trying to sideswipe as well. A pretty solid setup right now against the 3 remaining players in their settlement.
On n'entend pas beaucoup, Rob. Ouais, mais compliqué de le mettre plus fort.
And a nade around the side, deals with one. Bazzi is there, pushes up. Them down, and Miki is riding on in to potentially come and go for some backup, but quite far away in this current scenario. Beast evacuates. Really solid.
Quick getaway there for Beast. Big down to just 3. This is a problem that they've encountered a few times before on Miramar, and it's unfortunate they're encountering it again here. Is that a loss of a single member early on? I think Big as a full unit is extremely strong, quite difficult to go up against in a team fight. Unfortunately, we just haven't seen them get enough practice in that 4v4 scenario, because they often do lose that initial member quite quickly. Not sure if it's overconfidence or just careless positioning, but that is something that does need to be shored up. Good shot still coming from Mickey with the M16, no less.
Able to get the first knock and get a lot of damage on in. That's going to really hurry up the res attempt, and looks like that's not going to be successful either. Very nice stuff. Big have moved this fight very effectively. They've now crunched it into the one building that Beast used to be in.
Well, Beast on the outside with the UMP. This is going to be very good for keeping teams in location, even with the extended mag in that UMP as well, bring the bullet count up to 35. That's going to give him a fair amount of time to continue just to barrage bullets over towards their position. Just wonder how much he's got left in the bank behind that 35 bullets he currently has, and how long he can keep this one going. Unfortunately for Mickey, you can see that he is lacking on stims and meds right now.
C'est trop drôle ce qu'elle a fait Japon.
Those are just bandages. And finally, you start to
Ah non, mais c'est Coucou qui fait ça. What the fuck?
C'est Coucou.
Ouais, je pense.
Long scope on that bad boy, so we'll be able to support from afar. And now they're just slowly locking down this team in a triangle formation.
Looks like Pioneer really don't know what to do against this either. They're hiding, they're waiting. I mean, maybe they wait for this push, they just wait for it to come to them, then evacuate later, but you have to wonder, what else could they be doing if they took a little bit more of a different tact? So we're back on board against Death Machine. It's ARB Esports.
Bah, après, quand ils venaient à San Martin à
l'ancienne,
ils vont plus revenir du coup.
Nade popped over towards the back and repositions one of the forward players for Death Machine, but no one really pulling the trigger just yet, Blank.
Not just yet, but we do have Hamodi going against Hamodi. We're not that Enigma Galaxy Hamodi. This is 2 separate Hamodis.
So many Hamodis, bro. Tag yourself, which Hamodi are you?
Definitely Enigma Galaxy Hamodi, because he's really cool, does a lot of damage.
That's true, that's true. I just miss Mustard Hamodi.
Yeah, well, he needs to bring that turtleneck back out again. If you remember the turtleneck, remember to tag it over towards PUBG Mobile Esports, because we need to bring back the turtleneck. We need a great movement for the Hamodi turtleneck to return.
Pourquoi DS et ARB ils se contestent, ils font bon.
Je pense qu'ils ont un fight en audio.
To the next land.
Là, ils ont des gens, enfin ils s'aiment pas, je pense. Je pense que les deux Hamoudi ils sont en conflit depuis longtemps. Moi je te le dis.
Parce qu'ils ont le même nom.
That's not good. Needing to heal up on the balcony there. One of our
Hamodis
pushing on the outside behind these vehicles now, controlling the back of these 2 buildings. The Death Machine Hamodi is pushing out wide, trying to get the off angle against the ARB champions Hamodi.
If you spoil,
as it continues to confuse and confound us.
Samo, actually a very
It's
good
not his
player,
ex-team. Huh?
Glad to see he's found himself into a new team here.
It's 2 different Hamodi,
really
Drogo.
good players, honestly, for Death Machine. I wouldn't put them right at the top, but they are certainly capable, and Samo has had some good clutches before.
Sur rien, on va avoir fight final, Hamodi contre Hamodi, on va trop là.
Just take some shots and look to get back up the stairs. Now, DBS, very difficult to push onto, and this is typical Picardo shenanigans. It's just 2 teams just waiting to see who makes the first mistake, and then how can you capitalize on top of that.
First knock goes over towards Hamodi. Won't tell you which one. You have to figure that one out for yourself, but ARB do lose a player. That's a little bit of a hint. Having to be forced back up to the top floor as well with the DBS, trying to clear the corner. Not quite good enough for Vanessa to be able to get taken down. And a nice lead over the side as well. Finally finding that knock in response, but there's more to deal with. There's just too much to do. Death Machine take...
Where is Hamodi now? He was a really god player.
From Death Machine there to make that one happen. And I think they were very cautious. And again, it's that single mistake that changes everything. Some good distractions coming through from the
Un
rest of the
YouTube
team. And they just
YouTube
capitalized off the top of it. Even with 3, they were still extremely confident in their play.
Jartag, ils vont faire chier OST.
TakeAim Gaming though, taking some shots down towards Eastern Stars, but are sent back. Is over towards the eastern side of the map, just on the side of Graveyard. TakeAim Gaming, remember, they moved up from Porto Paraiso in a couple of vehicles, but Bazzi's having none of it. Long range destruction from afar.
Backs them off.
Turquie, ça joue
Says
bien.
no thank you, but Athis is still in trouble.
Donne
There's
le
more
skin que
pressure
nous.
being exerted now towards one of the duos
Ah,
of the
mais ils ont
Eastern
changé pour
Stars
tout le monde,
position.
Robs.
Okay, mate.
Ils n'ont pas changé juste
For
pour
this
notre
res, I think they should be
PMPL.
able to stick it in the smoke.
On
Channeling,
m'a dit
channeling.
on
Potential for this
ARB.
push to go well. There's
Hey,
the res.
ARB.
They are all back to their feet. Hops back, but it's immediately re-knocked there by TakeAim Gaming. They're spraying down into the smoke. I think they think he's in the smoke, but the shot's back up towards the window as the Eastern Stars have a little
C'est
bit
des
more time.
Roumains,
Athis
Tazo.
now on second knock. There's a swing out wide for Happy, but he's getting suppressed. The
Il y a
Eastern
3 teams
Stars
roumaines.
playing off one another right now. TakeAim Gaming not quite able to find the opening they're looking for. The Molotov
Oh,
towards the back of the car
c'est
could be
qui la
good, but there's
quatrième?
nades being cooked. Res
Un
looking to stick for
Nexus,
Keme. They're not quite
4M,
finding this damage.
OST.
They're not quite
Ah ouais,
finding
putain,
the
4M,
suppression that
j'avais
they
oublié.
need to stop the players
OST,
getting back
là,
up for the Eastern Stars.
The smoke is really
Attends, mais
throwing
3, non?
TakeAim
Non,
Gaming for a loop.
Nexus,
After losing 2
4M,
players, Athis back up on his
EST.
feet. Great smokes that come
Ouais.
through. Keme moves back. Away from the original
Bah c'est tout,
position.
ouais.
Oh,
Ouais,
this
ouais,
is
je crois.
great UMP usage here.
Excellent play around the rock. The
Il joue là les
strafing, the
3.
bait of the
OST.
spray, looking for that player. Really,
Non,
really
4M,
solid.
je crois.
TakeAim Gaming down to 1. The Eastern Stars band together.
Ah, c'est ça,
This
il y en a
is
3.
why they are a major threat at the top spot.
Angelic save coming through there from Keme. That's the exactly type of teammate you want, and I guess they're very glad
Bon, allez, on va
that
supporter
they
SW cette
pulled him
game.
into the roster with them. Athis does not go down, despite taking a little bit of a risky play there. Keme was there at the end of the day to stop things from getting a little too hairy. Big though, Yoda really hesitant to leave here, aren't they?
Look, it's rent controlled. They've got a great deal. We're not getting out. You can't make me. Landlord's big, want to renovate.
Là, tu pêches avec un
Certainly gonna be
DBS, tu
looking
les
to put,
éclates
knock
tous.
through a couple of these walls in a minute.
Pull out the sledgehammer. Send Piona home. Time being.
Oh, il les a bien bait.
Get a warrant first. Open the door.
Donc il a pas l'info sur le mec à gauche. Ah si, bah si.
Swave. There's the long angle they were looking for. Time to capitalize.
Knock, knock. Eviction notice served. Bailiffs are here. Big roll on into the ground floor. First taking control of the foundations. Now looking to push up higher. Another knock over towards Blackboard. One more player now for Pioneer holding on the inside. Big 3 players. Rightfully cautious to push up through these windows. Popping that smoke. That's going to suppress an angle. Going to slow things down and allow them to breach the staircase. The dropout is there, and around the side, a reposition comes through for Pioneer, but no helmet, no vest here. It's going to be really, really tricky to win out this fight. Trying to get on the inside could have given them the slip. Mihi is spotted. A really good first shot, and there's the flush, picking up these points as well.
Oh, je pèterai un câble.
Comme c'est lui qui cheat, enfin qui est censé cheat.
In the ground floor now.
Ouais,
This
c'est lui,
is a tricky customer.
Mais là, ils doivent se coller, c'est ça
Tendency
qui
at
comprend
all costs. Potentially getting this res onto Black White,
Bah, rien.
putting 2 barrels down range, but 2 players from Big push on in. One goes down, but the second is not quite there. Swave is alive. Will res beast, but Mihi and Mazzaro both fall.
Il est chaud.
Honestly, that was a lot more rough than we were expecting. Big moves into the building. Expecting to look soft, but they're met by sandpaper. Not able to quite make that one happen the way they would have liked it. Now with 2 players and not even in the circle, hoping to hold on to that position as long as possible for a bit more of an advantage. But instead it's Death Machine down towards Picardo. They move out slightly, they will take Centra, Codex up towards the northern side. And next team
Ah, la
starting
zone.
to
Non,
move
ce serait
down.
top
Beg
les
for
cadeaux en
Mercy
vrai.
still on that team at the moment. He really did drag the rest of his team, kicking and screaming through the last
Ah, la bête, comment il
PMPL.
joue vite.
Very, very skilled player there, but now a few new names on X team.
Voilà, on sera au niveau de X-Team, quoi, à peu près. Peut-être un peu plus à droite.
And Beg for Mercy remains constant.
On the west
C'était
side
toujours
of
en zone, ça
Ricardo.
bouge pas.
Taking gaming.
Le mec, comment il est
Central
retard.
Death Machine after winning the fight.
Derrière tout le monde.
They have
On
got
les
a
aurait
really
Keblo, hein.
solid central position now. Virtus Pro on the south side of that. on the top of these hills
Personne
could
n'est
prove
bloqué.
to be a pretty decent threat, depending on where this next circle goes. If they have to cross some roads, a little bit harder, but they have a good launching point now for Virtus Pro. And we see what they can do with that, right? In the previous game, we saw them on that south coast, really leveraging those positions. It was such a difficult progression for them to make, sure, but they did do a lot of work from that. So hopefully able to repeat that here on Miramar.
Well, it seems a little hesitant to move at the moment. Again, Ruthless Esports. Gonna come back to this all day. And I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but moving, repositioning, not one of their strongest suits. And eventually, morale gets a little bit low in this team. They just start sending it, and things just start to fall down like a bunch of dominoes. Luckily, so far, Ruthless Esports starts this fight out well, but a little bit of damage sent through. Salazar finishes one into Muerte.
Looking good for now. Need to find this knock, but not quite there. Then Muerte get a little bit of an answer in, but the knock is almost immediately replied. Losing a player, not great, but you'll take it in terms of momentum of this engagement, momentum of this fight. Nade a little bit far to the right there to find that knock, but could prove to be a nice suppressing position. But English moves forwards, looking for that ingress. Around the side, doesn't know the player slipped down, but the shots ring out, will hear it. A lot of damage poured on in, half HP around the headland, and it's going to be Ulysses to win out that trade. One player now for De Muerte to try and stay alive here. Spots a player. Nades pouring in. Molotov on the ridgeline. Can't go for this push. Ulysses again. First player into the fray. Right over the top. AKM in hand. Players at the back. And it is just a death roll down the hillside as De Muerte up to the name.
3 kills pour Ulysses.
And sells them through that fight beautifully. Not a single shot comes his way that takes him too low. Unfortunately, will lose a player there, but much better stuff coming through from the team of Ruthless Esports. They will have to make their move over towards Death Machine, Nexus, as well as Na'Vi, who this time are in the circle. They don't get knocked nice and early there. This is good for them. But, a lot of teams, they start making their movement in. Unfortunately, for X team, they lose Zombie on a knock.
What?
They will have to pull him back up again, but the circle is starting to unclose.
Je comprends pas, ils font des splits mais ils bloquent même pas derrière eux.
Non, lui il est bizarre juste. Il va à des endroits toujours à l'opposé de ses mates. Il se met entre les teams, il se faufile.
Only 8 teams with all 4 players alive, and 2 of those with a knock. One did just get rezzed there. On the western side, Ruthless Esports still really suffering. Nexus, TJB, pretty close to one another, but Nexus have the inside track there. In this next circle, TJB, the impetus is all on them to make this move.
Terminus, il joue là.
Though,
ouais, normalement il joue.
Again, for TJB, constant changes for this team. Trying to find the winning formula, the secret formula, in fact. Allows them to take these wins. They've tried emulating Chinese teams, not worked out too well. Tries to learn from some of the Western teams, hasn't gone too well for them either. Just not able to get back to that form they found when they were Panda. A lot of the players that were mainstays in that team have just left now, and they're just trying to create something that is much better than before. Lin and GK First, long-standing members, unfortunately, they have lost one of their teammates. 0 eliminations, keeping it a little bit more tight though. Nice nade from Shockwave, will take down Ulysses, and just like that, Ruthless Esports, despite a good chance earlier on, just taken low by Shockwave, who are waiting just outside of the blue.
4 eliminations on the game for Ruthless Esports, 9 points on placement, that's 4 on the game. Not great, but you
Ils ont bien joué, je crois, cette game. Ils ont fait top 2, non? Ah merde, je suis con. J'ai oublié que j'étais en stream. Ils auront rien fait, les gars, oublié.
Bon mec, tu vas perdre des rivers. Là, je suis là. T'as 37, tu descends à 20.
Putain, je suis trop con. J'ai complètement zappé quand on était en live.
Shockwave, slowly but surely becoming a better team. Honestly, I think they've had struggles in the past, but they do continue to pull some good players onto the roster. Trace, maybe not used as much as he would have liked on Game Lord, does get picked up now by Shockwave. He'll add a little bit of pizzazz to that team. On the other hand, it's Unicorns of Love. First game of Phase 1, trying to make something happen. Virtus Pro go down, tumbling.
Ah, Crypto, enfin.
Ouais,
Un peu le chat, ça dit là.
Crypto. Ça va crier, frère, regarde, attendez, regardez.
Control the hillside away from them. They
Il
pull
est où
it
le
back
chat?
and keep themselves alive with 3 players
Regarde,
on
c'est la
Na'Vi.
thinking.
We didn't really see too much
Regardez-le.
this time around on Miramar. It's like they're having a little bit of
Naviguer.
more success,
Ok.
despite still being down to 3.
Unicorns of Love most likely will go down to one player here in Crypto. Crypto, though, overall, a fairly damn good player. Gonzo as well.
One v force for me again.
Ooh. Big eliminated on the back there. Shockwave don't have that threat anymore. Nexus now their new opponents, starting out well in this engagement, but maybe looking to heal a little bit more. Buggy just rotating around, wants to get into these dips, move across these hillsides, control some sightlines.
J'arrive pas à capter où ils sont là. Ah si, ok, c'est bon.
From peeking up in the divot, a nade back over the top, potential cover for the res here, but Shockwave move out wide, and that's a beautiful nade coming on through from Trazen to open things up for Shockwave. They move in, they want this crash. They have 2 players down in the dirt, and they will not give them up easily. Finding those 2 eliminations, great news, but they have more to do. 2 players from Nexus Gaming still on the holdout. Smokes being popped there. Molotov behind the shack. Tinska still could be a threat here in this engagement. Burning down against Nexus Gaming.
Nightmare swings out.
Wow.
This guy's always just need a little
Dorin, il a pris une salve de... Il a pris une pluie de météorites.
a strong player.
Ça choque quoi,
A couple
chill,
new
wesh.
teammates behind him. Looking much better here for Shockwave.
Certainly is X-Team.
X-Team. Oh dear, yeah,
Mais
that
Naken.
was a quick finish. Codex. Stay alive.
Tu vois sa petite tête là.
Not great, but Codex still in it, right? And they have
GK!
a little bit of a chance to start to ladder up in terms of these placements.
GK first.
Now, as there's 4 teams with 1 player alive. As I say, that Virtus Pro down. Only 2 teams now with 4 players alive. 2 teams with 2 players alive.
Oh putain, Crypto qui tue. Ouais, c'est ce que j'allais dire. Ça va le mettre en bio et tout.
Ça va l'identifier sur Insta. Oh. Crypto God.
Real killer lobby. And Death Machine right in the center.
D'accord, c'est pas trop sa game.
Decent spot. I like this from TJB. I think Miramar is always where TJB have had the most fun on these maps. You know, I think they've been able to take their splits a little bit more confidently with much more space to play around with. These little dips and ridges is where GK First really starts to shine. Some amazing off angles, you know, no one really expects to happen as he just pops out of the ground.
Il fait sa game.
Across the road, Unicorns of Love trying to stay in the fray and doing so successfully. Shockwave not so lucky as Death Machine start their march towards the final circles now. As you say, central position, so difficult to handle. Na'Vi with 2 on the south side have got one of the only other compounds in this zone.
Yeah,
but they will have to cross soon enough.
I think this is one of the roughest compounds to push into on Miramar. I think it's kind of okay considering the amount of ridges and dips you have, but you're almost reliant on the circle moving away from Death Machine's compound. Next one does pop, you see on your screen there, and at least 1 is still in. Luckily for a lot of these other teams though, especially on the western side, they can start to play around perhaps the loot crate as cover and then just sit themselves in some ditches. The only way that Death Machine now doesn't have to leave this compound is if they get a super hard shift over towards the eastern side, but now they need to start considering what they want to do next. I think first port of call here, John, is to start taking as many teams as possible. It doesn't matter if teams know where they are because it's absolutely obvious that
Na'Vi jamais ils entrent en zone, moi je te le dis.
They just need to create as many 2-3-man teams so they can go into these end circles as 4.
Unicorns of Love eliminated. 7 teams remain now. There's the last player from the squad, Na'Vi with 2. Repositioning. Matic on the back there in the buggy. With the M249. Attention turn. Still 131 bullets in the mag. But it might not matter as 2 players from Na'Vi rock up on the position for Shockwave. Spray around the side.
Oh, je m'attends, tu choques là. Le monstre. Oh, il choque Matic, hein. Il choque, hein.
Ah, mais le corps à corps, je pensais pas que...
Mais attends, excuse-moi, mais attends, regarde. Là, il doit le knock, là. Hein. N'importe quoi. What the fuck?
Ouais, j'avoue.
Trop chaud de Trace.
And flush, and then got out and sprayed them down, which was, if that's what's happened, one of the most
Les Russes ils
incredible
rigolent dans leur
plays
chat.
I've seen in a long,
Non,
long time.
I'm sure we're going to replay at some point of that. That was very, very solid stuff. Eastern Stars with 4 players alive, the only other team with 4, and they are in the sightlines of Death Machine on the south side of the circle. Kame suffering outside in the smoke there. I don't think they can go for this res. Kapahala tries to make the cross, but it's just too late. Will not be able to get there in time. 3 players now for the Eastern Stars, south side of the circle.
GK first just push their split a little bit too far and then begin to tear Lin, as well as one other player from that team in Tingsko will go down. I don't know what they were assuming there. I think this is where they need to think about pulling back together, being a little bit more elastic. And it's Sarah, the singular player, that takes down one, and Trazen, I believe, that was able to take shots onto the other. 8 eliminations from Death Machine, and why not? They really are in the Death Machine position. Anyone that comes towards them is going to get torn up. Now it's down to Eastern Stars, who came off the last game. Fairly decent positioning there, with a 3rd place. Looking now to take a chicken dinner.
M24 in hand for Athos. These peaks are going to be really dangerous to take for Death Machine. Luckily, they have the advantage in terms of angles, and there's always Trazen with his M249.
You hear that supersonic crack in the air, and all you're trying to do is make sure that when you're hit, you don't lose too many of those rings, because you need to stay alive in this one. As Death Machine losing a single player now will make the leave from this compound very difficult. That Eastern shift over towards Eastern Stars.
Peut-être qu'il est pas là. Ou je pense qu'il tourne de ouf, hein, non? Ils doivent tourner en fonction des jours, tu sais, comme on faisait à un moment. Ou j'en sais rien, peut-être qu'il joue pas. Hein.
Athos not popping the M24 in through the window, instead going for that spray. Kapahala nades over towards the Death Machine position, but out they run. They start to move in through these smokes. Good first shot from the nade from Athos. Exclamation from Blank there, supporting that as well. Kapahala wants to capitalize on this as well. Popping then more nades, more ordnance in downrange. There is a little bit of an angle from the top floor, but has to hop out the window. Another nade is being pumped on in, suppressing this position.
C'est hyper con parce que on n'aura pas les stream maps. S'ils s'en rendent compte, on n'aura pas les stream maps plus tôt.
C'est qui Vesh? C'est qui Vesh?
C'est un mec, un italien. Non, mais non, je suis con, il est même pas italien en plus.
Mais il est roumain.
Non, il est luthianais en plus, il est comme Rolkis. C'est un petit, hein, il a 14 ans. Ouais, je sais pas, mec.
Another knock found, and Death Machine are starting to crumble. The Eastern Stars are on a little bit of a run here, but they need to keep going, keep pace with the rest of the lobby. Crawling on in for Nexus
Vraiment.
Gaming.
Mais je t'ai dit, c'est des enfants, Nexus. C'est vraiment des gosses. À part. Mais il s'appelle Octavian. Sinon, c'est des gosses. Waouh! Oh putain, mais il est trop chaud!
Il est trop fort. Il est trop fort.
Il est bouillant. Il s'est amélioré en gun skill, je trouve. Hein, et là, il est inarrêtable.
Trazen though behind them, the big magazine and a lot of.
Putain, mais il est trop bien dans son clip, lui.
150 bullets in the M249.
Attention à ton cul, Nexus.
Starts to potentially make a mistake by crossing over towards him. Would much prefer the second place though. Bazzi still looking down towards Eastern Stars, hasn't spotted or figured out the Trazen's in this location, but it's going to be a snappy decision from Bazzi to make. Still shots sent down this way, but they can't quite tell the terrain. Death Machine do get 2 back up again, but it's Sarah looking for 2 elimination points here.
La nade est pas mal là.
Oh oui, oh le mollo, il est magnifique. Et il le crame là.
Il finit même le
Ah non.
Onto the back lines and the burn from the Molotov. The blue pushing him from the back. Trazen potentially in a very important position. Could nade the back lines of the Eastern Stars. Did that get spotted? Death Machine eliminated now. 3 players for Eastern Stars roll across the hill. Sarah, I think it is known that Trey's position is
Des teams
there.
roumaines
The
contre une team
smoke put
française.
down, the ordnance being sent in, and the Eastern Stars following up. Trazen might be able to sideswipe and backfill on this rotation after burst down. Sarah, through. Eastern Stars crumpling on this push, and Nexus Gaming stand up, but Trazen versus one, and it's anyone's game. But Sarah is super low, has to pop this first aid, tries to get one of those on board, very low on meds. Kapahala stimming on up, and all of a sudden,
Ouais, c'est vrai, il est chaud. Hein. Oh putain.
Il est incroyable.
Mec, il avait.
Bon, Kapala est meilleur. Kapala est meilleur.
Mais non.
Non, Trey il choque.
Trey il choque là, j'avoue.
Non, Trey,
il doit le tuer là.
Non, il choque.
Oh my days, Romania is proud right now of this team. What an insane play from Kapala.
Quel boss.
Oh là 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 là, je le sais,
able to clutch up in that last situation where it really did feel like Trazen and Sarah were doing their best to take him down in the 2v1. But the UMP too strong, fantastic sprays, great positioning, didn't let any of the smokes phase him. You just can't say anything about that push. What has happened to Kapahala? A serious injection of adrenaline to the system.
Ah, dommage, Trey là. Non, là il doit pas louper. En plus, t'as la chance. Akashi, t'as la chance parce que t'as les deux joueurs en face de toi qui se fight. Et en plus, Serra il est mid-life, lui il est full life.
Is really solid. I love to see it from a team like Eastern Stars as well, who aren't always seen as maybe like the top super hard fraggers. They're seen as very consistent. It's really nice to see this at the start.
Ah, c'est la M2, hein. C'est trop. Soit il met tout, soit après.
Là, même avec une Vector ou genre même avec un pistolet un Scorpion.
Starting off strong right now. I hope that it continues this way, John, because Kapahala, the rest of the gang, they're really making a splash here in phase 1.
Insane Kapala. Hein. Par contre, Serra aussi, hein. What the fuck, ils auraient jamais dû perdre le fight là hein, contre Serra. Surtout qu'ils l'ont push à 2, ils ont même pas attendu Kapala.
Mais ouais, Kapala il a dû gueuler. Hein. Heureusement qu'il a clutch pour sa team.
Bah, c'est clair. Magnifique.
Hein. Le boss, il devait être trop en confiance. Hein. Première game de fou. La top 1.
The communication and the speed from Eastern Stars is very good at the moment. But we're going to go for a speedy, similar exit and send this one back over to the desk with Jason, Max, and Kalaris.
Thank you so much,
Mais qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Pourquoi il est aussi près de la caméra?
I'm just kidding, but I'm still big. But what a crazy match that was, though. That finish was ridiculous. We were watching, and Maximan was screaming, which I'm surprised I can even still hear, for Trazen. And to be fair, Clarus is doing as well. To third party a little bit quicker. How does Sarah pull off that 1v2 up against Eastern Stars as well as they pushed against him to keep his team alive? That was honestly ridiculous in so many different ways.
Yeah, an absolutely mental finish here. We were really hoping that Trazen was going to be a little bit late, and you also had an M249, maybe a little bit overkill there, but Kapahala and Kalaris, as you like to call it, I mean, actually, no, I forgot the name for a second. The Warlord, there you go, it came back for a second. Blitzed my brain. But yeah, the fact that Sarah was able to get 2 down on Eastern Stars was mental. Like, that should have never happened in 1,000 years. And yet,
vraiment pas obligé de le dire dans le chat à d'autres personnes.
What a wild finish. I mean, ultimately, yeah, it did look like Eastern Stars should have had it absolutely in the bag. Sarah causing the upset, Kapahala, the Warlord, putting in the work. The thing is, Trazen's playing it smart as well. Like, the fact that he's waiting for just the perfect opportunity for the knocks to come in, an M249 in hand, trying to go for the spray on Kapahala. I think if it's any other member on Eastern Stars at that moment, I think he probably takes them out to Trazen, but Kapahala has looked hot these last 2 games, and long may it continue.
And I think this is like a return for me in my head of the Eastern Stars we saw very early on in the PMPL seasons here for Western Europe. We knew they were an insanely strong team. We knew they had some room to grow, especially when it came to these international events. But my lord, like, they are playing fantastic here. And again, it's not like this region has gotten any easier. When you have teams like Navi coming in, teams from CIS region, Mad Bull.
Bon, après, je pense pas qu'elle l'a fait méchamment.
This is a very tough group now, a very tough
C'est pas grave, hein.
and yet they're
Ils
making
peuvent
it
exprès.
so easy.
Hey, you don't say my lord anymore, you say my Capahala, okay? That's the new one we're gonna have to use. But yeah, I mean, the fact that in a lobby like this they're doing so good is really impressive in the first 2 games. They went in a second place on the first
c'est my bad en même temps.
second game. And I think the issue I had with them last season is they were not willing to be aggressive enough. They were at good spots, but like they would be a little bit hesitant from time to time. But man, here, these 2 games back to back, the aggressiveness we've seen in those 2 games is mental. So if they can keep it up, man, they could be a really big contenders for the crown of the European region.
Yeah, and to be fair, to kind of look at another team really quickly, Death Machine, like we were talking and watching, they had a really good comment on it. The way they kind of played out that position, I think it was in terms of utility, wasn't the right way, at least in your eyes.
Sure, it's kind of what I was trying to get out whilst we were talking in the back is the fact that when you take a compound like this and you kind of sign it for a long time, yes, you could potentially get yourself some eliminations here, there, and everywhere, but it's difficult to go out, get those crates, and then be able to have extra utility to move you on into the later stages of the game. So it's kind of a double-edged sword in essence. You saw as they moved out south of that against Eastern Stars, and when those smokes dissipated, I'm like, all right, here comes the next smoke wall. But there was nothing left in the tank. There was nothing. They were so open, so vulnerable. And in those moments, you've got to be like very decisive. Try and bring the fight to them as quickly as possible when you know you've got no smokes left. So that was tough for them. I did think that maybe they were going to take the victory, but they just didn't have enough in the tank left at the end, man. Yeah. Nothing at all.
I mean, as you was talking about here, Max, is that like the position they also had the low ground. Once the smokes dissipated, they immediately got fired on by, I believe it was Eastern Stars, and had a player knocked like instantly.
Yeah, and you also had Sarah, right? Like, if you do not have those smokes to deal with, like, off angles like that from individual players like Sarah or also Traden, you're not going to be able to survive. But, man, almost 3k damage on this game from Eastern Stars. I mean, no, actually, that's their first map and also the second map. So, like, they're already over 2k damage on their first 2 games, one almost reaching 3k. I mean, they're coming in swinging here versus the CIS teams that were in both of these lobbies, by the way. With the group changes, they might not have been, but they were. You had your Navis, your Virtus Pros. They were all here swinging too, and man, Eastern Stars really putting their foot down and saying Romania deserves a spot on the map.
You know, Max, so they're averaging, I'll do some numbers for you, like 25 damage a match right now, and 11 eliminations a match.
Il fait quand même le PMPL vivre partie.
That's ridiculous.
Pas normal, frère, c'est son gagne-pain aussi,
I
lui.
think when it comes to Eastern Stars in general, but also, I think most events around the world. I guess maybe thinking of Vampire Esports, only I can think of on the last day of PMPL. This is such a strong start for Eastern Stars. And Kalaris, I think for me, I'm a little bit worried. Is this something they can maintain throughout the entire event? Because again, this isn't like a 1-week event. This is going to be played out over weeks and weeks in 3 different phases.
Big question, isn't it? Big question. I think we're just going to have to see if it unfolds like we would hope it does, like we hope it anticipates to. I think, again, just to reiterate what we were saying at the beginning of the show, or at the start of, or the end of Game 1, Keme is a great addition to this roster. We saw him playing so well in spring. I think he's going to be a little bit of an extra boost in the arm for this team, even though, again, I really think Capahala has been playing a phenomenal 2 games here. So if the Warlord continues banging those drums and marching on, oh yes, I want to see more of this Eastern Stars.
I could always compare them a little bit to Game Lord, right, where we say all the players on the team can frag out. Like, in these 2 games, that's kind of what we saw from Eastern Stars. So if they keep going like this, they could compete with the top dogs of the lobby. So I'm really hyped to see what they can bring to the table in these next few matches.
Just think, Kalaris, we're in a world right now where you potentially could use that thing you ordered back a year ago. We'll see on the show if the Warlord can continue to succeed. Let's take a look though at damage in the last match from all the teams, though, get an idea of if anyone can contend and compete with these stars. I mean, to be fair, Death Machine did do some decent damage, but as you mentioned before, guys, there's really not much they could do when they're out of utility.
Yeah, just a little bit out of breath at the end when it comes to the resources they had, their utility, also potentially what guns they were using, and also the bullets. So a little bit tough because the only fight they really took was in Picado versus, I believe it was ARB Champions. After that fight, they literally had no influx of resources. They were just basically stranded in that compound. So the lack of resources made it hard for them to find closure, and especially when you have those off angles, is a bit tough. But while they were in the compound, they were proactive. They were shooting shots at a lot of the teams to make sure they had that space. So good on them, but hopefully in the next few matches, if they are in a similar situation, they'll put a little bit more of a focus on those resources to make sure they have the tools to close off a game.
Okay, yeah, looking down the list though, I mean, it's nice to see Nexus up there. I know it's been Well, yeah, I mean, Shockwave as well, pretty good conversion rate. But I was thinking Nexus because they've had a couple iterations of their roster over the seasons, I would say. And it's good to see that they may have found like a decent roster that can push it, and again, have another team to represent Romania. One team I'm a little bit underwhelmed about, though, and maybe you guys will agree with me, is so far is Big, because we saw them be such a dominating force in Western Europe last season. I know we're only 2 matches in here to our fall season at the moment, but I'm expecting a lot out of this team. They don't have the likes of their counterparts to contend with anymore.
Big, I mean, I think that potentially Kalaris will agree with me. When we look back at last season, I think something that hurt Big in the long term was their drop in Saverni, right? It is very tough to like adapt with any circle, and there you had like a Milta circle in that first game happening, and here they're a hot drop in Chumacera versus, I think it's Pioneers. So those 2 first games, not the best drop locations, and also not the best early game fights for them to come out on top. So I would like to see some changes from them on their potential drops on these 2 maps to get up there.
The funny thing is about that Chumacera drop is they get 4 eliminations off the back of it, but then they're wounded. They only have 2 left alive to move into the later stages of this game. And when you've got this circle that's kind of southwest of Picardo, very open, you're trying to come down off the hills near towards Church as well as Chumacera, you're going to get blapped. There's no way for you to really find yourself a decent spot unless you're absolutely mid-sending it and hoping for the best. So, difficult.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, it is time to head back to our commentators, though. I cannot believe we're already on our 3rd match of the day, but it's going to be on Sandhawk, and once again, it's going to be with John Allen and Blink.
We are heading into Sandhawk. We're going over to the moist jungle that is one of the favourite locations of many a player. I know Kalaris is a particular fan of Barn, so hopefully we'll see that in this game.
C'est les managers roumains qui ont spoilé.
I don't know many fans of Barn. It's not the best place to be, John, to be quite honest with you. I think I'd rather choose Paradise.
C'est pas les joueurs de la ST qui ont spoilé, c'est les managers.
Over that position, bootcamp also equally
very
nice place to start.
C'est pas les joueurs de la ST qui ont spoilé, c'est les managers.
A quick look at how things are. But already plane is going through, helicopters at its side to make sure there's no funny business happening as we jump out of the plane. It is a very, very standard plane path for the map being so small. Anyone can get anywhere here, and already we're having people drop out. Unicorns are low for though. Again, another attempt for them to try and bring things back up to speed. Roll Kiss, Gonzo coming through all the way back from Football List. Very, very good player on that team. Kanina Power, sorry. All the way back from Kanina Power. Very, very good player from that team. And also Icy, who really showed up hugely in that last season. And they've kind of, you know, added some players here to supplement Icy's incredible performance.
A chance to catch up to the Eastern Stars at the moment as well. Not playing in this game. This is the game that they are not playing today. So Game Lords still 22 points behind, with a chance to close that gap. And you can see they have only played 1 match so far today, and with 25 points, that's good news, right? Getting that chicken dinner in the first game means that they can potentially close pretty effectively on those points totals in this phase.
Wesh, mais Q il a rollback juste à côté de Victor.
Already.
Ah ouais?
Starting off strong, Demuerte seems to be fighting everyone right at the beginning of every single game. It is Tong Jiabao, pulls out the nade at a very bad time, tries to go for the drop shot, but it's Stricker who will strick him down.
Getting the first one there and the second as well. A lot of damage pouring on in. TJB swept under the rug here. Wow, what an engagement coming through from Demuerte. I think that's down southwest.
Attends, faut jouer en arrière.
In this first team squad wipe of this game. I mean, that was fast. That was very, very fast.
Yeah.
I think t'as le Michu, il a spawn entre moi et...
has a huge amount of medical equipment, and everybody knows that Tong Jiabao like to go for their early game loot, pick up as much medical supplies as possible, and then go from there. That seems to be their ideal situation, and Demuerte, having none of it, dropping Sami instantly and will pick off a few of the players from Tong Jiabao, and I just don't think they were expecting so much action so early.
Ça finit quand le PMPL? Le
Mad Balls.
9 octobre.
They've got a little bit of an inkling that something fishy is going on around the foothills of Paradise Resort. Most of them holding on the inside, but Death Machine waiting in the wings. Plenty of loot for them, though, around these compounds, around the gap between Bootcamp and Paradise Resort. Bootcamp occupied by ARB champions for this drop. Na'Vi over on that northwestern side. Taking on Big, potentially on the Northwestern Island as well. Fairly disparate for most of these other teams at the moment after that initial hot drop between TJB and Dimwefte.
Game Nord initially on their long split across Quarry. They were just trying to figure out what they could do, pick up as much loot as possible in terms of trash, and then start to sweep upwards. It looks like they are heading over towards ARB. We're currently in boot camp. It's not a bad place to be. There is a nice little hillside on the top of this where you can look down in towards boot camp. You can see them right now.
Mais quoi, RB? Il y avait que RB à bootcamp. Attends, mais ils ont... Ah, mais des mères, je veux pas. Ah si? Ah non. Non, c'est pionnière, putain. Oh là là. Nob. Je t'ai compris.
Ouais, tu es fatigué. Et ouais, regarde Wadi.
Bon, il était con aussi hein, de courir là sur ce top là. Hein.
Ouais, il aurait pu courir à gauche ou
à droite, non, à droite.
À gauche. Non, il sort des maisons, il fait un tout droit à côté.
Oui, oui, voilà. Mais c'était pas à gauche, mais c'était à droite de la POV du mec. Oui, oui.
Dommage, parce que là, t'aurais pu garder ta Jeep sur le top.
Bah oui, c'est de sa faute, c'est de sa faute.
Au shift, oui, voilà, au shift.
Non, mais en vrai, j'ai pas ralenti. J'ai pas ralenti, mais c'est de la merde cette voiture aussi.
Ouais, mais je veux dire, au shift, on aurait eu la Jeep et on aurait pu retourner sur les campagnes de
Ah, c'est clair.
Ah merde.
Battling with Big on Camp Alpha. Looks like Na'Vi winning that one out so far as Big have taken 2 knocks and
RB, ils ont rota vite.
Na'Vi, still 4 players, and this kind of was their proving ground for a long time. I believe at least one of them to take a knock in turn. But yeah, for Big, it's kind of unfortunate because that is where they have found most of their points in the majority of the seasons. And now if Na'Vi's going to come in and have a big shake-up over towards that position, you know, Big might have to re-figure out where they want to drop, and especially that being your first drop on Sandhawk, losing that one out, you know, it drops morale, you drop confidence as well, after that position being basically your beloved spot for so long. So a little bit unfortunate there for Big.
C'est trop fort. Hein.
Bref, savoir le jouer, bien sûr.
Allez, Beast, ça dégage. Tixi. Ouais, mais moi j'y arrive pas. Hein. Mais c'est trop fort quand tu sais le jouer.
Ouais. Tu sais, je m'entraîne en camp d'entraînement avec. C'est mec.
Mais tu peux pas.
Je sais même pas si on peut le prendre en TD.
Ah quoi?
En TDM.
Bah non. Tu verrais tellement de gens le prendre sinon.
Hein?
Tu verrais tellement de gens le prendre si tu pouvais le prendre en TDM.
Ah non, on peut pas. Pour ça, toi, Snoix au PMPL NA, joue le DBS, frérot. Tu vas niquer la team de Coups facile. Et tu commences à quelle heure les matchs, Snoix? Heure française, s'il te plaît.
Bah, à 2h du mat. Non, je suis con, il doit... Non, il va commencer là dans pas longtemps en vrai.
Moi, 23h30, ça...
Ah non, à minuit.
Ouais, c'est ça. Du coup, t'es décalé de ouf en fait.
Parce que le stream il est à 2h du mat, je crois.
Oui, genre lui, il doit se coucher vers 7-8h. Il se réveille genre à 14-15, je pense. Bon, il est obligé hein, avec le PMPL NA. Et oui, en plus, le ping, du coup, tu seras à 100 ms constant. Attends, quoique t'as un surping, tu seras peut-être presque à 200, non? Ça va donner quoi les match test?
Non, le overping, si t'es déjà à 100, tu restes à 100.
Ouais, parce que lui, il est de l'Europe, je veux dire.
Ouais. Bon, Kitsune, il jouait bien de la Russie. Hein.
Il joue en Serbie.
Non, mais il jouait bien de la Russie quand il jouait en NA, chez Clécine. C'est ça que je veux dire.
Il était pas en Je pensais qu'il était en camp, en dur.
Je me lève vers 17-18 et je me couche vers 8h du matin. Putain, la vie de merde.
Enfin.
Quoi?
La vie de chômeur, quoi.
Ouais. Tu dois te décaler dans tous les sens, quoi. Le mec, il a dit.
Après, c'est
le mec, il... Ouais, je sais.
looks like they want to do something kind of similar this time around. Just
Le mec il a des horaires de DJ quoi.
maybe going to have to push a little bit further north though and find a new nest to make for
Ouais, voilà, tant que
themselves.
t'as des bons mecs. Puis t'as un mec là, il jouait dans la team Acid avant. Valide, je crois. Avec les cheveux.
Quand tu te fais niquer, tu peux dire à chaque fois non mais les gars c'est les MS.
Ouais, voilà.
T'as une bonne excuse.
J'ai dit oh hyping at this moment.
Putain mais avec des MS comme ça, Narvalo il deviendrait fou. Hein.
Ah ça pique le cerveau.
Next team currently moving on the south side of this circle, just the west of Cave and south of Quarry, south of Codex as well. So they'll have to push potentially between Codex and Quarry. This is a very difficult rotational path. There's a lot of sight lines that can be leveraged against you, and even if you make it through, there's Game Lord on the northern end that you have to worry about, because crashing into them, we know how strong they can be, right?
Parce que là du coup t'as 4 aînés et t'as un européen dans le
Do not
reste.
want to be messing.
Donc à tout moment ils peuvent faire jouer les 4 aînés que ton ping. Même s'il est plus nul que toi l'autre. Et genre là UL il voit pas le point. C'est dommage là qu'il voit.
Mais t'as vu Def il joue même pas le top bootcamp frère. Il joue les camps en... C'est de la merde.
T'as vu Mathieu en bas là?
Non. Il va pas mourir de zone.
5 NA, 1 U, ah ouais, mais il faut vraiment que tu donnes ta place. Hein. Oui, bon après c'est des Romy Sport, Elliot. Romy Sport, un petit peu plus de
potentially a truce on the top of the hill between Demuerte and Codex.
Non, il n'y a plus de super aucun.
Yes, Choco, we change it.
We change because it's impossible to reach the south when you are on the north.
Going to be difficult to leave this scenario for Demuerte. And we're really to go.
Tu vas voir qu'on va se taper que des zones nord sur Sanoc, on va bien rigoler. Oh zombie, oh comment il les a surpris. Oh pédade.
Two players down for Demuerte, not going to push down just yet. X team looking to move forward, looking to get this pressure, get the res potentially as well if they can shut that one down. Not quite finding the angles just yet. Flush found onto Zombie. There is a player down there now for Demuerte, and they should be able to look for at least one of these reses, but they're also going to be aware of this third party.
Ouais, c'est juste une ligue avec une finale exacte. En gros, grosso modo, c'est ça.
Need to suppress. That's a good early knock. Running out in the open, you're kind of asking for that one. Beg for mercy. Will not be hesitant on that push, on that pop.
Du mal, Big for Mercy, c'est bien.
Yeah, really accurate spray coming through from Beg for Mercy as well there with the 3x on the M4. Deadly on maps like this where you know you're going to have fairly close range quarters combat. So you drop the 3x on, you get some decent spray through, and if things get a little bit dangerous, you move over to the red dot. And I think most teams are starting to pull over towards holding on to those shotguns for the close range combat or even the UMP. Just having a couple of players with the DBS is absolutely fantastic. Like X team's caught in a tricky spot now, though, with another team coming in hot. Molotov goes through to try and flush out those two remaining players, and it's good. Logan hits one, gets the knock, and now it's difficult times ahead.
Les 1000 € le top 1, ils vont à la ligue.
Mec, Andy première fois qu'il fait le PMPL, t'imagines?
Ah ouais, putain.
Tu te souviens quand il se faisait baiser à chaque fois?
Il voulait rejoindre quel team déjà?
Je sais pas, mais à chaque fois il se faisait kick au dernier moment. Oh, le pauvre.
Il doit être content, moi. Moi je sais quoi, il prie ou quoi Vito là?
Navi.
Il est en train de prier.
Tu vois, Andy c'est bien, il a pas les cheveux longs et une grosse barbe. Hein. Japon et s'était fait bait.
Nemesis is the blue. It's the only thing that has really brought them super low so far. And Meku actually gets flushed. I don't know what Navi is currently doing, but you know, it's that blue is causing them some significant problems. Meku, actually you can see him down towards the south side. Looks like he may have dropped out a little bit too late. And is trying to make his way back up to the rest of the team, but unsure on that one. We'll get back to you once we have an answer. But I'm not sure I'll have one for a couple of weeks.
Non mais il va y avoir personne après le compound à mon avis.
Putain, même les spawns de Narva, quoi. Mec,
En plus, tu te souviens qu'il a dit ça va se finir à mon spawn?
Mais oui, il le colle en plus.
Il le colle, je m'en souviens.
Il se fait knock comme une merde.
Bah attends, ta gueule.
There is a compound there that
non, mais c'est déjà
nobody
passé,
occupies. If a team like Codex or potentially even Game Lord send
non mais je veux dire, t'as perdu ta Jeep là, quoi.
could prove to be very, very valuable. But then again, all of the teams around you are going to be looking that way, and if you have to leave it, it is going to be brutal.
Exactly, John. It's also one of those things where you head to it too early, like you say. Once you
les 1000 euros de top 1, elles sont dispersées dans la ligue. Et genre tout le monde a 5000 balles de base. Et après les cash prizes en finale restent les mêmes. Genre c'est 5000, enfin 4650, 4650, etc. Et après en finale les cash prizes restent les mêmes.
Narva il est en... Victor il est en soirée.
Ah bon?
Ah non, non c'est demain.
Oh, c'est Narva qui avait dit ça.
Tough luck, but at least you tried zone 4. Now, Game Lord still taking shots downwards, and I think that's Team Doom taking a couple of knocks there.
Putain, il a une photo, il y a une heure, il a dit je suis à piqueur.
That's not good. Unfortunate for Ruthless Esports. A knockdown in the quarry.
Il était où?
Looks fairly unresable, I have to say.
Je sais pas, il était avec des
Across the
potes.
way, they're not able to suppress that sight line. They might have just been able to find the bead on the right-hand side of the window. A little tickle, but not a knock. Not just yet. It would be resible either way for Team Doom.
Putain, mais
And a
pour
reposition
plus...
there for Ulysses.
On a vu comment quand je l'ai tué? Ou non, je crois pas.
On a vu qu'il
Can
fit.
Team Doom suppress this rotation? Can they stop this res coming through? Tap shots through the window, but only half the HP bar taken down. Game Lord have oversight.
Yeah, difficult with the M4 there. Even if you get the headshot, you do need another one.
Au Canada, Elliot,
Get the double headshot,
seulement.
maybe a chest shot, it's an instant, but
Pas en
still with a
nord-américain.
tap shot you have to be really accurate. M762 a little bit more difficult to control.
Enfin, pas en général, les dollars ça a la même valeur hein,
But
en
again,
ce
I
moment.
think for most of these players, they're looking to hold on to these M4s for that late game where you just want to get those decent sprays from afar. With the esports, you see them all holding on to them now.
Putain, Fenerbahçe, ils sont en train de dominer tout PMPL Turquie.
The main thing that most people
Ah ouais?
go for. You see the QBU though, M762 has been picked up by Death Machine. Not sure if that's the case. They weren't able to find all the loot that they were looking for there, or just preference. But we'll see, because it still could come into effect later on. DBS though, still in hand. I love this change. You know, certain players of the team picks up the
Ouais, les valeurs sont exactement les mêmes. Elliot.
And especially on a map like Sandhawk, where playing around these rocks, playing around the bushes,
Genre de pas perdre le
lying
level.
down top of the hills behind those trees, really, really impactful. You're waiting for players to come closer.
Time to go.
That is
Il y
absolutely.
avait toujours personne dans les maisons de Narva là?
With that circle there, you see Game Lord start to get a shifty on, but it will be those teams that have the vehicles, have the speed to get towards it. It looks like
Il y avait personne, mais Codex il l'aurait pris normalement s'ils avaient pas pris le top.
Sending it over towards that compound right now.
Même à mon spawn,
ARB similarly moving across, and I think that with there being still a few compounds left in this circle, some less ideal than others, these teams can really take the pick of Lilita now.
Shots from up the hill, from up on high, down towards Death Machine. They are getting spotted out. 4 Romanian men rolling across this hillside.
Les zones,
Killer takes the peak, takes the challenge. 4 Romanian men really putting a lot of pain over Watermodi from Death Machine.
Du coup, c'est ARB qui a réussi à prendre le compound, tu penses?
I don't think you're getting this player back up.
Pour moi, ouais, hein. Ils sont redescendus direct. Sûr, si on les avait avant, ils bloquaient hein, tous les mecs au nord.
Narvalo though on the side swipe, 4 Romanian men immediately back up off the cover. This is a lovely spot, but what's that? Nade from close range. Narvalo down. Where's the rest of the team? He needs some help now.
Not really
attends, il avait pas dit à ce moment-là. Mais comment il s'est tué là? Il avait dit ça. Ah, Kashi. Il est normal, il tire.
Oh putain, c'est Matt qui sont allés au compound, mec.
Ah ouais?
Regarde. Ils sont fait... Oh, ils sont fait enculer.
Wow.
Ouais, effect. Oh non. Putain.
Ouais, Chuck ça, il a un HP.
Oh putain, le con. Le con.
That's not good. That's really bad. Losing a teammate to yourself, Molly.
Putain, heureusement il a pas mis à l'intérieur, sinon il était mort. Il aurait brûlé, frère.
Il l'a tué son mec. No trust in Wadea there to move around the corner and get the final flush and that lack of trust.
Le con. Oh, la communication quoi.
I think with that one as well.
Un molotov.
Le molot, c'est vraiment random.
Isolated
Putain, il est
compound
trop
towards
con.
the
Hein.
north side with the crossroads. Do you really have enough to hold on to it?
Ça, on aurait pu les sorpades en vrai. Hein.
Ouais, avec une voiture.
Shots in, Unicorns of Love. Handled as well.
Putain, c'est.
ARB champions.
Oh, mais regarde la zone,
Doing
frère.
very well
Aussi.
in this scenario. They are now racking up plenty of points from those
Oh, Jamas, il a un
eliminations
V4 UL.
after that squad wipe.
Attends, mais comment il a un V4 UL?
But now the circle shifts southwest of
Comment
it.
il a un
This is
V4?
where
Ça, c'est l'autre avec sa nade. Hein. Il nous a tous baisé la nade, l'autre là. Hein.
Yeah, you are starting to struggle.
C'est le même mec.
Comment il a un V4 UL?
Codex out towards the team. Start to move back again. You're a little bit worried about where a lot of these teams
Oh, ils ont craché en voiture comme des
like you
gays.
said,
Ils
with
sont
that shift, John, it is
Ah, ils
just
étaient loin
in the
aussi,
middle
frère.
of
Hein. Ils ont pas trop le choix. Hein.
nowhere.
C'est dur là. Hein.
Ah, it's 1v4, I think.
very difficult to work around that route of egress.
Et voilà l'élimination de la team française.
À cause de Narvalo. Voilà, on peut pas.
Do not have a lot of it with this
The
zone,
game.
pushing everybody in.
Il y a un petit peu d'Akashi aussi.
Rez trying
Voilà,
to
c'est
come
pas
through
notre
from
faute là.
XT. Could prove to be vital in this scenario.
Sur la rotation, heureusement que c'est de ma faute quand on meurt, mais. Ça arrive pas très souvent non plus. Hein.
The southeastern side really difficult to
Il
move
faudrait prendre plus
forwards.
de risques, genre.
And you've got to wonder what
Non, on en
next
prend pas
team
mal,
do.
hein,
I
déjà.
don't think it's much here, even if they manage to get these reses and push in.
Nasser.
Struggle going forward, John.
La vie, ils ont quand même réussi à reach
Sure what they can do
jusque là.
about
Hein.
this one.
C'est bien. Ah ouais, mais d'accord, frère, regarde. Il y a Mozaro. Putain, Mozaro, il s'est bien démerdé.
Il sortait de derrière Payne.
Did get cleared out
Ouais.
there.
Mais il est quand même
on the
toujours
north
60 damage.
really suffering as well.
Ce Cheeto.
ARB champions, they've been riding pretty strong in this game. 7
Regarde,
eliminations. and racking up a
c'est le
couple
pro
more
des
as well.
grenades, gros.
Over on that north
Il va
side,
être
this
devant
is a
tout le
good
monde dans
game.
les
This is a good
grenades.
entry from them. Although it's likely that they are
Il fait
going to
tout,
go down.
il sait tout.
Putain, mais Nano, il nous a loot et tout, il a dû avoir toutes les trousses.
Back towards
Il va faire
Wadea.
un bon top.
So potential there for a little bit of a heal.
En train de nous loot là.
Kitsune as well outside for Na'Vi as well as Ruthless Esports with Nano Baby on
T'es
the
juste
north.
derrière TZ et Baltic.
En quoi? Ah ouais.
Codex though been silent.
Mec, dis-toi, j'ai fait 2 kills 57 dégâts là.
Really just kind of slowing it down from the northern side and just swept in, and now it's just Mazzaro left remaining. Big, you know, they've always got Mazzaro left.
J'ai remis le compteur à la normale là, avec mes 400 damage et 0 kill.
You know, he's gonna hold out here, potentially get himself a clutch, maybe a couple of eliminations would be good for him, but it is
dans sa
Gaming
photo.
who really did.
Ouais, vraiment.
S'il vous plaît, donnez-moi le top 1.
Regarde, Nano il va faire. Bon, je pense qu'il fera pas plus que top 6. Ah, quoique.
Pas plus que Wadé, je pense.
Codex moving on in,
Non.
trying to take control of this
Il va pas avoir le
hillside.
temps de mettre la grosse.
With all 4 players alive, they are the dominant force in this lobby. Mazzaro,
Bon, top 6, bah ça va, il a bien gratté en vrai. Top 6, ça fait 4 points de placement, hein, c'est énorme. Hein.
All is lonesome. Kitsune, Wadea, Nano.
Gauche, j'apprécie ça.
Mozzi va faire un bon top. Ah non. Putain, mais au moment où je dis ça, le karma quoi.
Sorry, Mazzaro. Il a pas réussi à le finir.
certainly do.
Non bah, mes crates.
J'aimerais savoir le nombre de kits de Navi là.
Putain, regarde, putain, la crate, je savais pas qu'elle faisait ça en ultra HD, t'as vu?
Mais elle est trop bien, cette M4.
Not gonna have the best of luck here. Kitsune.
Un Kitsune, tu penses il va faire top quoi là? Il y a combien de kills? Oh bah, il va peut-être tuer quelqu'un.
Un tag, ouais.
Moi j'avais oublié qu'il y avait une chose. Il s'entraîne pas, hein, Kitsune. Moi je te le dis. Hein. Je l'ai vu rater des trucs sur les tournois récemment là. Je sais pas ce qu'il fait. Hein.
L'impression,
il est
n'importe quoi cette année avec leur argent PMGC.
Depuis... Non mais moi je te dis, il a trouvé une meuf, Après le PMGC, ça l'a terminé.
Je t'ai dit sa photo Insta là.
Regarde, le mec au lieu de au lieu de s'entraîner, ce chien, il fait quoi? Il fait des posts pour dire que les gens ils cheat. Attends, mais genre là, il est...
Mais c'est quoi ces nades de merde? Quoi, il a knock? Il a knock, mate. Il s'est pas fait knock.
Mais non, mais pourquoi il heal?
Mais ils auraient pu jouer le 3v4. Monica, il attend ici, c'est qui celui-là? Je veux trop savoir ce mec. Ouais, tu fais semblant, ouais.
To take a miracle. Take in gaming to bring this one back.
Bah, il essaie de venir en zone.
It's gonna be difficult. Wadea going down.
Moi, je comprends pas pourquoi là ils ont pas joué ensemble tag. C'est débile.
Et surtout, comment il loupe ses nades de l'autre?
C'est débile là. Hein. Enfin,
après, il rate un peu pas en vrai tag.
Codex, I imagine, just cannot be dethroned out in the zone. Take aim gaming, lose.
Pourquoi il y a encore Michi dessus alors qu'il est plus là?
And it is going to be
pourquoi il y a
chicken dinner there.
Pourquoi il y a Michi
Pourquoi
il y a Michi sur la photo?
Ah ouais?
Alors qu'il est dans une team africaine. Ou noir.
C'est qui ce mec à gauche? What the fuck?
Là t'as Moneken, Woodson, Vito et Folly.
Folly est tout à droite.
Non, tout à gauche. À droite c'est Woodson.
Yes, Vito is playing on this photo. He's crazy. This guy is crazy. I swear, he's stupid.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be pretty difficult. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm back in frame. But we are looking at a very solid chokehold on the rest of this lobby, right? From this team. A couple of solid entrants though from several of the teams coming through. I mean, on that northern side, you've got some good positioning coming on in. A lot of eliminations being racked up. I mean, that first
C'est Spectra? I didn't see.
Very as well. It's not easy, John.
So it's not Spectra, no?
They're able to pick up those final eliminations for take aim game.
It was just a little bit too much.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just too much to try and bring this one back. Moneyken though, 3 of the match report awards they going over towards him. 5 eliminations, 800 damage done. Oh, by though, the man was moving Buki during that game, but not quite enough.
That's pretty solid stuff from Moneyken, the triple. Those curtains doing pretty good work, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you need. That's all you need in that situation. You just need those curtains to really bring the curtains across during on the last end of that match and exit left with your chicken dinner in hand, John.
Absolutely, trying to draw that one to a close. I think we're going to be drawing this game to a close as well. On Sandhawk, I mean, it was pretty brutal for so many of these teams. It was very difficult to be able to get in on that quarry side, for instance. I mean, an RV kind of faltering a lot of the time on that western side didn't really have too much of an impact where we expected they might do after taking down Big so early. But yeah, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. And this time around, the top of the hill remains strong. The Kings of the Hill on the top managed to make it work.
Yeah, and Game Lord not able to get as many points as we'd like there. A little bit, again, that carelessness early on seemed to transition its way into that end game with them letting Death Machine get just a little bit too close there, John, to them. And unfortunately, with that happening, yeah, Game Lord went down with Narvalo going down early as well, which is uncharacteristic of that guy.
Yeah, it's not good. They did manage to get Narvalo back up right on that res, but even then on in, it just kind of wasn't great. I mean, scouting maybe a little bit lower priority coming on through for them. Maybe not priority, but it certainly wasn't done as effectively as maybe they would have liked. We're going to go over to the desk, I believe. As my light luckily cuts out just then. Oh well. We are going to be heading back over to the desk to break down the game and just what we saw over on that Sandhawk.
All right, well, welcome back here to the show, everyone. What a crazy match on Sandhawk. Really came down to the wire, but Codex, again, you know, some teams that we didn't really have pitted as being the teams to watch out for, able to put off a strong start there, get themselves a good finish. But I do want to bring this up again. We were talking about this before. On Sandhawk, are we going to see a lot of heal-offs? And, well, we did see a lot of healing off there towards the end. We saw, was it Kitsune coming in for Navi? We also had ARB healing off at the same time. A lot of teams just trying to squeak by for those points.
Yeah, and we did see TJB get hot dropped in Same actually by De Muerte, and they got instantly squad wiped in what, 15, 20 seconds. So no heal strat for them, unfortunately, but there were a lot of teams, you know, tried to play around that one, which we're not really surprised. It is Sandhawk, it is still meta, so teams are going to try and play around that one. But hey, looking at Codex, they drop in Painan, they go for the hilltop almost instantly. Not a big surprise, they were able to convert that win at the end.
Okay, Close, what's your thoughts though on Codex? I mean, they had a head-to-head fight against Tag at the very end. A little bit rough. I think it was like 1 or 2 knocks we saw come through, Max, if I'm not mistaken. Max?
Hello? Yeah?
Hi?
Hello?
Hi?
Can you say that again for me? Sorry.
Yeah, I can repeat exactly what I said. You know, Codex, though, towards the very end, had that fight up against Tag. And I believe it was actually quite a skirmish. They lost like 1 or 2 players going down in that fight, but Tag just kind of got overwhelmed in the end, because that was our prediction, actually. You and I, we both had Tag to win.
Yeah, I mean, we both had Tag to win. I mean, they had a lot of information coming their way from the southern side of boot camp, so of course that's a lot of intel, but the circle forced them to shift away. And it was literally an uphill battle, and they had multiple angles, which I think was the best way for them to deal with that situation, just to have multiple angles and maybe get a knock here and there to get the man advantage. But especially hilltop, as massive as the one Codex were on, it's just really hard. But still, the information game was strong for Tag, but the finisher was just not there.
Yeah, I think the thing that Codex, what really stood out for me was the kind of barrier in which they created on that southeast side. If you think about, like, they had to deal with the potential of VP, X-Team trying to kind of crash onto their position as they did create this wall. And that's not an easy thing to do on Sandhawk, to be perfectly honest with you, with foliage coverage, the potential for those teams to be able to move up, not necessarily sneak up, but just move up a little bit easier on that team. To see how they're able to play that location.
Okay, well, I mean, maybe we can talk a little bit more in the grand scheme of things here. One team I want to bring up.
Mais Big, je crois qu'ils n'ont pas gagné un seul fight sur Sandhawk contre Navi. Vraiment, les gars.
Much to be talked about, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, this team, you have some high caliber players on the roster. I mean, Reznov, we know how good he's been in the past. You got Gonzo coming in from like Konina Power in the past.
Depuis qu'on joue contre Navi.
Is insanely strong, but I'm wondering what's not going right for them today.
Yeah, I think that these last 2 games in particular over on Miramar in this game, I think they clash with some of the CIS teams, so like some really big hitters when it comes to this lobby right now. A bit tough, but and I think especially with the addition of Crypto, right, and you have IC doing.
Mais là, il mettait la même nade, mais il les tue tous. Il a chié à
a little bit more aggressive, but it's just, you know, the first day, maybe they're just trying to adapt a little bit to the lobby. It's okay, but they've been playing scrims pretty extensively, and they do have that information coming their way. But yeah, it's been a little bit of a tough start for them, but it's okay, as we said, first day, so they can still catch up.
Yeah, and obviously, again, to remind you guys at home, like, the biggest change in this season is the format, right? You get points that you get to keep, depending on how well you do in each phase. 20 points if you place first out of the end of the whole thing, that phase, and those points stick with you into the finals. So that allows you, if you're one of those teams who can do exceptionally well here in all 3 phases, to have the most solid of starts in the finals. So every game is important, and we've seen over in the past seasons like how the points really break down and how close it can be.
I've never felt so tall compared to you, Jason, in this one moment in my life.
Taller than everyone.
It's been 12 years.
Hey, let me get my box out.
No, don't do it.
C'était chaud un peu l'arrêt sur Narva. Quand il s'est fait knock. Ouais, c'était chaud. En gros, je suis venu en véhicule. Et tu sais, c'est les espèces de voitures pourries sur sa knock. Et du coup, elle s'arrête pas. Genre, tu sais, elle s'arrête pas direct quand tu freines. Et je l'ai envoyé trop loin un peu la voiture, je l'ai sauvée, mais du coup j'ai abandonné la voiture parce que sinon j'allais mourir. Mais la voiture, on en aurait eu tellement besoin, t'imagines même pas. On aurait peut-être pu faire une bonne game hein, si on l'a vu.
Yeah, I mean, Moneyken holding the central position of that very last circle, right? He was really trying to keep everyone at arm's length, kinda. And also, they were even this entire game, right? I think we can all agree they went to Pioneer, then instantly for the hilltop, and they just barely.
Pourquoi Vito il s'appelle Omar?
Making sure they were not going to be backfilled by like X-Team, and I believe also another squad came in earlier.
Il s'est rimé?
Yeah, there was another team coming in, but they really were making sure that they were not going to be able to lose that position because it is a good spot. You could somewhat compare it to, I would say, a smaller version of Potato Hill where you need to have good communication to make sure no teams can crash and overtake that spot. So they were proactively defending their spot, which is great to see. And then, of course, when you can survive as a 4-man in a spot like that, the win normally should come your way.
And I think a lot of the teams trying to come off of the north side of these circles, they have things to contend with, like the road, which eventually all of those teams are going to try and cross around the same time, and then there's going to be crossfire. They're going to take each other out. By the time Codex finds their position and holds that southeast side, they're contending with wounded teams across the board, and it's easy for them to be able to convert the win from there.
Okay. Well, we're 3 matches in, gentlemen. I want to actually take a look at the overall standings to see where the teams currently stand at the moment. We don't need to look at this every game, but I think it's important to get an idea of who's really carrying things through. And you can see Eastern Stars first place. Good amount of points as well. That looks like about 15 if I can do my math correctly. Obviously a big fall off with how well Stars have done in the first 2 matches. But the thing is, with it being this early on, you can see like one chicken dinner will generally shoot you up the leaderboards anyways.
I mean, the fact that the top 4 teams only play 2 matches too, that's a really big outlier for me. Like, they've got 1 less match played than most of the teams in the lobby. So we actually, we only have 1 team here with like 3 matches played. So I guess the other 3, or the other, how many it is that played all of those, like, are currently on the 2nd page, which is very surprising. So really big dominance performance on those teams, and look at that. All the teams
non, il n'y a pas de team qui les ajoute, hein. C'est Victor qui les ajoute.
That's very unexpected. Knowing especially got like teams like Virtus Pro, ARB Champions, De Muerte, TJB down there, that's a really big surprise.
Yeah, quite uncharacteristic. I'm interested to see Virtus Pro's games later in Erengel's, personally. I mean, their first Erengel that they played things out, there was a lot of eliminations there, but of course then they got caught on the beach.
Mais il a pas scout, hein.
Really made the transitions, right? So I'm excited
Il revenait.
Il
revenait parce qu'en gros il est parti loot des maisons qu'il loot pas d'habitude parce que il avait pas trouvé de gilet. Et si t'as pas de gilet, bah sur ce jeu t'es mort en fait, donc tu peux rien faire.
It's only 3 matches. We could see Unicorns of Love at the top of the leaderboard tomorrow at some point. It's very, very possible, but I think this is like the real good way to show kind of what you can do and how your preparation worked out for you when coming into this event. But still, Eastern Stars, 2 matches, #1 on the leaderboard. I'm really curious to see what they're going to do when we get back into the game. And actually, we're going to be doing just that. We're going to be heading over to match number 4. It's going to be on Erengel with John on and Blink once again.
Oh, John boy. Hello, we're back for our angle once again. So this is going to be a good time for us. We're going to head straight into this one, and our angle should be fun. The guys are saying Virtus Pro want to see if they can do a little bit better here, and that is what I want to see as well. I think the fact they were able to survive for so long as well on the previous angle is just a testament to their ability. And hopefully without this kind of circle again, maybe they can do something.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, it was a pretty tricky circle on our first Erengel, but we're going again, and we will see a different circle. Well, maybe not, but statistically, very, very unlikely that we'll see the same circle. And one would hope that we get a little bit of variation here at Western Europe PMPL. But once more, we go into the skies.
Well, I am sorry, John. I cannot currently hear you.
Ouais, c'est le principe du spawn.
Too beautiful to be heard. I am so sorry.
No, I think the stream could hear me, but I don't think you could hear me, unfortunately.
Oh, now I can hear you.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
that's right.
Yes.
I clicked on the button. I clicked on the right buttons. Blank. It's all good. We're safe and sound. It wouldn't be a PMPL without mic issues.
Well, yeah, but not usually you, John.
Je me souviens même plus ce qu'on a fait cette game.
Usually your vocal has come through
Si, c'est bon.
clear and crisp. But we are having a very central playing path coming up through Sosnovka to Pachinki and over towards shooting range. Severny definitely available here, but I think it's majority of Milter, Shelter, Prison,
putain, je me suis pris un coup de jeu.
potentially, and maybe some apartment drops towards Rosaken School.
Putain, 70%, ça va, ça bouffe pas trop de batterie en vrai de regarder les streams.
A couple of teams out early down on the south side. ARB champions maybe dropping short towards the military base, and Unicorns of Love sending out a bit further towards Novo. X-Team.
Là j'ai la cam là.
Dropping over towards farm, Milter sort of area. We'll see.
Et là j'ai mon ordi qui stream et j'ai mon tel pour regarder le stream.
We will see exactly where they head over towards. ARB though, and Unicorns of Love. I think Unicorns of Love are going to head over towards Nova. Noya, extremely strong position. Stalwart, one of the powerhouses over to SEA, do pick up this one. It does provide you with some slight issues, John, when it comes to those rotational paths later on.
Putain!
It gives you some great loot early. And I think if you want to play like an edge...
Y'a pas Big, du coup, Kitsune il est parti loot ses Ernie.
But I think with a lot of teams heading over towards this eastern side, could be difficult for them.
Shockwave have spotted an Eastern Star.
Oh putain, Basile, il a pas de chat là.
Just finishing the job there, pistol in hand, will be enough.
C'est avec Stream Champ? Ouais, c'est avec Stream Champ.
Is always difficult, right? If you see another player there, you are taking that coin toss sometimes, and Eastern Stars this time around, it does not come up heads for them.
Fortunately losing one player. The Eastern Stars streak starting to come to an end here. Coney takes some shots. Damn, with a mini 14 as well. Just blast Athis out of the game there. Will try to flush.
Ouais, c'est stylé. En vrai, c'est vraiment bien foutu, Stream Champ.
Proving troublesome for the Eastern Stars. Shockwave will take those 2 points. Very, very nice. Good stuff. So 2 players for the Eastern Stars to be getting on with. X-Team pretty close to the 4 Romanian men. I don't think you're going to be able to do too much at that range with the double barrel. You never know. BSS from Get Wrecked over towards Beg for Mercy. The info will be there, and he should be able to spot this one out. That this player is playing from this rooftop. These bombs up
Putain,
and
c'est
down.
difficile là, à cette distance,
Can't
le
really do
VSS.
anything about it.
Faut vraiment pré-shot comme un gros pas.
Beg for Mercy makes the break towards the buggy. They want to push closer.
Oh, dommage. C'était bien tenté. C'est pas très compliqué, Liat. C'est tout expliqué quand tu mets. Quand tu fais add, tu sais, quand tu add l'overlay et tout, bah tu fais add et t'as marqué, tu peux add une caméra. Et après, quand tu cliques, t'as un tuto et tout, comment faire. Donc, c'est tout expliqué bien sur YouTube. Genre, c'est vraiment hyper simple. Faut juste avoir plusieurs appareils, quoi.
It's an interesting one. Unluckily for X-Team, they don't really have much loot to speak of. And now in the buggy, you're quite exposed on the back of that thing. Get wrecked with the M16 single shot fire. Cause a problem for X-Team. They're a bit too speedy.
Nightmare on foot across the fields. Should be fairly safe at the moment. X-Team, you're right, they are speedy. They have got away with this one. 4 Romanian men, not so lucky. The 2 players of the Eastern Stars get some vengeance. Pick up a point, unfortunately. I think it was over to 4 Romanian men instead of Shockwave, who did take them down a peg earlier.
Eastern Stars though, now down to just 2, like you say, John. Keme, Kapahala remaining. But Kapahala, you know, as a solo, he probably does a lot anyway. Trazen though off in the distance. The great spoiler of TJB as well as Na'Vi. Just waits in the midst.
Oh, Trazen.
I think he's been spotted now.
Should have done it.
No.
There's the easy Raz. And there's the Mataz.
Oh, miskin. Oh, vraiment, elle a pas de chat.
Trazen going down.
The Raz
Putain, ça va être horrible hein, d'avoir des gens sur son spawn sur un split comme ça là.
You know, you get the karma coming back from taking down one of Eastern Stars players early. Seems like a lot of these teams just aren't finding their position in the circle that they want to head over towards at the moment. Have to make some strange movements. I thought the playing path was quite kind actually, personally. Na'Vi up towards North George with Kitsune and Severny at the moment.
There's an earlier rundown, a replay from TJB. Shockwave with 2 players now, Nightmare and Hakoni. X-Team, they managed to get out of their early engagement and actually take up a lot of position in Milta on the mouth of the bridge. So potentially conflict between them and Unicorns of Love for Romanian men. And if ARB champions opt to go for that eastern bridge, potentially there's a little scuffle there to be had.
Yeah, there is a potential for it. I think with this central circle as well, John, you know, there's not many teams that have to make some huge movements. So in that same vein, there is a big availability for teams like X-Team, you know, 4 Romanian men to do gatekeep on that eastern bridge. Team Doom, looks like they're getting ready to head down towards Sosnovka. I hope they don't. is not the position where I would like to see them going. Come on, guys, it's not going to Sosnov.
Les gars, 13 likes et on a fait 100 likes sur le stream.
That is fine.
Merci.
Potential to play spoiler there on that coastal spot. Can they manage it? Can they hold off against ARB champions? Can they suppress that rotation? We'll have to wait and see. Do Unicorns of Love break down this way as well, right? Do they go? Do Unicorns of Love go to the East Bridge, try and push through towards Milta? They should have seen a lot of shoots head out that way. I think it was about 3 or 4 teams actually dropping around that sort of location. They should have that sort of inkling, right? They'll know there's a lot of teams. The question is, how many did they scout going out to the west?
Yeah, it's all about that information game early, especially with a central circle like this. You really do need to keep an eye on where these teams have drops, when they drop, so you can have an idea of where you need to rotate, because it's this next circle that I'm almost certain is going to be a hard shift. So you really will need to know exactly where the teams are in that location of the hard shift so you can better prepare for it. Pachinki, though, this time held by Shotgun. Only 2 of the guys over there, unfortunately, considering their unlucky early start. With the speed at which we are rotating in teams, you are losing members and you have to quickly figure out exactly where your drop spot's going to be, depending on which groups you're playing in.
Taking gaming on the south peak of Sunken City with some forays out towards Rozhok, towards that sort of central, sorry, towards Pachinki, central sort of area on the northeast side of it anyway, towards mini Pachinki. Unicorns of Love still a Novo.
Yeah, they've not needed to move as yet. I think that waiting for this next circle is not a bad idea from them, John. Purely because, you know, waiting for the next circle, you're going to have those teams that might want to gatekeep over on the eastern bridge have to leave. At that point, you know, then you can start to play the edge. I think with taking a position like this, you are committing to an edge position. Nicer though. It's over towards AKM Gaming. Does take some shots to the M249. Fairly inaccurate though, and the DP will send back a devastating blow.
You can't step out that wide when you don't have the info on where the rest of the teams are out in those headshot hills. You are just going to get popped, and spraying at the back of a buggy, it's really quite difficult to hit the driver in that scenario, right? That seat is really solid cover, and with the kick on that M249, it's very, very hard to control it.
Yeah, that thing, you kind of want 8 players all grouped up in front of you, and then just to hold down the shoot button, and then hopefully you're going to hit some knocks, get some eliminations. But in that situation where accuracy, precision is what you have in mind, that's where the M4 comes into play. Next circle. Oh yeah, for Unicorns of Love now is the time. It's a good time to move that now, honestly, for them, especially with this circle. They knew they had to get across very quickly, which they did. Very proud of them there for doing that, considering that this would be a great time to hold out any player towards Sosnov. Just looking at this one, you know it's not going to end up there, so Unicorns of Love had to make that quick
Comment on dit remplacer cette photo par une autre photo en anglais?
Can you replace or change replace, ça marche aussi.
Replay comme E-R.
Replace. Non, CE à la fin.
Quoi?
CE à la fin. R-E-P-L-A-C-E. Replace. Replace avec un S, t'es con.
For just a little bit as we hop over towards TJB. Currently just a little bit split. You can see
relevé.
players just starting to recoalesce and the four
What?
men who
Mec, mon live il a déjà 800 vues, frère. What the fuck?
damage, but not quite enough to find the final blow. Killer across the way, isolated from the rest of the squad. GK first with the off angle, and Killer will spot this. A nice clean.
Je crois que j'ai pété toutes mes stats là sur ce live.
Not going for the spray just yet.
It's Barney's time, and the rest of TJP send in like a pack of hornets. They're in and they're out again. Buzzing past you here. We'll move back to the compound. Set the vehicle straight. I think this is not a bad position for the plane. Just give them a little bit of high ground to mess around with, quite central. You don't want to head up towards Potato Hill too early though. Just in case there are going to be other teams up there. You often end up heading up towards Potato Hill, finding a few.
Oh, can you put this picture instead of the
old one? So this is typically a spot that you're going to head towards later. A nice spot to get some scouting done. You can see that Take Aim Gaming are currently doing that on the northwest side. But for Tongjiabao right now, after losing one player, I believe, it's all about survival.
TJB.
Allô.
Ouais.
But with 2 eliminations.
J'ai de m'appeler.
Qui?
In the central cluster that seems to be forming now of all of these squads. ARB have yet to cross the western bridge. Team Doom still hard gatekeeping this. The Mad Bulls have got positions, as you can see on your screen.
Mais Monkey, il est bête ou quoi? Attends, il voit une 3 places, il y va solo, il s'arrête comme ça.
Doesn't want to take that challenge. They know someone up on that high ground likely to have the range to be able to do a lot with it.
There's a Mad Monkey, slips on a banana and easy he'll take him down. As quick as that. Simple. I think Mad Bulls wanted to cause some problems for Team Doom, but Team Doom were just a little bit too on it there. I think they've been spending a lot of time around this area. ARB have been waiting to make a move upwards, but locked in by Team Doom with the Lighthouse as well. It's difficult to get yourself across that bridge. Many teams are starting to make their way down at the moment. Yasnaya, this is the swipe coming through from Game Lord. They do have their lineup. They're just scouting though right now. At some point, they're going to be pulling back together to try and hold out any team. I think they should know the Eastern Stars have to move in from Mill to Power.
C'était toujours Arthur.
This would be a typical spot for them to play right outside the blue. They love doing this. It's one of my favorite parts of Game Lord. Is they're just true menaces on the edge.
I will never forget the full send on the edge guard towards the Mill to Power playing team to try and bump them out of the qualifying spot. I can't remember what season that was.
It was I know which season you're talking about as well, but it was a short one, and it was Na'Vi versus Kanina Power back then. Yeah. Very, very cruel.
They fully stayed in the blue to just try and guard that rotation. Game Lord, actually not too dissimilar in this scenario, but the Eastern Stars are allowed some respite from the blue, are allowed a little bit further in. In the meantime as well, ARB have made a rotation to the East Bridge blank.
Yeah, I think this is probably your best decision, especially just, you've heard the shots coming over from the Lighthouse. Trying to see if you don't hear any vehicles, and look at that, they are just so insistent and holding that side. It's going to really cause them some issues later on, and they'll feel the consequences for holding on to this for too long, and especially just looking at the match ranking over there, 1 elimination for your troubles, not even onto one of the teams that you were trying to hold out on the bridge either. And I think at this point in time, moving across from the fields to the east side of Finky, you're going to get caught up in some of the trees
S'il me fait le... S'il me fait l'ancien Elliot alors qu'il parle pas deux mots, il aligne pas 2 mots d'anglais là. Quel enculé. Mais non, mais même pas, il parle pas anglais, il parle... il parle français au Québec.
The Na'Vi players getting knocked. Maku will need a little bit of help. There's the 3 of them. Not quite in position to give that support, not just yet. Found as well. That play zone will claim Meku. Now Na'Vi down to 3. Not ideal. Game Lord right next to them. 4 many men just ahead with the 2 players that they have remaining. Up at the shack. It's like Tixi.
Attends, le stream il a bugué ou quoi?
Something's going on.
Dites-moi s'il a bugué.
Je crois pas.
Toujours en stream?
Spread their wings up towards the top of the hill. Pioneer have other ideas pushing in from the western side. 2 players from Team Doom down, and in comes the crash. 2 UMPs raining down that 5 ammo from the top there, and there's the DP swap. Nice stuff. Beautiful found Pioneer with only the knock sent back to them onto 1 player.
Yeah, Pioneer, honestly, it just works out well for them, right, John? And this is, again, what I talked about earlier, is you're moving across very open ground, trying to get into the tree line for Team Doom. It's a very obvious rotational path as well. They do hit up Nexus. We'll take a few of their players down, but at the end of the day, you're taking shots like that, you're easily going to get rocked up on. Shockwave, though, try and end the days of TJB. Only 1 player still left for that team, I believe.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Only the 1 left, as you say, as TJB falter in the 1 versus 1s.
Tu t'es chauffé, t'as mis ta cam et tout à côté.
Res is
Bah oui,
possible,
t'avais
just
pas vu.
setting up the smoke cover, knows that there's not a huge amount of time to play with. I think Hakone
quoi, t'en avais pas
needs
de
to
kill?
crawl back inside the building, which is what those smokes are getting dropped for. Still a little bit
Mais
of
en fait,
time. This is
t'étais
a
parti,
very
mais je
long
disais
crawl
là,
coming
frère,
through from
j'ai
Hakone.
explosé toutes mes stats perso sur ce live.
Should be time, but
Bah, j'ai un pic à 70 watts, je crois.
Grâce à la cam.
has a little bit of cover.
Au début.
There's no cover really. A game lot sending straight on pass. Don't know if they know there's a player there. They might turn their attention that way, but we hop over towards ARB.
Sinon,
Crossed and are on the south coast.
c'est
Fighting off
Gonzo qui m'a
against X
fini.
Team. Beg for mercy down on the beach. X Team suffering. Two players up towards the top. Zombie and Nightmare.
Yeah, this is
Mais là, à
one of
ce
the
moment-là,
winning
je pensais que tu voulais crash
compounds,
Gonzo.
honestly, that you'd want to take up on a shark fin.
Ouais, de ouf en vrai. Mais
Unfortunately for
après, Narva,
them,
il
you
avait
do
trouvé
get
un
that
autre.
hard west shift over towards Codex
Ouais, il
as
s'est
well as
arrêté,
Piana,
je
who have
pense
played it slow on that western edge. Na'Vi, though, with the three players, they can
Mais
start.
je comprends pas leur split à UL. C'est un mec et c'était un mec au cabanon. C'était au cabanon à gauche, hein, je crois, Gonzo. Si je dis pas de conneries.
Again, it's that compound I was talking about earlier that's just underneath the
premier cabanon à
ridge that
gauche.
Codex is currently holding on to. It's going to be really hard
Strat
to
de roll-kiss,
dismount
hein.
from there. Oh,
Samo staying up for just a moment longer, but it's not going to be enough. Two players from Death Machine 4.
Oh, il va s'en prendre une, lui, de nade.
On the south coast right now, leaving that shark fin
Ah bah non, ils sont
compound.
morts.
Doing a lot of work.
Ils
with
étaient
the
trop bien là,
cover
UL, hein, vraiment.
control that the
Je comprends pas comment ils ont réussi à prendre ça
beach-
alors
the
qu'ils venaient
beachhead gives you
de loin.
is proven to be nice and effective for ARB. They are able to move on down, but as soon as they get in the
Yeah, they are
sightlines
shift
of the
together.
Mad Bulls over on that western edge, could prove to be a little bit more tricky.
Absolutely. Icy, though, finds his first
Ça
good
aurait
knock.
pris l'autre
Raucus
cabanon là
also
où
finds
on m'a des
Kapahala.
parties là, on aurait été trop bien. Ouais.
Honestly, I do like what Unicorns of Love have done here. Instead of completely recreating a team or reassembling it from scratch, they've just tried to add in things that they were missing before. And I think Gonzo
Après, ça aurait peut-être fait push par Mad si
extremely good fragger,
Victor.
and Gonzo coming all the way
Oui,
from
mais
clean
vu
power.
qu'on se push qu'on est base
Very,
que.
very disciplined.
J'avoue, genre Crypto, il peut être là, au calme. Tu sais, quand, ça veut dire que vous pouviez le voir, hein, là d'où vous étiez.
Non, il y a des énormes,
Ooh, a nice knock
Bien sûr,
responded there by
même
Navi,
coup
but
d'AWP,
it
c'est calme.
does go down.
Au final, t'as vu, Navi, ils ont changé de site parce qu'on les a bloqués, ils sont dans la D là.
Honestly, we've expected a lot more from in this opening day.
Mais Q, on lui a baisé sa soirée. Vraiment.
Even at the last minute. Unfortunately,
parti
their
pleurer
performance in
après
these
la
league
game.
stages will impact the
On est
finals
parti
for the
pleurer
first
gros après la
time.
game.
Regarde, nous, au mid-zone là.
This is where you really do have to be performing every single step of the way, and for Na'Vi jumping up and
Comme il pouvait
down,
rien faire.
headshot comes through, Na'Vi will go out.
Putain.
I don't really think that this is the Na'Vi that we're used to seeing.
Regarde, juste regardez Dorin.
Looks
Hein.
like they're on track for
Où il est,
another
là à ce moment-là de la game.
in this game after that Sandhawk. And
On
it's
a
all
checké
about
même quoi.
positioning once again. Sandhawk
Je sais
up
pas.
high now. Codex here on our angle.
Mais putain, mais il descend jamais de son tour. Mais il est trop bien en fait sur son tour, il y a personne qui le voit. Avec les arbres là.
Tries to get a little bit too close to them.
ARB have been
Mais regarde Codex,
still
frère,
on this
what the
south
fuck.
side.
J'ai envie de voir Vito. Oh putain.
Entering themselves into the vehicle, they are going to go for a crash.
Ouais,
Potentially
ouais.
towards
Ouais,
Gonzo.
spoil pas.
Game Lord might have vision on
Non,
this.
c'est loupé
Unicorns
le
are
Mais Vito il s'appelle Omar, vraiment, genre c'est son prénom.
Can they get across this
Ah
road
oui.
out in the
Mais
field?
ils l'ont appelé vraiment Omar sur le stream.
Raucus is going to take
Ah ouais.
that first shot.
J'étais mort de rire.
Merde.
J'ai dit mais c'est quoi ça?
Fortunate timing,
Omar.
ARB looked like they were much more solid here, but the knocks are coming through thick and fast.
Tant mieux sur les
Lui, je sais pas si
Down,
c'est un kurde, je
one
crois, je sais pas.
alive. We're there trying to get teammates back and fighting.
Kurde?
Non, je parle de Vito, pas de.
Comme Nima?
Je crois. Il est turc, kurde ou quelque chose. Il est tout en même temps.
ARB
gros.
down. Unicorns of
Ouais, je pense qu'il est kurde.
will
Hein.
be able to hold that one out.
Et moi, je me rappelle, il mettait des titres en ses vidéos genre en turc, après il l'avait mis en arabe et tout.
Mais je m'en souviens, je m'en souviens.
With only 4 eliminations, it's really not
Ah oui,
representative.
regarde, Dorin, enfin Kemei il s'est fait tuer par
Strong
Dorin.
rotations they made this game, but that is just how it goes sometimes. Shockwave, 2 players alive on the inside of the building.
Il a jamais Dorin, t'imagines le made cabanon et tout?
Rana, il est là.
Just with the amount of hardships this game, like,
Parce que là, il m'a shoot, il m'a knock, mais s'il avait une nade, gros, je pense qu'il l'avait pas, mais il aurait pu avoir normal, moi.
I think for ARB, they were just trying to set up for a win, essentially. It's difficult in this area
Après, il
of the map,
pêche Robs.
particularly because there's a lot of low ground, a lot of high ground to play around with. Take aim gaming though will take down Hakone as he leaves.
Je comprends pas pourquoi UL ils ont commencé à bon, on va voir.
Vous m'entendez là?
Ouais.
Would like to get back up to full force, but there are just these stragglers who are holding onto the ankles, not letting Unicorns of Love get into the circle.
Pas comme orange.
Rolkis trying to bring Crypto back into the fold. Getting this res off. They know that the last player from Death Machine is out there somewhere. Biding time. Zone 5, and if Crypto can outrun this blue zone, he will be okay, but it's a mad dash. It's difficult. Needs to pop a heal, get that first aid on board. Buggy reposition from Rolkis, brings them a vehicle. And that could be pretty useful later on. Nexus eliminated.
Looks rough for game over there, though, luckily they're able to finish off
Ils avaient mis le
Nexus.
smoke, ils avaient mis full smoke.
Ils avaient mis full smoke vers nous.
I've got to be careful of him. You're on 70%, 75%. You do not have
Il a dû baiser la UL à tout, il a dû
high level vest or high level helmet. You know, that's just a one tap to the chest. And Robs can take you straight to the ground.
Il a encore le maillot de Major
Tackle
Prime,
you
c'est moi lui.
down. So hopefully that comes in clutch
Bon, c'est
there
tonnerre,
for
ressemble
game
d'autres,
one. Next circle though, and
Oh,
it is
Black White il a fait se faire démonter.
game here.
Ouais,
The
c'est
circles here have
Black
been unbelievably lucky for them, but they have not let anyone get close. And it's a great rotation early on.
After their Sandhawk win, they are.
Regarde, t'as vu, ils ont mis des smokes jusqu'à vous. Mais je crois qu'ils ont hésité. Hein. Je crois que Rolkis il a dû dire un truc genre push aller et après ils se sont arrêtés. Tu sais. C'est vrai, ils mettaient des smokes, c'était trop bizarre. Parce qu'ils en ont mis beaucoup quand même, ils en ont mis 3 ou 4. Mais après. Mais Vito il a open field au calme quoi.
Il y a un Tinder qui est écrit dans les maisons.
Omar, regarde Victor, Omar. Attends mais...
Il sort une game, frère.
Attends. Mais attends mais il est bouillant là. Je viens de capter mais attends il va...
Huge respect to Codex here, though. They really spread their influence just a little bit. They saw teams were crashing in, and they did not allow them to get to that eastern edge.
C'est Rich, c'était vous qui l'aviez knock?
Ouais.
Parce qu'il a fini un kill aussi. Ah ouais putain.
Là, j'ai vu là ce qu'il
Ah ouais, mais moi je le voyais pas. Hein. Il a fait un bug. Oh. Oh, il vous voyait trop bien. Il est free kill pour Pioneer.
Et après quand il se fait tuer, non, il me fait ouais, attends ta larme. Hein. La blague de base, il y était, il a fait juste que ça avancer.
Non mais toujours. Waouh. Putain, ça s'est éliminé tellement vite. Du coup, on a eu le kill sur Zerich. Hein,
on aurait pu crash les maisons avec encore le bouillon. Ouais, il a pas pensé à ça. Tenter des fois.
Bah non, vraiment pas. Là, il fallait éliminer Mad. Hein.
Ah, crash les maisons, tu vas faire un mec,
et tu savais... En vrai, tu savais pas combien il y avait de team et tout.
Oui, c'est vrai, mais...
Vous auriez pris un knock de Mad avant d'arriver aux maisons.
Bah,
il a quand même réussi à aller en zone, ce con là.
A ball of aggression from this team that rolls towards you.
Rolling a little bit further in, PNL. Backed off the corner. Level 3 helmet, level 2 vest right now. Mad Bull's still with a player alive, but for how much longer you have to wonder. Moving on that ridgeline. It feels like Piona might be low on meds. Not really getting those health bars back to full, not just yet.
Again, like we said before, they have been quiet. Finally, though, they will finish the last player of Mad Balls, and now it's just a straight 1v1 in terms of the teams. 3 players for Codex, 4 for Piona. Like you say, they've not taken too many fights recently, so the stims may be lacking. That nade is long, but not quite long enough.
Not on the money just yet. Folly. Moving up.
That's good, though.
Over towards Piona from Vito. The Groza on the ground. is going to lead the charge. Smoke start to bloom up the hill. Codex making a really fast ascent of this ridgeline and pushing up towards the positions that they know that Piana hold. But do they know of this off angle? They certainly do now.
C'est là que ça va commencer à être très intéressant.
Wants to go in with the PP buys in close range. It's very, very dangerous. The amount of lead this weapon can pump out a pretty deep magazine as well. So a lot to play with there. Piana regroup, look for this res, play the number game.
Le Cruza c'est fort. Putain.
Pavlik.
Silencieux comme ça. Là.
To put some pressure on these off angles. Two players right now kind of occupied. Can the rest of Piana find an angle?
This is very well played from Codex. Even though Piana had the blue, the zone itself, it's Codex who are just slamming Piana into the side of the blue itself. It's very difficult for them to find where to go, and Folly's just running circles around them.
Nades being sent back and forth between these two teams right now, and it looks like Piana have rested on their laurels too long. Potentially bringing themselves now into a 3 versus 3.
On sait qui donne les infos.
They bide their time behind the crate.
Codex, like an avalanche
rumbling. Oh punaise, oh là là.
Down onto Piana, but it's a great initial knock there. That takes them down to 2. Now Folly tries
to equalize,
can't quite find another team. They may just be able to get one player back up, but you doubt Piana's going to let that happen for too long.
Je l'ai ramassé un pompe dans 2 spi.
Vito looking to try and get a little bit of retribution. They need these knocks, but Folly taken down as well. It's just Vito. What can he do against 2? He's taken a 1 versus 2 before. That's good.
Les Zumitsu l'a pris sur
Vito again, he just jumps
ouais, mais non, mais le dernier là.
Ouais, d'accord.
Le dernier, il est allé en mode YOLO.
Surtout que c'était pas un V4 du coup.
Bah, il a eu l'autre avant, non?
Ouais, mais enfin, je veux dire. C'était un V3. Ouais, c'était un V3, je suis d'accord, mais pas un V4. Un fort piste par contre. Bon bah GG Vito. Mais c'était pas le plus beau V4 que j'ai vu quoi.
Non mais c'est sûr qu'elle peut t'entendre.
C'est stylé pour le top 1 j'avoue. Regarde là, il est pris là Vito, regarde. Vito.
Come to them in those last moments. You love to see it. I think the main thing we've got to talk about is the fact that Codex, yes, sure, they took a great position at the beginning of that game towards that compound, but they were not wanting to just sit back and allow teams to come to them.
Je suis bloqué à 87 likes. Je vais pas arriver à 100.
They still had the plan and also the man in Vito to make it happen.
Certainly. I mean, it was really, really solid stuff coming through. That jump through the smoke, I don't think that was the best idea.
No.
Without the info. I mean, you know, you win some, you lose some, and that was very much a lose-some situation.
Yeah, I think overall, though, that's a good game. Codex kind of coming out of nowhere for me at the moment. You know, Money, Ken, decent stuff. Vito, definitely been around for a while, though, and to be quite frank, I'll put my hands up. I was not expecting much out of Vito, but it feels like he has really been practicing a lot. You know, he's doing a lot of scrimming, and he's improved massively. And it looks like he just needed the right team to kind of bring things all together. So very, very well done. And I think if you're Vito, even before you head into Miramar, you can give yourself a pat on the back because this has been a great day.
Certainly has. I mean, what a way to finish that game as well. That Groza is so heavy hitting in those close range circles, and that suppressor seemed to have worked wonders. But we're going to head back over to the desk to break down Erangel.
No, Colaris, I was giving you your moment.
Oh, you want me to be like, yay, hey, look at that.
Oh,
right,
so
actually, context for this, right? We predict these.
Il avait voté pour nous.
We predict these at the 15-minute mark, right? I was a little bit fortunate with our shifts, but I was concerned, Jason.
Ah, ça y est, frère.
Because I feel like Pioneer should have probably taken that win at the end.
En vrai, je suis choqué qu'on ait fait top 4 sur cette game. Parce que, mec, j'avais l'impression qu'il restait. Hein? Ouais, vraiment. Bien fait. J'ai Victor. Bon call. C'est ça qu'on attend à corriger.
Wait, what is this dynamic?
Bon, dommage, j'ai pas pu arriver. Putain, mais moi je me fais péter toutes les roues à chaque fois, frère. Je passe à côté d'un mec.
Il fait comme moi.
Hein?
Il fait comme moi après McLaren.
Non, mais frère, pour le scout, c'est pas bien.
putting in some work here, but as you heard John and Blank
Ouais,
talking
mais c'est vrai
about,
que les roues arrière, c'est
a
horrible.
little bit fortunate.
De toute façon, si moi je me fais tuer, vous passez, c'est mon job en vrai. Hein.
Le Dieu que c'est la Dacia noire.
Gros, moi je me fais éteindre, je suis dedans. Je me fais éteindre, je suis dedans.
Non, mais gros, tu fais péter de roue, tu avances quand même à 5 km.
Ouais, mais moi j'ai l'impression que c'est facile de me la quand je suis dedans.
Ah, d'accord.
Bah, c'est comme dans une Dacia, ouais. Ça me fume comment ils sont en transe dans le chat chaque fois que la cam est sur crypto. Ils spamment tous les emojis au POP.
C'est des fous, hein, c'est des fous.
Et quand il se fait kill, ils sont tous à spam GG, NT, c'est trop drôle. Mais en vrai, c'est des malades, hein. Genre pendant 4 heures, ils sont là,
ils ont des posters de lui dans sa chambre.
Vraiment, c'est ça. Je te jure, ça fait flipper, hein.
Comme un Ronaldo.
Bon, allez, last game. Ça fait combien de temps que je stream là? 3h34, putain.
Ouais, des petits Pakistanais, c'est leur rêve de devenir comme lui. C'est sûr.
C'est pour ça que c'est un peu comme les Indiens, hein, les Pakistanais. C'est pour ça qu'ils ont ban le jeu en Inde.
Be the kind of decision maker in that, and for a few moments in that it was up until the very last moment.
J'ai l'impression d'être en cours, d'être en visio, tu sais.
Yeah, and Eastern Stars, you saw there, losing a player very early at the start of the game, a team who's been kind of dominating and just getting picked apart as Shockwave just continue to pummel them. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, for me, Codex, it wasn't necessarily a team that I was looking at of like, okay, this team is going to be a top contender. And again, now it's the first day, but hey, 2 matches, the first team to win back.
Et quand il se fait kill, son tour est... De toute façon, il a dit, s'il a avec être une team, son clip, il va plus tourner que Mia Khalifa. C'est sûr, il va faire 1 million de vues son clip. Hein. En 2 secondes.
Par exemple, ça fait que se plaindre de ping et tout.
Ah ouais?
Ok, il se fait que se plaindre de serveurs et de debug et tout.
Ah ouais?
Mais il n'y a pas que lui, gros, il y a toute la démo.
Je sais pas, j'ai rien regardé.
Je dis pour le parachute glitch, mets-toi en high. Et je lui dis, ouais, moi j'ai cette PMPL, tu vois. Il m'a dit genre, ouais, pourquoi tu parles pas sur les réseaux et tout, il faut changer les choses et tout, il devrait changer le serveur et tout.
Oh là là.
I actually have an announcement ready to go that says exactly which teams already qualified for
Moi je me mets en high, ça me
the
va.
script is all ready to go.
Ah, okay.
Mais parce qu'on n'a pas que ça à foutre en fait, c'est ça qu'il a pas compris. Moi je préfère perdre mon temps à analyser des games que de perdre mon temps à se plaindre sur des trucs qui vont jamais changer en fait. C'est lui qui a rien compris. Il a aucun pouvoir en fait, donc bon, à partir de ce moment-là...
C'est le gamin, moi, c'est story.
Moi je trouve que ça fait juste pitié. Hein. C'est comme Kitsune, excuse-moi, mais je trouve que ça fait pitié, hein. Vraiment.
Tu vas dans ses graphiques, tu vois qu'il a 90 FPS et après il trouve ça.
Genre, autant tu le shares aux admins, ce que t'as, tu sais, son étude là, Kitsune, tu les shares aux admins et tu leur montres comme quoi il cheat de A à Z, ok. Mais les mettre en public comme ça, je trouve ça débile. Hein. Si ça se trouve, alors que ça se trouve, le mec il cheat même pas, tu sais. Parce que perso, ces preuves elles sont pas assez lourdes pour dire qu'il cheat le mec. Hein. Bah, peut-être que oui, hein. Pas de 20. Hein. J'ai pas fait la recherche qu'il a fait, mais bon, je trouve ça un peu con.
C'est une équipe où il tire sur le buggy, c'est un peu bizarre, mais en soi, je veux dire,
il y a pas de façon d'expliquer.
C'est débile de remonter sur le recul, tu vois.
Comment il les a enculés sous le pont, gros.
Mais là, c'est nous aussi, on n'a pas géré nos balles.
Oui, mais
c'était violent, frère.
On aurait dû le tuer, hein, normalement. Après, il a bien joué. Enfin, je veux dire, un bon joueur, il nous aurait mis la même. Hein.
C'est surtout nous qui ont fait de la merde.
Oui. Déjà, on n'a même pas sauté en même temps, Victor.
Yeah, and it's kind of also similar to how we saw like Damwon is that they had the zone really well. They don't, but they, I say like Damwon because they're able to get the zone really well, but the fact is like they're not afraid to go for the eliminations. The fact they finished off with 13 to me is a really good sign, because Damwon we typically would see not have a lot of elims but be able to lock games down, so they can kind of show that they can do it in placements and they can do it in eliminations, and I think we all agree that's a sign to a PMGC caliber team if you can be able to marry those really well together. But let's take a look at our top 3 players though in that last match. I'm curious to see who actually will be our #1 player. It's gonna be Omar coming in. Okay, that's expected. Izu as well. I mean, we're seeing 2 players from Pioneer, which is a good sign for them.
3 millions, presque 200 000, pas dur. Presque 4 millions.
Izu, of course, that kid doing all right for himself here up on the hillside. I think for Pioneer, one of the biggest challenges that potentially could have come their way was Navi on their north side, but they kind of got a bit crunched between them and Tag. So for Pioneer on that west hill, they had a lot of room to work with. We saw some big long shots coming in against Game Lord as well, as they had prime opportunity and position to be able to play this game from. So good for them to be able to get a decent chunk of points on the board. I just feel like
on dirait il est malade.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially the jump in the smoke that Blank mentioned earlier, a little bit unnecessary potentially. I think it could have, the 1v1 could have gone the other way, but it was still a good push coming out from the other side, and I think Codex definitely put effort into that, even though it was not supposed to go their way. It was not an easy push. They played around their utility really well, so props to them. Already 2 wins in a day. I think they definitely can be proud of their first day.
I mean, even though we are kind of criticizing the jump through the smoke, the player who is running towards the crate, I don't remember who it was off the top of my head, getting knocked on that little transition of space he had between the tree and the crate was
parce que c'est son prénom au bar apparemment, mais ils ont dû... Le mec qui a enregistré, il a dû mettre les prénoms de tout le monde.
It was intended to have like another off angle, and Black Knight was going to push. Like maybe they had some sort of strategy set up for that specific position, but when they lost a player behind crate, that's when it obviously went south.
I'm always, as Max is saying though, I mean about a jump through any fighting scenario, I'm always concerned about players going for a jump, and the reason is because when you're mid-jump, you're out of control of your character, and good players know the arc of that jump to be able to track you with a weapon, right? So there's those moments. I know there's a lot of temptation to be able to go for jump shots and things like that. You think maybe you're a bit harder to hit, but jumps actually do the opposite thing. They make you easier to hit if you know.
Il a fait un post sur un joueur du PMPL qui est apparemment cheat.
I mean, using a lot of physics.
Joueur de la pionnière.
No, I mean, you're right, obviously, and I wonder if there was maybe some surprise. I don't know what's going on in his head, to be honest there, but it was still, it looked cool, and that matters sometimes, Kalaris.
I agree.
I think the wins are still All right, we can see here Codex in the lead in first, and then we saw Easter Stars there behind him. We have a lot of teams, though, getting up to like 4 matches that haven't really shown up. TJB going to be one in particular, 8 placements, 8 elims. I mean, I know I'm going to sound harsh, but they were the representative at PMWI for this region. They just played PMWI. They played against some really high caliber teams. I expect way more out of them at the moment.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to disagree. I don't expect much because, once again, they're going through that roster change, and that's something that TJB takes a lot of time to adapt to. They did it in the spring season, right, where they got himself Lang and Lang, and it took like until the finals for them to actually show up. But now with this format in particular, if they have a bad phase, they're not going to get those extra points heading into the finals, so they really need to be a lot faster to build that synergy with this new roster. If they do it, it might not be enough to go into the championships.
And on a map like Sandhawk, might want to reevaluate their drop spot if somebody's dropping on top of them and instantly eliminating them, because that's a map where they were able to normally get some decent points on. So let's see how that goes too each day.
Yeah, decent points by healing off in the pool. We'll see if they can do that. Obviously, we get into our matches in the later days, but we don't have a Sandhawk today. We do have a Miramar to finish off our first day of action. So let's throw it back onto our commentators to finish off the day.
Je l'ai pas trop connu en vrai.
Elle est chiante leur musique là.
I can't believe it. Hello again, it is me, the Blanket. I am here, I'm ready for a bit of Miramar. I shall be the one who catches these throws today. But Chumasera, down towards the bottom of the map at the moment. This is a place that a lot of teams like to take up. Los Leones as well, but we don't quite have the playing path as of yet. Virtus Pro back in, but Codex.
Ader the man.
Match to play today.
Comme ça, je crois que c'est
comme
ça.
Truc
comme ça, c'est quelque chose comme ça.
Certainly is. I mean, what a way to kick things off. Topping
Bon allez, dernière game les gars.
Over a lot of teams that we would have expected to be holding that spot right now. But over on Miramar, they will have their metal tested once more. Is not playing in this game as
Ah oui, je sais. C'est bon, je me rappelle plus ce qu'on avait fait sur la game, mais je viens de me rappeler.
Na'Vi, I think they need a break here, John.
Honestly,
because Today has just not gone their way. 4 matches played.
On a été tellement cons.
Just been some weird
Bah après,
Ouais.
non,
Non, mais j'ai rien spoilé du tout. Après, ça va être bénéf, hein, mais on aurait pu se l'enculer.
Virtus Pro really trying to bump up their numbers, but only 13 points, and the majority of those coming through from that first angle with eliminations alone.
Du coup, il spawn plus au-dessus que Mad.
Not good, and it's weird to see. You know, there was a lot of hype for all these teams coming in, but it's the Western European teams that are currently still dominating.
Oh putain, chaque fois il saute plus. C'est rare, RU ils sont? Je les vois pas.
PMPL, hein, je pense qu'on est avec les nous là.
Oh putain. Oh la D.
Potential hotspots, and at the moment, south of Los Leones, Team Doom.
What? Mais attends, mais Xim. T'as vu?
Solo players from
regarde où ils sont, Xim.
and Codex as well.
Ils veulent les voitures, je pense.
And Salazar.
Non, il est pas
Non, il loot là. Oh, lui, on va les sauter. Ouais, c'est ce que j'allais dire. On va les sauter dessus.
Le Money Kane, il est toujours à 600 mètres de sa team. Regarde où il est là.
Yeah, trying to just keep it out of the way for the time being. Piona over towards the top side, black, white. So many bullets in the vector at the moment, just completely bare. And again, I think we're going to continue to see these engagements between Big as well as Piona follow through. Mazzaro though.
Mazzaro, beau gosse. Putain, enfin il a le putain de maillot. Enfin il a le putain de maillot Big, Mazzaro.
Ça c'est de la photo.
And everyone's really not geared, but they want this fight.
Certainly going to have to try and do the best of it. Mini 14, close range, not ideal, but that's a little bit better. The S12K there. Question is how much ammo, and if you can pop those nades in, all the better. That shotgun increases in value if you manage to get those little bursts of damage in. Miki spotted across the way.
J'ai envie de l'avoir, cette game est intéressante.
Red dot there and over towards Swave.
Oh, ils sont tellement dans la D. Ils ont fait quoi en fait? J'ai pas compris, ils les ont push? Ils ont été cons en vrai.
Ils ont pas eu la ligne d'avion, ils ont pas réussi à rentrer dans la ville. Et... Nord était mieux.
Regarde-le, lui, avec son pouple. Oh. Oh, le finish quoi. Bah, Swave, ciao, bye, Simmer. Oh là 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 là. Mec, de mourir comme ça, mais tu dois avoir tellement la haine. Surtout que c'est la dernière game, donc là tu vas te coucher, frère.
Moi je me casse du voc. Hein.
Ils ont l'habitude d'être frustrés, en vrai ils doivent même plus l'être.
Not with them, so they will take Picardo all to themselves. On the other hand, Ruthless Esports, 3 players around this location, heavily split.
Mais en fait, ils changent pas leur gameplay. Genre, ils ont pas évolué leur gameplay, tu sais. Genre, c'est toujours le même, on sait exactement comment ils jouent. C'est trop simple après shot. On joue pas comme des merdes là en fait, donc les mecs ils s'y attendent.
Oh, le montage sur la photo. Ils ont mis sa grosse tête.
Je crois qu'il lui a envoyé le maillot, hein, donc Capahala.
Il a des grosses épaules,
une grosse calve aussi.
Yeah, this time
il est bon ce bâtard. T'as vu la deuxième game, la première game Miramar?
Tu l'as vu? Ah mais il faut que t'ailles revoir, ouais, trop chaud quand même là. T'es bouillant.
Mais très gros, il a fait sa batterie.
Trey il a choqué sa mère. Hein. Mais par contre il a enculé Navi juste avant.
Ouais, par contre il a bien joué. Mais genre il a fait que des accroupis et du coup...
Après tu vas voir, genre en vrai Matic il a un peu de choc sur lui mais il les a bien baisés. T'as laissé stylé ta Thompson pour lui.
Putain les gars.
Rigolez pas de la calve. C'est Tony qui dit ça.
Realistically, coming into finals, you want to be in that top 5 for each phase if you want to have that significant advantage coming in.
Du coup, je joue Thompson en vrai.
Bah, elle est stylée, mais il a une pêche à faire.
De quoi?
Tu l'as monté pour rien, juste
Mais quoi, c'est pas une MP améliorable.
Non, mais je sais. Une Thompson.
C'est pas une Thompson,
Elle est pas améliorable, c'est une Thompson de l'ancienne RP. Genre c'était l'RP que t'achètes avec qui est espèce de pièce là.
Ah ouais, donc c'est...
Et en gros j'ai eu le jackpot et du coup j'ai pu acheter.
Je pense que c'était un truc améliorable.
Tu sais, j'étais en train de dire tout à l'heure à Robs, Victor, mais Andy il joue, finally mec.
Oui.
Tu sais, le pauvre en vrai il s'est fait baiser à tous les PMPL, il le joue enfin.
Mais tu sais que Mozza aussi, en vrai, enfin, lui il joue Mozza, mais il a pas de chance dans les PMPL. Il fait toujours un respawn.
J'aurais été pro player, vous vous serez foutu de ma gueule. Bon, il y avait Ked il était chaud aussi. Personne se foutait de sa gueule.
Il était chaud aussi.
Après, on se fout la gueule de tout le monde aussi.
Ouais, c'est vrai. On a des petits PD. C'est bâtard. Tony la calme. Ça arrive bien en plus. Tony la calme.
Unfortunate, and once they do get up to speed, you're right, they are a little
Les
bit
Big Man font de la peine en vrai.
of a force to be reckoned
Avec
with, but at the
Navi,
moment,
Samok là.
they have not gathered.
On est d'accord qu'ils ont jamais gagné contre eux, j'ai l'impression.
Juggernaut helmet has not descended onto
Puis est rentré.
Regarde Sera là, oh la chatte mec, moi j'aurais explosé. Ouais, n'importe quoi.
Angel Big aussi, ils sont un peu bloqués par nous sur la droite.
Bah y'a nous et y'a Navi à gauche et nous à droite.
Ils veulent pas trop. Ils sachent.
Ils sachent.
It's funny because this is the
Oui,
first
ça
time
passe.
in a Western European tournament where I've seen so many hot
Et après nous on
drops
arrive
in the
derrière.
beginning of the game, and I think Big is
Non, ouais, les
Navi et nous qui arrivons derrière, tu sais, c'est
hot
pas
dropping on
On
Sandhawk
parle pas assez, mais
over
TJB et Big,
towards
à cause des Russes, ils ont fait une merde.
De ouf, TJB.
Vraiment.
over towards
TGB, ça
the
peut aller
northwest
loin.
side with
Mais gros,
Navi and
TGB.
also
Bah après,
with,
TGB ils sautent sur Shockwave
Sarah,
aussi
so
donc.
either way,
Et du coup ça emmerde tout le monde en fait. Mais ça emmerde tout le monde en fait, c'est tout.
almost begs the question of like
Après ils s'y sont pris un peu tard, excuse-moi, mais pour changer de spawn.
on the eastern side of the northwest
Ouais, mais
island
bon.
for Sandhawk, that's available. Here, Monty
Là ils ont
Nuevo
choqué
is
avec un
pretty
W, mais
open.
t'imagines ils auraient fait un putain de
It's
réseau
the
devant et
question that
ça valait
Big's
le
gonna
coup
have to
de
ask themselves
changer
throughout the phases, because you do get a fair bit of downtime between each week, right? You get 4 days off to do a lot of analysis.
Après eux je pense.
Moi je dis ils auraient dû faire comme Alpha 7 frère.
Done, and potentially even scratch
Ouais,
up on
partager,
some of those mechanical skills in the
Même pas
meantime.
partager, ils les entourent et voilà. Ils les laissent pas sortir.
Samo and Hamori just taking residence in a couple of those buildings.
C'est ouf comme je perds pas du tout de batterie mec. Genre ça fait 4 heures que je stream, je suis à 60%. Non, pas du tout. Je suis à 60% quoi. Mais c'est parce que c'est mon ordi qui chauffe.
Definitely for Central. I'd 100% agree with that. I think there's
En fait, Robs, le tel tient la route. Mais il a un nouveau tel. Hein.
Bah, 13 pro, ouais. Il le sait, hein.
Ah oui, bah, heureusement qu'il tient la route, sinon ce serait de l'arnaque.
Non, j'ai pas pris un site de merde, t'inquiète.
Mais t'as vu d'où il venait, Nexus?
Mais de Lost Honest, ils ont retard 2 secondes.
Ils ont pas un retard si vite que ça. Hein.
Bah, ils sont...
Hein?
Ouais,
je pense.
Bah oui, vous, là, avec vos allers-retours à Saint-Martin.
Ouais, c'est vrai.
Ouais, faut arrêter ça.
Ah, c'est pas grave.
Mais gros, c'est normal, là. Après, on était mid au top 100.
Peko, il a dit qu'il faut qu'on loot plus vite sur Saint-Martin.
Peko, il dit beaucoup de choses.
Mais des choses réelles.
C'est fait enculer.
Je vais regarder les commentaires.
Just regroup, play with 3 from here on out as Death Machine pick up the point.
Samo rolls up there,
Lol,
Raucus, like he said, doesn't want no smoke here, just will move away.
Oh no,
Game Lord though fixes his position, already Sarah is down.
This is a much more effective crash coming through from Game Lord. Dooring up the top.
Oh mec, attends, dis-moi qu'il est sur moi. Non, mec, je l'ai tellement enculé, putain, j'ai le seum.
Bah, je l'ai mis une balle.
On Nexus. Taking the nade over.
Ça allait trop vite en vrai, moi je sais pas.
Mais ça a soulevé, hein.
Finds the nice shot through Game Lord onto Narvalo. It's Victor.
En vrai, j'aurais pu avoir le troisième, mais j'ai joué safe de ouf.
Only Narvalo down. And Octavian trying to hold out for Nexus.
Pas me faire baiser comme une merde.
Je sais pas, je l'avais à la
Prevalent Romanian teams who
Et moi je l'avais aussi dans mon angle.
shifted up the roster. I would say that Nexus looks really good at the moment. And Octavian
Regarde.
playing around with the food, but unfortunately Robs sees all.
Mec, on a pris 5 kills en genre 1 minute.
It's Game Lord, the French team, take down the Romanians.
Mec, comment on les a. En vrai, les pauvres.
Bobby m'a dit ouais, j'avais un bug, j'avais pas de FPS et tout.
Pas de quoi?
Pas de FPS.
Haven't had the
Oh, d'accord.
best of games today. I mean, they did have that first. I'd take that back. They had that first chicken dinner, but
they've had some good games, John. I would say.
Déjà, à quel moment t'es à 4 dans ce combat? Excuse-moi, mais c'est pas ouf, hein.
There you go. Yeah.
oui,
Yeah, I think the Game Lord's doing pretty hot so far. And I think it was the question I asked at the beginning of the match is that, you know, if they want to continue getting up towards those top spots and securing some of those points that will transfer over towards the finals, so they can secure like the majority of the cash at the end of this tournament, you know, they do want to be pumping things.
Vous avez monté au ciel de leur mort. C'est quoi cette discussion?
Doom will take down some nice shots and will explode the vehicle onto Yankee. It's going to be difficult for him to get back out of this one. But yeah, so far I think Game Lord looking good. 5 eliminations is already nice. 5 points off the back.
Elle est vraiment belle la McLaren noire. Je la préfère à la blanche finalement. J'aurais bien aimé la voir. Dommage c'était random.
L'autre Tesla, t'aurais dû prendre l'autre McLaren.
Non, je suis content aussi. Non, en vrai, la Tesla elle est bien, je trouve la mienne.
Meeting avec Peko dans 15 minutes.
Quoi? Bah, je finis la game.
Il avait dit il faut qu'on en fasse un à tout prix ce soir.
They're going to have to slow things down, but they push in for the flush. Nice bait there on down to teammate. They do lose the player on the forefront, but they get a lot more in return. And Team Doom, sure, they got a great opening, but Virtus Pro are standing strong for now. Just the one player, though, caught up in the divot. Nade over the top could be all they need. A push out to the left. Spotted. Is the fuse good? A little bit too short there. And the UMP now in hand. Wants to go for the challenge. The reposition for Virtus Pro. Looking pretty solid, but can the 1v1s be isolated? Easy sees the drop shot around the side of the tree. Spotted from the top of the hill, but will not find that knock, not just yet. 10 bullets in the magazine left. Needs to get that reload, but teammate is all the way in, and the res is not quite through for Team Doom. VP hold out with 3.
Very nice stuff from Virtus Pro there. I love the bait around the side back into his teammate and Mia. As soon as you create those two angles, life becomes a little bit difficult for Easy there in those last moments. So I think that was very, very well done from Mia as well to come in for the backup. And now Team 2 outside the blue, they will have to push in over towards Virtus Pro. Again, these are the type of guys that have to tango with the best over in CIS.
Non mais crée pas des comptes, Elliot.
Virtus Pro showing us how that close quarters
Je m'en fous que tu crées des comptes.
But Zero with another nade will take down Old Boy. Goodness me, just cannot get back up on his feet.
So much damage pouring on over, but Mir stays alive. Zero pushing in around the side, though. Very, very low in the blue zone, ticking. You can't be going for this fight. Spotted out, needed to stick the heel. Not going to happen. Virtus Pro, sure, they won the start of that engage, but the nades, they left Team Doom to go. With a player on the back lines, though, it could prove to be tricky. Again, it's the blue zone. Zone 3 does hit fairly hard, is noticeable, right, in these scenarios. It's before Zone 4, so reses are still possible out here, but it is ticking away. That time is not on their side. They want to push away, and Virtus Pro trying to disengage on the hillside. Oh, the buggy! I feel like that might have saved the life of Virtus Pro.
I think he has as well. Zero's looking down like, what are you doing, mate? My balls will
Votre monkey les a défoncés ou quoi?
Ah non. Hard shift up towards the northeast side. Looks like we're heading off the map here, John, at the moment. We're here over towards Cruz de Valle.
What, Phantom? Le Phantom il s'est rajouté de la barbe et tout sur sa photo. Et avec il a pas de barbe Phantom avec son cul de poule. Il a fait ça. Mais Marley il avait pas mis in-game si. Il avait envoyé. Putain la zone elle s'est vraiment réduite au milieu quoi. Putain c'est dommage. Bon je vais rien dire.
C'est dommage qu'on a top 1.
Looking for the conflict routes, you're probably looking at Codex being the team to have a pretty tricky fight plan as well. very close to that location. That south side.
Bah, ça aurait été trop bien si ça avait.
Heavy on that west.
Bon, je vais dites rien en fait.
Death Machine, you know, Miramar, both sides. Circles come right over towards them. They weren't able to make it happen last time with Eastern Stars. Great smokes and great nades to halt their push out of their compound. So now.
Mais je connais pas assez bien cette partie de la map pour prendre une bonne pause. Faire une pause power pause. Là c'était l'inverse de power pause. C'était down pause. Passive pause. Là on avait juste à attendre que ça nous crache.
La dernière fois que j'avais joué cette pause c'était avec OVM.
Ah ouais. Oh les gars, je pense que c'est une bonne pause. Et ça c'est fini là, non?
Même pas, ça je me rappelle, on s'était fight avec c'était TNB.
Destiny aussi.
Seems like it has that revitalization.
Yeah, what I would say is I think, you know, you have those two conflicting parties of Capahala and Octavian. They're both superstar players. And I think when you put them in the same room, sparks start to fly, and not in a good way, type of way that's going to ignite something and you're going to get an explosion coming through. So I think Keme being on the team and being very good at long range, and then being able to support Capahala when it comes to those insane clutches that he's able to pull off, this is exactly what I want to see from Eastern Stars, and I think they found the winning formula, because it's not always about, when you get these teams, putting every single best player in the lobby in the same side. It's not always the best option.
In fact, it's fairly rarely the best option, I would say. I think it depends what you classify as best, I suppose. If you pick,
en arrière sur la première game, on comprend rien à la fin. Trop bizarre, on va mettre des coups.
Oui, t'as vu?
On reste sur lui alors que c'est moi qui ai les deux autres, on voit rien. Il était bourré gros.
Mad Bulls, obviously on that northern side, they took a fight over towards the west.
Mais à partir du hangar, ça aurait été compliqué d'envoyer aussi, hein, en vrai, hein, les gars.
Teams will have eyes on. Gonzo from Unicorns Love actually very far outside the blue, just spotting teams they come in from the northern side. Keme though, great shots, just about sports fashion. Dear me, great recall control there. I can barely do that myself, to be honest with you. 30 bullets in, but what a nade from Codex, 40 PMGC. We'll take him down.
Finer will be taken on out. X-Team with the crash over towards Death Machine, but already Beg for Mercy and Andy handled Nightmare now last standing on the forefront of this push. 2 players down, but looking for these reses. Death Machine want to stay all alive. They have grouped up a little bit, and if Nightmare finds a good nade here, it could be all curtains. A nade popped in through as well in response. Much more on the money there. Will find what they're looking for. All 4 players alive.
Ah mais regarde, il y avait personne devant nous et attends, c'est...
ça si on bougeait.
Oui, à gauche, mais à droite c'était qui Team 12, c'était RU.
Et Codex se sont rassemblés en zone.
Mais moi je te... Ouais, mais bon, il y avait les autres derrière, mec, donc...
Là, faut partir direct.
Ouais, mais on voit eu des mecs dans notre cul, au final, je sais même pas si c'était bien. Hein.
Bah après, tu mets un peu la voiture, tu tires dans le mec dans le bac et tu t'en sors.
Game Lord right now, Eastern Stars trying to be in similar strength here as Capahala looks to get rezzed. Southwest side right now, they will need to push further forwards. Navallo spotted in the window, but ducks back behind cover.
On les voyait pas.
Dodging around that van.
C'est Codex,
ils sont passés devant.
Allez, je pense qu'un mec ou deux.
Moi je te dis, c'est juste EST qui nous ont mis dans la merde. Rester en zone là. Mais en fait, Codex ils auraient pas été au top, ils étaient morts depuis longtemps, hein, Victor, t'imagines même pas. Hein. Je montais sur le top à gauche, ils étaient terminés. Hein. J'avais les 4, je suis sûr. Là on essayait de jouer à droite, mais c'était...
Only bandages in the back pocket as well, being pushed by the blue. This is not a good scenario, but Game Lord can't really afford to stick around too long. They have challenges of their own. Codex ahead on the hills. Athis looks for the duel with Narvallo, but it's just not going to happen. Eastern Stars eliminated. The French team taking down Eastern Stars.
Oh putain, vous aurez pu jouer le cabanon. J'avais même pas vu le cabanon de mon side. Parce que Harry, ils étaient vraiment 3 mecs, on aurait pu les baiser. Hein. La victoire, dommage. Putain, je l'aurais vu le... Oh putain, mais les gars, je l'avais pas vu le cabanon. Vous saviez qu'il y en avait un là?
Mais non, frère, je connais pas.
Mais moi non plus, je le voyais pas de mon side, putain, on aurait su qu'il y avait un cabanon ici, on aurait été trop bien. Ouais, c'est vrai. Mais moi je devais te récup aussi, t'as perdu ton véhicule, connard. Putain, le cabanon, j'y crois pas. Il est même pas en zone de toute façon.
Bah tu smoke et tu peux connect.
Mais ouais, c'est clair, on aurait... à 4 là on serait sorti, frère.
Après t'as 4 RM qui tuent de loin.
But Ulysses is getting absolutely chunked out by the blue zone. I don't think he's
going
to last it.
G3 in-game, c'est bon.
Yeah, that's him going down.
Me regarde Def et merci.
As well. Good stuff though from Codex, you have to admit, and I think with the MG3 there, he was ready to put him in the paper shredder, regardless of whether he moved out or not. Shockwave made up towards Mad Bulls, but
c'était cheater.
A little bit more difficult with them being on the hill.
Wow, t'as mis. Wow, t'as mis.
Back down again, and it looks like they do.
Run!
It is. He isn't going to get knocked just yet, but the two players from Bulls will push down, and it's a side swipe. Shockwave with 2 alive, and it's Trazen. We know what an operator this man can be. Icy will find one of his.
Mais mec, en vrai...
Ils sont trop bien, hein. Ils ont pas bon état et...
Wow, Icy, pas mal.
Joli, hein. Similarly strong. I mean, we talked a lot about Icy in the previous seasons. We've seen Unicorns of Love in. This guy is a star fragger for the squad. Starting to ramp up now, it seems. Nades downhill towards the players from the Unicorns of Love. The swing in. Trazen trying to reposition, but 2 of his teammates are down. Marcus is there on the backup. 3 of his teammates falling. Shockwave are coming apart of the seams blank.
Malheureux. Putain, Trazen, il est trop fort pour sortir. Bah. Pile quand on dit ça. Ouais, je pensais qu'il allait être safe. Mais parce qu'en fait, dès que c'est la merde, il se casse. Genre, il est pas ses mates, t'as vu? Bah, de ouf. Je vais faire la même maintenant. Dès que c'est la merde, je vous laisse tout seul. Je me casse.
Ouais, pas du carrément. Il est abonné à ma stream.
Everybody needs to be on the swivel. Vito tries to jump through the smoke himself, not quite getting those bullets landing, and Killer will find one. Last player standing for Romanian men needs the challenge, but it will not happen for him. Codex stay alive.
Oh, il a lâché des arguments, j'étais choqué.
Can he get the res onto Folly? I think
Worst
it's
team
going to be
for you.
tricky.
Worst team for me.
Death Machine might try and roll around.
En vrai, X-Team,
X-Team,
ils se sont même pas vraiment entraînés, je trouve, pour moi en plus. X-Team, Doom, ils peuvent bien jouer. Hein. Ouais. Ils sont capables de bien jouer. Regarde, ils ont bien géré hein, le tournoi. Après, c'est pas la même chose. Hein. On voit bien la diff. Hein. Regarde, même les Russes, hein, je trouve qu'ils se chient un peu dessus là. Hein.
Quand il y a trop de monde, Doom, il stresse trop. Quand il y a pas trop de monde,
Def, ils ont pas fait que 2 top 1, Def? Du coup, non, c'est qui? C'est
2 codex, un long, un death et
ah oui, et un... Attends, c'était qui? Ah oui, EST, je suis con. Putain, ils ont fait top...
I think as soon as they realized that, you know, their compound was very, very good, it was clear around them, they were like, look, we'll not let this one get out of our hands again. Let's not sit inside and watch TV. Let's get outside, pick up our M4s, and get this done, get the eliminations through so we can get at least a chicken dinner. You know,
Second time's a
Il a
charm
14 ans, le
here.
mec à
You
droite.
make the mistake once, you learn
mec
from it.
américain.
And I think that's exactly what day one from phase one's been all about, is learning from a lot of mistakes that's been happening throughout today. A lot of these teams will have to go home now and figure out exactly what they want to do tomorrow. I think for Codex, though, they can go home tonight very happy, very pleased with themselves. They got super
regarde ce qu'il va faire Serra, déjà.
so far.
Tu vas serrer, je pense.
Match report and see exactly
Oh, ici, Most Elimination, ça faisait longtemps, on l'avait pas vu dans un classement, lui.
There you go. Most eliminations I see from Unicorns of Love.
T'as vu comment il les a baisés?
This game, which I was quite happy with. Highest damage though, 572. Not
Je sais pas. Mais surtout que c'est lui qui a dû annoncer le push, donc bon.
He's going for the old Matrix pose there. You know, he knows Gung Fu. So we love to see it. PNL, like you say, highest damage. Harmony
Attends, le mec dans le game lord de
I think
c'est
for
bon.
Nasser as well, that
Quoi?
255-meter shot was very much required. And this is a good sign they're actually
What?
getting the longest elimination in this match, because they absolutely had to be taking advantage of the high ground they were given them.
Et après, ça parle de moi. Hein.
Freedom to be peaking so much, John.
absolutely. It was that freedom that allowed them to perform.
En vrai, il a enculé Navi avant. Regarde un peu avant.
The Death Machine, to be able to sweep across that hillside. I mean, it looked like maybe there were a couple of other teams, but they seemed to fight each other off and allow Death Machine that opening to reposition out of their position.
Mais what? Comment il a pas écrasé?
Just a case that, you know,
Mais déjà, regarde Matich, je sais pas ce qu'il branle. Il bug, hein. Bah oui. La dispersion de le player à la Hogue, c'est pas dingue. Et je pense qu'il s'entraîne pas. À la Hogue.
Ça, j'avoue, disons que c'est beau ce que ça peut ouvrir.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yeah, Death Machine closing things out with a big win for them.
De quoi?
And again, we
Oui,
get
t'as
to
vu?
see Codex able to
Ouais, je savais même pas que ça existait ça. Il a dû le découvrir en même temps.
I'd say quite interesting day actually. A couple of newcomer teams that I didn't really expect to be on my radar have magnificently peaked.
Ah là, c'est dommage. Ouais. Comme Robs. À l'ancienne. Tu te souviens pas? Non mais on disait, tu faisais toujours le plus dur et à la fin tu te faisais baiser comme une merde. Bah c'est vrai, ça va, je disais ah bon. C'est que j'aurais raison. Bah attends, attendez que ça se finisse un peu. Qu'on ait le classement final.
I feel like they really didn't have many threats coming their way for this one, to be perfectly honest. Very, very difficult to dislodge them from where they were, especially for all these other teams. I mean, the teams coming from the east side of them were in such an open area to be absolutely blapped down as they continued on. So 23 points, it's not too bad here.
Moi j'ai 3,3%.
I am a little bit sad though about one thing in particular.
Moi je vais pas
they
regarder.
have changed their name, so we're no longer able to say clear vision.
À Normally, il y a 2 L ou un L?
Il y a 2 L.
But Death Machine as well does strike fear in people's eyes, I guess. But I mean, you can see here down the list though, Big again, a rough game for them. Vertigo as well. I mean, the first match was pretty decent, had some good eliminations. I think it was
C'est moi qui envoie ces
9
photos.
if I'm not mistaken. But then Big have been kind of a letdown unfortunately today.
Je sais pas, bah, j'ai pris les premières qui sont venues, avec la meilleure qualité.
J'ai fait un shooting photo en février.
C'est celle où t'as les mains croisées, non? Où t'as les mains
les bras croisés, ouais, ils m'ont laissé. Alors que moi j'ai fait une photo où genre j'ai les mains.
Ah oui, mais c'est celle-là que je l'ai envoyée, normalement. Ah bah ils ont fait n'importe quoi là. Parce que c'est celle-là que j'ai envoyée, c'est celle avec les mains, je me souviens, parce que c'est celle en meilleure qualité. C'est où tu serres un peu les mains là, en mode tu vas les démonter.
Plus BG sur celle-là.
And luckily it's not, I mean with the format being changed, right, there's no super weekends anymore, so you don't have to worry about, you know, quote unquote missing the first super weekend. However, the points you do get in this first phase, like where you stand, does obviously determine how much you get going into the finals, at least one out of the 4 times. So you can kind of not really worry too much because you can dig yourself out of that into the following weeks.
J'ai vu que Fenerbahçe sont en train d'enculer tout le monde, c'est ça?
If you don't perform too well here this first phase, and that means in phase 2, phase 3, like then you obviously need to step up. But it's not all gone just because of maybe not performing well the first day or the first phase.
Oh, definitely. It's unlikely that a team is going to get a absolutely insurmountable lead off the back of those phases, right? So as much as they will be rewarded for that kind of little move on through here, but as we're kind of wrapping up these final moments,
ouais, c'est trop bien Stream, et le truc de la cam et tout, c'est tellement easy à utiliser. C'est tellement bien fait.
Like I think they were very good at being able to kind of mop up situations and then kind of round the game out for them. So yeah, you're right. I think what's important here, Jason, is I need to think of a new jingle.
You got time. I'm gonna have time, man. We got 3 phases. We got finals. You got more than enough. You can't always come up with he's 7. He's off the top of your head, right? That's gaming.
I know. I'm just.
It is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the winners from today, though. If you guys missed out on any of the matches before today, well, luckily we got you covered. We had an exciting day. I was getting a little bit scared. You know, Max had Codex actually predicted to be the winner of the last match, and they got a little bit close to it. We're not going to talk about my prediction, but we can see here, Game Lord starting the day off strong with a fantastic win.
Yeah, I mean, Game Lord started off really well on that one mill to finish actually position. It was really fun to see how they played around it. That interesting split with Narvalo on the forefront, then instantly regrouping. It was a really good kickoff for the French powerhouse. A little bit more transparent, unfortunately, throughout the rest of the day, but still 1 win, so they're going to be in a good position at the top. And as you already stated on the pre-show, right, Jason, if you're around that 10th position at the end of a phase, you're still getting yourself 10 points. It's still a good spot to be in to get those extra 10, 11, 15 points potentially heading into the final. So still not bad. You're not missing out also on that $1,000 per chicken dinner, so consistency should definitely be the aim for all these guys.
Okay. Let's take a look at our overall.
J'ai de la barbe au moment.
Consistency. Codex have been ever so consistent to this. Should be first place, I would imagine, at the end of it. And they are by quite a few points. 27 points between
Pourquoi il a plus les cheveux longs, Victor? Il a les cheveux longs.
Really cool to see. I mean, they really started their campaign today mostly on the fact that off the back of that Sandhawk win, right? And once they actually got that, I mean, they got 2,100 damage done on that across the eliminations that they were able to get, and that's a little bit uncharacteristic for a Sandhawk. I mean, that bodes well for them, considering that they're then going to another game, get themselves a chicken dinner. There was almost the 3-peat, I suppose, if they hadn't kind of got properly sandwiched down in the south here of Miramar. So 79 points, that's a huge win for them here today.
Qu'est-ce que t'as envoyé?
Absolutely massive, and now I'm curious to see tomorrow if they can replicate this kind of performance. Was this a one-off day? Is this something they can maintain? Obviously, you have to stick around to find out. But looking down the list further, though, Game Lord, good to see them bounce back yet again. I think they were the winners of the league stage at PMPL last season. And unfortunately,
mais le mec Laka comme ça au spawn, ça part à 0.
I'm happy to see some consistent names back here towards the top. I think maybe one team that surprised me though is
oui, même pour les
oh putain, comme il les a démontés.
Sur le Instagram là.
They came in a little bit more towards the end of those 2 last games. They did get quite a few eliminations. Gonzo especially was popping off pretty heavily for the team, so good to see Gonzo particular. He's on loan currently for the team, so I would like to see him be a mainstay for the team. I think Gonzo, with his experience in PMGC in the past, is a great team stay. But then as you move down on the leaderboards, like, man, I wanted to see Navi way higher. You know, still the first day they can still catch up, but Navi seen them down there. Virtus Pro also down there, was Old Boy being part of the roster. It is a little bit off, so we'll have to see if they can come back tomorrow.
I think in Navi's defense, though, Claris, they typically have been a team that starts off slow, and they build up towards the end of the actual league stage.
It's also I think a wildly different lobby to CIS as well, just in general. Of course,
toi, Narva 8 kills, toi 6, Rob 6, et moi 4 je crois aujourd'hui, Victor. Ah j'avoue, putain, t'as pas fait un kill après sur les autres games.
J'ai fait des bonnes techniques, mais j'ai pas fait.
C'est fou, ça te faire que ça sert à rien sur Falcon Nexus.
Game is a different game, so yeah, we'll see how they adjust from day to day, but I don't really have too much concern just yet for sure.
The amount of times in PUBG Mobile Max where we see teams do well in scrims.
Et Narva, il est dans le top leader ou pas?
I can't count them many times.
Yeah, it just happens every single time.
C'est qui les autres? Top 3 et top...
Vito, Moneycane,
ouais, ça je sais.
304, Izu, Narvalo,
like the actual playstyle of a team, like all of that can change on
Narvalo,
a dime depending on what's happening in the scrims and how they're going to enter the tournament, right? And especially the tournament is a little bit more unknown because you have these groups also, like scrims, you don't really have like groups, like all the teams playing the scrims if they can, they sign up, like they don't have a group change. The group change in particular really adds a whole new dynamic to this tournament. Just hard for teams to adapt because all this rotation qualification might happen, or it's not, they're not in the group. And then
C'était cool aussi ce qu'ils faisaient Imperium là avec tu sais par game et tout. Genre pour les équipes, ils faisaient que pour les équipes. Genre combien de points tu faisais en moyenne et tout, c'était stylé je trouve. Tu voyais que sur les rangettes c'était abusé la moyenne qu'on avait. On faisait genre 21 bouts à chaque fois, tu sais.
I've always been really hesitant to take like scrims as an actual result, but you know, it also is kind of sad because it would be a nice indicator of how well teams are actually doing before you get into.
Ah non, c'était sur Miramar, c'était abusé. On avait 18 ou 19 points de moyenne parce qu'on faisait un top 1 sur 2 en général, mais un top 1 15 kills.
Kind of your, you know,
c'est quoi le nombre de kills de max qu'on avait fait?
Your fighting style ready and good to go. But yeah, there is definitely difference in style, difference in approach, and difference in overall outlook on it.
Okay. Max, you know, I've been criticizing TJB a bit bad for the whole day.
Qui?
Salut gros.
How much time are you going to give them to work on the roster before you maybe can make your decision on how good of a team they are at the moment? I understand roster changes are big, but I mean, you still have like the core there.
Because of how the format works, and like they can't afford to do just to come back in the finals, right? Like this format does not enable you to do that. You need to get points from every phase, and of course your overall rankings to get maybe an extra 20 points through that. I'm going to give them one phase. One phase, if after this first phase we don't see them find some consistency, build that synergy up, I think that they're going to be potentially out of the question for the championship. It is still 8 slots for the championships. They could qualify, but like I don't expect to see them top 3 kind of result at the end of this tournament. So one phase, I think that's more than enough for them to build some synergy and hopefully find something that sticks for them.
And I think for the sake of Western Europe as well, like I would be nice to see some teams who could compete against the likes of Turkey, because in the last European regionals we had, it was like top 6 Turkish teams, and we were wondering where's Western Europe.
I feel like we're going to go in stronger regardless, right? You got you guys like Navi there. I think Virtus Pro, once they kind of get the engine going as well, I think that they are probably going to be up there if they kind of really tune it. Game Lord.
Avant, on pouvait pas voir les stories sur l'ordi, Victor, il y a pas longtemps, non?
I think we go in stronger against Turkey down the line than ever before, in theory.
I keep thinking back at like that Thor meme where it's like, you can't beat me, and then the Western European teams, we can't, but we got this guy, and then you got Navi pulling out.
Go envoyer les clips de vos kills sur vos stories. Mais on peut pas, Pazou, on n'a pas le droit de record.
Il n'y a que moi.
Et que Robs, parce qu'il a stream. On a le droit de stream en non-répertorié. Mais ouais, on n'a pas le droit de record Pazou. Parce qu'en gros, on a un anti-cheat, et l'anti-cheat, il record déjà notre POV. Et c'est
on s'est déjà fait engueuler dans le dernier PMPL.
Ouais, parce que le dernier PMPL, on passait outre, tu vois, on record, enfin, certains players, hashtag Victor.
Narva aussi,
ouais, mais toi, t'étais quand même un gros forceur. Et en gros, Rob, si tu me speak la fois, et ouais, en gros, on s'est fait reprendre à l'ordre, quoi.
J'avais peur.
On aurait pu se prendre une putain de pénalité, de cash prize. Au final, ils ont été gentils avec nous. Il y a moyen, parce que tu te souviens, le PMPL qu'on a gagné, quand j'avais pas mis le skin, genre je l'ai pas mis pendant genre 3 minutes. Après j'avais fait le miskin, tu sais, j'avais dit please d'entrer le move cash prize et il nous l'avait quand même enlevé. Hein. Rien à foutre, frère. Il a été bouillant là, Vito, mais il a fait combien de kills sur la game là où il a top 1? Il en a fait 8 aussi.
And on day 3, we have double Miramars, double Sandhawks, and 1 Aaron Gill. So, depending on obviously what map you're good on, though, I believe we did get to see Codex do really well when it came to Sandhawk, because you guys pointed out before, doing over, was it 2100 damage? Right. They gotta be happy for that, but I don't know if they're gonna be playing both the Sandhawks, because obviously, with how the groups work out.
Avec Michou Inoxtag, où est-ce qu'il est là, elle sort mardi. Elle sort mardi la vidéo avec Inoxtag et Michou, tu sais, où est-ce qu'il est? T'as dit que ton pote il avait tourné là-bas.
Non, c'est Victor.
Ah, c'est Victor.
Unless the circle is exactly where it was today, I don't expect a similar outcome. So we'll see if they can try and.
C'est normal, mec, il doit avoir tellement de vidéos.
Ouais, qui rattaque la nouvelle saison là.
Je pense qu'il a je sais pas combien de vidéos d'avance, hein. En vrai, genre quand il les tourne, il y a 3 mois d'écart. À chaque fois.
Ça va être dark.
C'est un putain de bosseur, hein.
C'est un bon concept. Même si des fois c'est un peu. Des fois c'est truqué. Il y a une vidéo où je trouvais que c'était truqué, c'était laquelle? Je crois que c'était McFly qui a...
Mon père qui vient de m'envoyer un message, il m'a dit c'est qui Codex, ils sont forts. J'adore comme il dit ça, genre en mode... À chaque fois, dès qu'il voit une team performer, il dit ils sont forts.
Bah du coup, tout le monde est fort, à part deux teams. Du coup, tout le monde est fort, à part deux teams, quoi.
Ouais.
Attends. Ouais, bah attends. Ouais, bah la vidéo dont tu parles, c'est le cache-cache, non, Rob?
Ouais.
Ouais, moi j'avais pas trop kiffé aussi, là où il se cache dans l'arbre,
ouais, et là où il se cache dans le sous-sol.
Ah oui.
Comment c'est cramé avec le caméraman dans la fin, c'est trop surjoué des fois les vidéos de McFly.
Moi je kiffais bien à l'époque, mais là ça m'a saoulé un peu. C'est grave long et tout, c'est un peu pas la même chose. En fait c'est pas la même chose, mais je sais pas, c'est...
Tu sais qui jouent un jeu d'acteur, en fait, tu sais. Surtout le truc caché dans le poney ou tu vois, dans l'arbre.
C'est un tracteur,
Bref, let's go, je veux dire un peu.
Bon vas-y les gars, merci pour les likes. Merci pour les views. J'arrête le stream. Bah c'est pas grave, hein. 83 de live. J'arrête. Arrête la diffusion.
91.